Good afternoon and welcome to coverage of the GG Super Circuit World Series of Poker here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Yours truly, Ali Najad, joined by Randy Liu and what was 103 live remaining participants of roughly 910 to be exact. Just 87 of them remain at present after a couple of levels of play are in the books here. Randy, the fields merged in a very unique attribute here at this particular World Series of Poker, where a couple of days of play for some of these players took place online.
On live, yes. And we had a unique flight online where 32 players made it into the money, and we've combined all the live players with the online players, creating a combined field. And
yeah, it was 135 strong once we added the live and online fields together. As you see some of the notables in the room, how about 1.73 million in front of Lewis Spencer, one of the carryovers who was getting his feet wet during the Triton Super High Roller Series that was taking place earlier in the week. How about Pavel Plusov? 1,095,000 in front of him. Nice to have that 7-figure stack. Now to play down to in the money, the live field actually advanced to the 5,000, 10,000 level, whereas the online field only played up to 3 and 6K. So how did we resolve that, Randy?
so because to make it fair and not advance the levels on players who didn't play the 4K, 8K level, we're going to roll back the blinds down to 3K, 6K, which is what they play at the start of the day.
And just get a look at one of those on live qualifiers, none other than the mighty Chris Moorman. Such a legend, long-time pro. Can handle it with mouse in hand or live. Obviously preferred to do his first 2 days of work online. How about this? Kanapang Tanaratlakul. KT, never far from a smile. One of the warmest presences on the Triton Super High Roller Series, sticking around here.
It looks like Anson Yu to the right of him.
Yeah, yeah.
So hungry to play some poker. The WSOP is obviously a great brand, and they want to kind of perhaps capture a title.
How about Toby Lewis? That should be a familiar face. Made the World Series of Poker main event final table, and also among those who qualified from online, Randy. So proving his versatility is Toby. Looks like he's throwing something down the hatch to get things underway.
Yeah, always cool to see the WSOP main event final table list taking a shot here.
So 6K, 12K is where we stand now to start the action, as we are picking things up slightly in to the day of play. As you get your first look at our feature table here, day 3 of the London main event, a 3,300-pound buy-in brought to you in part by Luxon Pay. Of course, marquee sponsor, GG Poker. Beniamin POLLAK, also a name that might be familiar to those who have soaked up some World Series of Poker main event coverage from back in Vegas through the years. Deep runs under his belt as we see GOLUBEVS. Makes it 25,000 to go. The American, David MISCIKOWSKI, flats the ace-queen, Randy.
Yeah, he's one of the big stacks of the tournament and very experienced in Nolan and Hold'em. One of the favorites going into this day.
9-7-5 and 2 diamonds. Not bad for the opener, as you can see.
Yeah, nice texture with the nut flush draw here. you know, if he opts to bet, can kick out all of the broadways. But no surprise that he's actually checking, because when you raise up front, this type of texture doesn't hit you that well. Does check through, and look at that jack of diamonds coming right in.
That hits you quite well, as now the ace-queen draws dead. Note that MISCIKOWSKI didn't get ambitious. Sometimes we can see some haste on chip leaders, maybe doing a little bit of bullying, feeling as though...
Oh, I love this check here, because you're perceived to have a rather weak range, so the player in position might stab, but MISCIKOWSKI did not take the bait of the ace-queen.
Not on the flop nor on the turn, as he is left with the nut-no pair on the river.
Might he try to extract value now? Laid the trap, multiple streets. Not this time.
Fires 50 into 80, and the ace-queen is just done with it. So lost the absolute minimum with a hand that had to be played.
That's
Didn't
true.
3-bet or barrel through.
But especially on the turn, it's a spot where you can easily see someone trying to make a stance there, kicking out like ace-king or little pocket pairs. With that diamond is what's nice. Didn't take the bait.
Aleksandrs GOLUBEVS playing under the Latvian banner, 557,000 rather in career live tournament earnings, according to the Hendon Mob. Best live cash to date, 123,000.
Hello, ace-king. We upgraded.
And this time, MISCIKOWSKI can be the opener.
The Jack-7 suited here, giving a little thought. Looking to give MISCIKOWSKI some action, it seems.
From the cutoff, this is
Wow.
Hussain ASSAF.
Just barely connected, but suited. Position's important for him.
And so is having top pair on a Jack-9 deuce board, where he is squarely ahead of MISCIKOWSKI, whose big ace holdings are not performing well. Note again, keeping it very tidy. No follow-through barrel, just a check, see what's what.
We'll love to see this Jack-7 put some value in here. Protect his hand, vulnerable to the overcards, 21K. Ace-king might not let it go just yet, just given the price, and having the nut-no pair is important.
And sometimes, if the price is right, we do want to find out whether or not a second barrel's in the chamber out of our opposition, as we now hit the king. As MISCIKOWSKI, 122 in there, still checking. Let's see how the Jack-7 feels about it.
He shouldn't feel too comfortable with the king coming along, but still wanting to maintain control, it seems.
Yeah, 45 into 122 by ASSAF. Queen 10 does get there.
It does. Hence the slow play here with the ace-king. Doesn't want to bloat the pot in case he's behind. Great river card.
Yeah, clean as it comes.
I would love to see the Jack-7 kind of strongly consider check back on this river. Your kicker is rather weak. Do you really think like 9x is going to call once more? See what he's contemplating here.
Yeah, you can see, unlike the prior streets, now ASSAF is wondering where he's at.
Wow. Okay, I thought he was going to bet, but going to check it down.
Yeah. Note the manner in which he checks it down, though, is by simply turning his hand up, Randy, and when we're the in-position player, it certainly behooves us to just simply check back and force our opponent to turn their hand face up first, gather that information, or obviously they have the liberty to put it into the muck, and then we take the pot.
Is there a rule like on who shows first? Is it the out of position player or is it like the last aggressor? I know it seems to vary from place to place.
I think it does vary. I was always under the impression that the out of position player is the one that needs to be showing down first. Perhaps it's a last aggressor situation here. We can certainly effort that information. Somewhat relevant. Now then, Aleksandrs GOLUBEVS. King Jack offsuit.
You actually see players sometime come in, sometime just fold. It's just one of those hands that's on the cusp of playing, depending on style.
Another suited spade combo here, as this time Assaf will be the opener from the cutoff. 26,000, he says.
Yeah, I love the suited 7 spades, it seems, but king 7s are definitely open from the cutoff. A little rebate.
Some emphasis on little, of course. Looking at the list of the on-live qualifiers, by the way, Randy, I find the likes of David Yan alongside KT in there. Mormon, touched on earlier.
All the big names, huh?
They like to stay home. Do it from the computer, if you will. Taylor von Kriegenberg, also part of the on-live qualifiers, as was Toby Lewis.
What's nice about the on-live thing is you can just play from home, and then if you do make the money, then you make the trip out to London to play it, and if you don't, sit back.
Yeah, I guess having to make the trip without being in the money is a bit risky, and now all of a sudden, if you're guaranteed a certain amount, you can make the investment to come out and play the rest of the event out. Of the 32 players, by the way, who did qualify from on-live to merge with the field here on this day 3 in this 3,300-pound main, one did not make the trip. Stack just blinded off.
But he's in the money, I suppose.
Min
so
cash. Yeah,
he's in the profit.
Yeah. Maybe he just decided
he didn't read
this
the rules.
last-minute flight's too expensive.
He thought the tournament was going to end that day.
There is a little bit of that from time to time, of course.
Yeah, if he spends the time to come out, maybe he loses a little bit more. Who knows? He plays some side games. It's like, this is how I'm going to minimize my losses. But pocket 6 comes along in the button for Pollak.
And the ace-8 outflops those 6s here.
So he did raise off a smaller stack, it seems, does check. And when you do check these ace, king, 7s, even though it's favorable to your under the gun range, you want to have some balance to protect your king X's and pocket queens and lower, so you take the kind of middling worst aces as a check.
Board does pair, improving Ward's kicker.
Yeah, it's always helpful to improve your kicker just in case you were up against that ace-10, ace-jack that played passively. 2 flush draws on board. Might consider value betting against those hands or king X. Against king X, you do expect to only kind of get 1 Shrita value. Not looking too good for these 2 6s, especially for this price, north of half pot. Really giving this 2 6s a think, though. He's out.
Easy fold for the Frenchman as James Ward rather, takes it down. Caught me pronouncing it like the Latvian names. There's always an S after the first name.
He's all British, okay?
Getting a look at James Ward's Hendon Mop modest career total of 49.70, if this is the right gentleman. Could be more than James Ward.
Tell me
One
more.
James Ward, rather.
Ollie's Najads.
Unclear, though, because I'm seeing this particular James Ward with residence in Boca Raton, Florida. Now, I don't want to make any assumptions, but the British flag and look of a man who hasn't seen quite as much sun as Florida has to offer. And maybe we're looking at a different James Ward.
Well, he's doing all right here in day 3 of this WSOP.
No question. Has
Main
made
event.
the money. King 9-8. He has not made a pair, but Golubevs has done just that. Bottom pair, limp, blind versus blind situation.
So the turn card does bring in the inside straight draw for the Queen 7 high. Pair of 8s does have showdown. Looks like he is going to bet. I'm curious to see if Ward takes one off with the inside straight draw. With a decent high card coupled with it. Doesn't look like he wants to, given how short he is, 323K.
Is that a towel around the neck there? Now, there was a little bit of rainfall that popped up this afternoon outside. The hair does look freshly wet.
It was all sunny when I was outside.
Well, you know, the sun shines down on you, Randy. We know that.
I think you.
They're quick showers, you know. Of course, showers what we're looking to avoid here.
He pre-showered himself so he won't get showered in the tournament. Got it. In the small blind here with ace-9 offsuit, as it does fold over to him. Outright ship it into Barer.
No.
No, that's always a good sign.
What are you looking at up there?
Huh?
Trying to work out some math that was clearly way off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if you worked it out. What are you looking at the sun to try to?
No, just
I was like,
hold clearly not a thing, but
pass Smith.
yeah.
Okay. But fuck it.
Okay, now James also goes by Philip. And under Philip Ward, we do find an English gentleman who has career live earnings of $161,000, $70,000 is best cash. This feels more like the man that we're feasting our eyes on.
I thought you were a trader on the side. I didn't realize you were a detective as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I do what's required, Randy.
But I don't know if he just caught that exchange, and he looked up at the board before he made that shove. And it was quite a large jam of 320K when the big blind was only 12K, and he realized he did some pretty poor math. Thought he was in that jam or fold situation.
The live misclick.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if he played the on live event. Got 10-3 suited coming along. This is the same Ami Barer, am I right? I just can't tell with the hair like that.
Stand by, Randy. I have answers.
Because that guy has had tremendous live results. Just haven't seen him in a long time.
Amishai.
Yeah, that guy.
Barer?
Does that look like him? Can you do the
Barer?
photo
Yeah.
check? I don't know.
That is him.
Okay, confirmed.
Confirmed.
Really big names out here in this circuit event. Saw some action on the flop.
Big turn for the big names as the 9 produces flush draws in both holdings here. Blind versus blind. It was just the bottom end of an open-ender versus top pair and the gutty, and now things a lot more interesting.
Yeah, and you can see MISCIKOWSKI loves the backdoor spades to go with his top pair, what once was top pair, but easily can extract value from 5-4x, the straight draw. So here we go, check call. Wow.
And the 7 rolling right off as Barer just check called, and now mindful of maybe some 8x.
Yes, when you have the dummy and the straight, it's hard to extract value from worse. Gonna go show him the good news. For him, at least. Also, sometimes when you think about leading on a 4-liner is, can you represent bluffs? That texture would have been hard to do so.
So, Ami getting the showdown there. Spade maybe would have been the more interesting of the two types of
Spade,
rivers.
Someone's walking away, my friend.
Never know. We've seen some big laydowns.
True. Someone's upset. How's that?
That is confirmed.
And someone's happy.
And happy right now is going to be Beniamin POLLAK. 2 kings. Shoots it up. Standardized 25K.
Couple 4s here in the small blind. Playing around a 45 big blind effective for POLLAK. So when you have more stack that you can potentially win, then it becomes more inviting to come along with these baby pocket pairs, which he does. 7-3 suited too. Hello.
Oh, no. A jack-high flop with a 4 on board, and this is disaster for POLLAK.
Excuse me.
MISCIKOWSKI. Bottom set. 87 in the middle as Assaf came along for the ride. He'll be out of there.
It still is a really nice texture for the 2 kings. The small blind's kind of shallow. You kind of want to get in with him. Small blind isn't flatting like Jack 9 too much to have 2 pairs, so really only fear the pocket 4s and 9s. Jacks would re-raise you pre-flop. It is trouble. Big question actually from MISCIKOWSKI here is, do I check raise, try to get value from the pre-flop raiser, or potentially call and trap that 257K back behind?
So the 45K put forward is a lethal injection of chips as pocket kings are in trouble, facing a raise of 95K. Now, the good news, of course, is that you're not drawing dead. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straights, and the king, all available, but 14% is not where we want to find ourselves.
Jam, and we're going to see an all-in collision. Ouch.
So then, all of a sudden, $1 million plus in the middle. And the heart on the turn is the wrong type as 4 is full. Left the flush draw dead. Jack or a king certainly would have worked for Beniamin POLLAK, but in the end, The baby pair from MISCIKOWSKI
No way.
showers the Frenchman, who suggested against MISCIKOWSKI in particular, Randy, he can't fold. Perhaps a reputation for being an action player. Not from what we've observed thus far here today at the feature, though.
Yeah, but actually, if you had asked me before I've seen any of the hands today, I would have said he's an aggressive player from what I know of him already. And you get paid off. This is how you build stacks.
Sure.
You got that reputation.
I don't know that kings were looking to find the muck at any point in that hand against anybody, but allegedly for Pollak, just can't fold.
Yeah, sometimes you just get showered. Whoa, look at this ace-7 offsuit open up front. OBRESHKOV sitting on 11 blinds, roughly. To be fair, though, this looks extremely strong, and he must feel that players won't give him too much action, therefore doesn't need to worry about the playability, more of a pre-flop situation. I'm curious to see how Tzvi BARER responds with 2-8s. Looks like he's not letting go. But just with call.
Cautious procedure. As we're going to get our first look at involvement from Mr. OBRESHKOV.
King Jack coming along, very playable hand.
Stoyan ASSAF, OBRESHKOV, to be specific.
Well,
Yes.
look at
Krzysztof KABUT from Poland joined the party and flops himself the trip kings on an ace-high board. OBRESHKOV with a little piece. Does not want to barrel through, though, and obviously the 2-8s. Going to proceed with caution. Not trying to put chips into the middle with both the presence of an ace and a king on board and ranges that could contain that kit. The deuce, not of concern.
KABUT's been very trappy here, not even betting the turn. And they've gotten the worst hand to take the bait.
So Tzvi BARER fires 15,000 into 90.
Look at that slow play. It's a 15K bet. A lot of people get greedy and just think, well, there's not enough in there now. Let's just juice it up. And this might get the ace-7 to still continue. Look how small that bet is relative to the pot.
Oh, wow. The 8 from space. Now giving BARER 8s full of kings. And let's see if KABUT, with the arrival of the spades, left still not necessarily slow playing, but cautiously playing these trips, as he has to assume that flush draws are available in one of these two seats that he's joined by. And you see watchful eyes being delivered in the direction of the pre-flop raiser, who checks along with him. And now, who feels better about life right now than this man? We got to assume that any ace-king that was slow playing would be looking to bet at this point, hoping that maybe a flush is out there to pay off.
Yeah, it's hard to say because you do kind of see flush draws get a bit aggressive by the turn. Let's see what kind of hand he's going to target here. Is it King X? Is it Ace X? How much is that? Oh, it's a big bet.
100,000 into 135, and now it's just bluff catching with the King Jack. We don't expect an ace to behave in this fashion.
I agree with that comment that Ace X you wouldn't expect to bet for this sizing on this board texture. He's under-repped his hand, and he might feel compelled to call just because of that, right? He checked the flop, he checked the turn. He check called the turn for 15K, didn't check raise. Where you see King X raise a lot. He might feel obligated to continue, but how often is this just a pure bluff? Is this like a queen, jack, queen 10, jack 10 from time to time? No spades, of course. Great laydown. King
Great
jack.
laydown. And, you know, we find ourselves in water that murky as a direct result of not having defined our hand earlier, maybe leading out on the turn. Can certainly understand checking to the pre-flop raiser and the flat caller behind us on the flop, but then did feel like maybe that lost opportunity to fire and maybe find ourselves heads up against Obreshkov with the best hand had we bet the turn. Instead, here finding ourselves check folding, albeit properly, but to a hand that maybe wouldn't have found the river.
Exactly.
Well, if King Jack can find the muck, certainly we know Ace 7 could do so. Bluff catching even more so than the King Jack has played.
What's worse for the Ace 7 here is that there's only one opponent now, whereas the other opponent had two, just in case he was behind against the flush.
Meaning we know we can close the action with the call here, which is not something that was available to Kabut.
Exactly, and the line is odd that Ami Bearer checked back the flop, bet so small on the turn, now is willing to risk it all when the flush comes in. Like, if he had King X, is he going to be worried about the spades sometimes? If he had a flush draw, would he bet bigger on the turn?
Yeah, note that this 100,000 is asking for all of Obreshkov's stack back. His time banks have been utilized. Bearer looking not to bear anything at all. We unblock spades as well. This is an issue.
That's a problem. I agree. And how thinly would Ami Bearer bet? Is this a flush or only situation?
Flush or better, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this ever more value hands that you can't beat, like King X? I don't think I would say it's an Ace X that's better.
Deep into the tank here. For Ami Bearer, he is just dying to hear the word call. As at this point, we know eight's full is a guaranteed winner. So then, it is better to go through time banks than our last 99,000 in chips. That is an objective truth, as the Bulgarian Obreshkov folds and lives to fight on.
I wasn't bluffing this time. Thank you. Let's see.
Confirmed. Legit kit.
Hi there. Hello. Oh.
So then, checking in on the stacks. Bit of a one-horse race in terms of MISCIKOWSKI after showering France's Benjamin POLLAK, as he's got 100 big blind cushion between himself and the now second-place stack of Amichai Bearer. Pawel KABUT running in third, followed by GOLUBEVS, Philip Ward, ASSAF Hussain, and Stoyan OBRESHKOV. Brought to you by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. Is this 3,300 pound, 3 million pound guarantee GG Super Circuit London main event carries on. Our plan is to bring you 10 levels of action, or as many as required to get us down to the final table. As the new chips are put to use promptly. 27 to go, says the Ace King of the Canadian.
Well, He's got ace queen suited here in the small blind. Made a big laydown the other hand. The king jack, trip kings. Very deep stack, as you can see, 820K with a 12K big blind. It's a spot where you often do come in with a large 3-bet. Would be wise if he could find a call just instead, given what he's up against. Don't blame him.
Not one bit.
So a 10 BB 3-bet here from the small against the hijack.
800.
And especially when a guy wins a pot that's pretty healthy and all of a sudden he comes out swinging again, you start to wonder, are you feeling swaggy? Maybe getting a little speedy. Let me ask a question. And unfortunately, the question being asked is about to get answered in a very uncomfortable way.
Notice just calling here. Doesn't want to play for stacks given how deep they are. It's not something you see too often, but you do see some players kind of navigate a more less variant route.
Well, the benefit of position remaining intact here as a non-beneficial 10-high 2-club flop is what the guys are looking up at here with these ace-highs. Now, the betting lead is worth something. But let's see if Kabut is going to be a bit concerned about the willingness of Barer to call the 3-bet.
Yes, it's also a big 3-bet, so it clears out some of the hands that normally would call a smaller one. Going to maintain control. 62K, a small one, but you do see downsized bets on these types of board textures as you're betting most of your range. Ace King, got that ace of clubs helping.
Now we really start to grow a bit concerned, don't we, Randy, about the health of this ace-queen suited?
Especially on this turn card where it favors the player in position. If you bet again, you're kind of playing a guessing game if you get called. You're not sure if you're up against like a flush or some kind of sticky pocket pair that has a club, say 9s, 8s, 10x. It's no surprise that he checks this turn looking to just check fold. Ace King, quite a bit of decision here. Does check back, not looking to kind of bet call it off with such a good draw. Doesn't want to get blown off of it. Rivers to 5 as played. Both players with decent showdown. A lot of check through.
Talked about the depth of the stacks, Randy, and obviously it would have been a disaster if Barer had decided to activate with that ace-king in position and gotten check raised, which some overpairs might feel inclined to take a line such as that.
And he's reaching for chips here. I believe the idea is he thinks he can get the same type of hand to fold. Ace King would play in this manner, and he has piled in a ton of chips.
Yeah, he sure has. 150,000, and didn't take long for the ace-queen to wave the white flag. As yet another good-sized pot scoots the direction of Canada's Tzvi BARER. I feel like with each successive time I'm saying his name,
You're getting
I'm growing
further.
more and more ethnic with it. I don't know if I'm going in the right direction.
I don't know if you're going the right direction
I'm
either.
trying to de-anglicize it. Feels like some possibly Judaic roots in the name Amichai. I don't know. But, you know.
Not my department, my friend.
Oh, yeah, we leave these sorts of minefields to me. Jack 8 suited from the boss stack of MISCIKOWSKI. And we know if Jack 7 suited and King 7 suited can get involved, Ace Jack most certainly can, as we see Hussain. Flat calling.
Loves the tango of MISCIKOWSKI.
Appears that way, doesn't it? First occasion, I want to say, certainly in recent memory, perhaps even in my career, by the way, that I'm observing, or for that matter, commentating on a player flying the Pakistani banner. As we see there for Hussain. Flops himself an ace. MISCIKOWSKI continuing to avoid follow-throughs without having connected with the board.
Yeah, and that, for me, shows signs of balance.
Wow. Had some interaction with that Queen of Hearts there, Randy, but just check folds to the 22. But go on, signs of balance.
Yeah, a player who doesn't c-bet like a high frequency tends to be very balanced in their ranges. So it's going to be tough to play against if you can't just define his hand because, oh, he didn't bet, therefore he's weak. I certainly expect him to be checking his weaker ace X's and queen X's in that spot that wouldn't check fold. Nice. Big slick.
Good spot for Hussain, and this is the first time we've seen him 3-bet pre. As he takes MISCIKOWSKI's open upstairs to 58,000, that which he wasn't willing to do with the ace-jack. Understandably, however, with the ace-king, wants to thin the field behind him, dissuade any further takers.
Quite a small 3-bet here to 58K. I wonder if David is thinking this player just keeps getting involved with me in the few hands we've played so far. 2 flat calls, now a 3-bet.
Well, here's the thing. When you feel as though somebody is breaking with what should be the adhere to protocol, given the depth of your stack, possible pay jump situations, you may feel inclined to discipline them. But I get the sense that MISCIKOWSKI's got a profile on this Hussain, Randy, and it's one that suggests that that's not a guy looking for the muck after he puts a 3-bet in.
I think you're right, and you can see he quickly folded that one, just playing the game. You know, sometimes card distribution tends to make someone activate a bit more. But the 4th time, that's the one we don't let go.
Looking at Hussain ASSAF's Hendon Mob, showing 17,000 and change in total live earnings. $4,100 his best ever cash.
So this is his biggest cash guaranteed. Records?
Yeah. That would seem correct.
All right, let's see what Ward does with ace-9 offs in this spot. He's still going to jam.
You didn't even have to fucking look up this time to figure it out. God.
Deja vu.
The no look.
Oh, he looked at his hand. Just no look up at the level.
Was sharing a chuckle about it. Now, you'll find oftentimes players leaning back, looking up at monitors displayed around the room in order to get their bearings with respect to where we are in payout, whether or not jumps are available, how much time is left on the clock, what is the average stack, all of that information important to be taken into consideration.
It seems like a small thing, but actually for some players it can really dictate a very fringe spot on whether someone activates or not, which can help you kind of capture some EV. King 10, gonna jam here. Into hijack it down to 69K. Very, very shallow. Interesting here for Ami. Ace 4 off. It's tricky because he's got MISCIKOWSKI, who's got a huge stack right behind him. Like, does he call and let him in? Does he fold, let him do it? Does he re-raise? And all sorts of odd decisions. And that is a huge pickup for the King 10 off. From 69K to 99K.
Double up.
Not quite. 50%.
It is so important not to fall into the trap, Randy, as the blinds are escalating and you're trying to work your way with a playable stack depth deeper into the field, not to sit back and just wait for hands. For two reasons, obviously. The direct one is you don't want to whittle away and then end up with no playability post-flop. You just got to jam and take your chances. But the other one is that when you do then suddenly play a hand, you may not get the kind of action that you're looking for, right? Because people realize that there's got to be a lot of kit associated with your willingness to get involved.
Yeah, and if you nut pedal too hard, you just don't get the action. That's why you often see the biggest stacks of the tournament are some of the most aggressive players. As you saw MISCIKOWSKI getting action with his 2 4s, where Pollak would have said against someone else, I might be laying down these 2 kings.
Possibly. One never knows. All things to be chewed on, as MISCIKOWSKI now limping into the raisable big blind of Hussain.
Is he going to start to think this is getting personal in round 4 of this match between these two? Because it seems like a raise is incoming.
To be fair, most of the time it has been a raise from MISCIKOWSKI, but on this occasion, slightly removed from the 3-bet. Hussain raises again, and I like David's vibe out there, Randy. You know, sometimes you might see somebody annoyed, irritated by what we've observed, but no, he's just playing poker, not letting his ego get in the way from what I can see.
Ego's a tough thing as we undo this spot. Sorry, I couldn't.
Apparently that hairband is a tough thing as well. As David Yan, who is a staple on the Triton Super High Roller Series since he came aboard, an event that was being run adjacent to this World Series of Poker Circuit event here in London at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House for the better part of the last couple of weeks. That's where Randy and I have been doing our work, and now pleased to be flipping it over to the GG Poker side of the program for this London Main Day 3 action, £3 million guarantee, £3,300 buy-in. We're 135. Started the day on live qualifiers, merged 32 of them to be exact, with 103 runners on the live side. Picked up our coverage with 87 players, I believe.
We got some fight here of this ace-queen suited. Very deep, big blind just 12K. David Yan sitting on just under 150 to start things off. So you see the smooth call there. A couple 7s. Hussain. He's in there.
Note 1-7 is busy in Yan's hand.
How about that 7?
Now all 7s are present and accounted for. One into the muck. Yan's hand really performing poorly in this 3-way spot. Spades smothered. King fishing.
Well, it's Hussain who's actually the one grabbing chips and going to lead out, it seems, from the small blind. This is a favorable board for him with that little backdoor straight draw 1 over card, just the jack.
Now, David, mind you, hasn't been here to observe Hussain's procedures to this point. And obviously, there's some strangeness when the small blind just comes out swinging at us when we raised under the gun.
Oh, look at this.
And it's on account of that, Randy, that I imagine David is electing to play his hand in this manner. Note that the ace-queen of spades has been cleared, and let's see how the sevens react.
It's very tough here, as David Yan did raise into 3 players, so it should be perceived as stronger. If he's behind, he's so far behind, right? He needs to hit one of the 2 sevens in the deck, which we know are no longer here, but he doesn't know that. 1 overcard not helpful. Does he ever feel this is just 2 overcards taking the stance because he let out?
Do you think it's warmer up here or not?
I'm colder.
It almost feels colder, doesn't it?
Before I was just feeling the hard
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. In the hands now, I'm like, actually, the whole body shiver going there. Yeah.
Looks like he's out. David Yan with the raise. The hand you didn't expect to take this pot down.
Well, you want to talk about things that weren't expected. It was Hussain's lead. And David really immediately demonstrating why it is that we don't take lines such as that with a high level of frequency, especially with hands that might not be able to take the heat, right? It's nice to lead and look weak when we're very strong, risking, of course, that we're not going to get action behind, but then opening up the door to flat, maybe induce David to get really aggressive or come out swinging again, you know, really scramble someone's brain. But as it stood there, David forcing Hussain to respect his under-the-gun range and then just applying the pressure and clearing the best hand. So there's a look at the greatness that is David Yan, why it is that he is a handful anytime that he takes his seat.
Yeah, he didn't even raise that big and got the job done, which is a clear, nice bet sizing from David Yan. And you're right. Leading may work in certain games, but against these tough opponents, their reading to the situation is, if you had a set or a jack, you probably check to try and trap me. So why are you leading out? Is this middling stuff? So really nice read there from David Yan.
It's very much situational, although obviously he did have backdoor spades, did have the 7 interacting with the 5-6. So there's some
It's almost like the lack of body.
Some frequency to help,
relevance.
yeah. Don't think it was just like
Queen deuce or something.
wrong
you know.
color, yeah.
Yeah.
I think when we were there.
Although Queen Deuce would be a disrespectful pre-flop open.
Right. Yan back in there. Big blind. Flops himself top pair. Up against Golubevs, the opener. Under the gun +1 with that king-9 of diamonds. Has himself the flush draw. We could see chips headed forward.
Yeah, you know, it's just a great spot to strongly consider 2 barrels with this king-9 suited. Small bet to start things off. Default for queen 10 is to check call, but we do see from time to time people kind of depolarizing their range with a check raise. Depends on how they play the rest of their parts of their little gutter balls and stuff. Depolar.
Now remember, the lack of familiarity works both ways. Yan, a little bit more of a known entity perhaps, but unclear whether or not Golubevs recognizes the name or the stakes at which he plays. So his arrival here has basically been an under-the-gun raise, then a raise when someone bet into him, and now a check raise after defending the big blind. A very tidy deuce of clubs on the turn. Leaves him still in front, and Golubevs still hunting a diamond.
I'm curious to see if he continues with the queen 10. With the small, tiny check raise, 20K over to 50, he does keep in a lot of hands he still beats. Even the pocket pairs lower than queen, 8x, 5x, gut shots, straight draws. So many hands you can extract from. 110. Still got the king high flush draw. It does help that he has king high because he does beat some draws still, like 6-7. Diamond draws worse than ace. One overcard is helpful against the queen.
Sure. 110,000 what he's facing, though, into 168, and he just lets go of the king high flush draw. Randy, you stand in agreement with that at that price?
It's tricky. Like you said, he doesn't know his opponent too well and vice versa.
Floor staff coming over to say that the players don't appreciate how aggressive you're playing. David, if you wouldn't mind just softening up a little bit. Everybody's just trying to play nice. Thank you.
Whoa, way to ruin my train of thought, Ollie. I've got nothing else to say. I had a lot, out the window.
Obviously, I'm being cheeky, as James Ward would describe it. That was never the nature of their conversations. As slightly different nature for Golubevs here. Click back to King 8 of diamonds. And note, by the way, the distinct difference between King 9 of diamonds and King 8 of diamonds. Of course, the fact that you can use both cards toward a straight with King 9. Can't do that with the King 8.
That's actually a really big difference, and King 8 pretty much never opens from that position. Also, when you raise and get flatted, it comes Queen Jack 10. You don't have to fear the Ace King because it's not a 3-bet pot. Sorry, graphical error, or are we going 4-3 offsuit in the cutoff?
Well, given that it's in the hands of Mr. Hussain, Randy, I tend to think that this is not a graphical matter, but more a discretionary one. Look at Jan. Jamming. Heaps. Only playing 315 effective.
Shall we go for a spin? 50-50, knowing that you got 2 overs and 2 deuces. That'd be tough. But saving some face, as you can see.
Certainly did not take long for David Jan to announce himself here. A force to be reckoned with already in the early going, and a threat, of course, to MISCIKOWSKI, who had been able to enjoy being at the top all alone here at this feature table. Now no longer the big stack. Fold it around. Jan on the button. Could well be that he hasn't looked, which is why we aren't able to look, given circumstances are ripe for him to be able to jam. Now we get the sense that he did take a look, but also having taken a look as OBRESHKOV, and the look that he took was at ace-7, which is dominated here.
We fight.
Yeah. That is the decision for David Jan, given the pricing in particular.
I don't blame him. He's seen David Jan play every single hand just getting to this table. Small blind versus button makes his stance. So has 23% chance of staying here.
Dominated with just 23% equity is the Bulgarian. To the flop we go. Queen 10-3, and that isn't helpful. Turn card, and the a7 only drew to a chop at that point, and instead pairs the 7. And that'll do it. As Stoyan OBRESHKOV showered
Small blind dead earlier.
You think the floor man's coming back to remind David yet? Like, keep it calm, you know. I already gave you one warning about playing pots.
I think it's time to be like, hey, listen, you're busting my players. I know you think you're doing us a favor here, David, but from a public relations standpoint, the optics are a nightmare. Now I got to rebalance. You're making my job tough. Just relax, David. We know he doesn't know how to relax. We've seen him shuffle chips.
Yes, very aggressively. The chips are like, ouch, just stop.
No one's stack is in more pain than David Yan's. I mean, they're dizzy. They get such a workout when he's out there. And 2 kings are going to get a workout.
Yeah.
Did he mutter something?
I thought he said all in, but apparently not.
Right.
Maybe just raise.
Yeah. Man, let's find out what the sizing is on that raise.
The same sizing he did before.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had this scenario happen a lot between these 2 players. Is he going to fight back now with ace-4 suited? Just thinking this frequency is just way too high against me. And before he instant mocked the ace-7 suited. Ace-4 got a little more connectivity with that wheel draw potential. Oh, discipline is still being exerted.
Yeah.
Nicely played.
I like to see it, too, because the occasions on which he has exercised that discipline, he was well served to do so, Randy, and that's a winning formula.
Mm-hmm.
Always comes back around. Always 370. It always comes back around. It's always 370.
It has main event vibes about it, doesn't it? 3,300-pound buy-in, not a 10K US, but obviously a big deal here.
Yeah,
at
still a big
this
buy-in.
London WSOP circuit event.
You get a real mix of characters at these kind of events, right? This price point. Big name pros, as you can see at this final table. Not final table, feature table.
But then also an approachable level for maybe some enthusiasts.
And also some of the on-live players, right?
Yeah.
They're playing online and they only come out if they make it into the money.
I like that format, by the way, Randy, in terms of helping to bolster live numbers, but also helping people who maybe aren't otherwise thinking of coming to a particular stop. Just guaranteeing that they'll be able to offset any of the overhead associated with that.
I agree. You know, and sometimes you come out live for these events, you only prepared 1 bullet, you lose in level 1. Like, what now? You know, it's not very nice to be.
Sometimes you defend from the big blind and flop second pair on an ace-high board and feel compelled to check call as a 17K follow-through from MISCIKOWSKI. First follow-through that we've seen from him after a pre-flop raise, and note, no accident, it's attached to a good hand.
UTG Open has a lot of ace-X. Barer knows this. But, you know what? He just is not convinced against this player who apparently has an aggressive image. Not the river card he was looking to be up against in case his opponent was barreling like the king, queen, queen 10 type holdings from UTG.
You a little bit surprised at the continue on the turn?
A little bit. Given the strength of his hand, he could easily have a better holding like ace-X.
The lack of strength of his hand might be the better way to describe this 7-8 here, which is now facing a river bet of 90K.
90K is on the smaller size rather relative to the pot. It does appear a bit milky. I think Barer seems to have had enough, but Not yet. Here we go.
So finally, relinquishing the 8s after the third overcard comes off. A little bit of stickiness
Thank you.
display on the turn as the dealer push comes at the same time as the blinds push forward to 10 and 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. Each orbit now costing 40,000 here in this World Series of Poker Circuit main event day 3, where we will play down to a final table. Ideally, 12 levels slated to be played today. Over 2 million in front of both MISCIKOWSKI and David Yan. Advantage once again, MISCIKOWSKI after taking that one down.
Do got that one gapper activating here in +1. With blinds up to 15K, he is playing off of a 40 big blind stack. Queen 10 suited for ward on the button. It's a hand where some players do defend here, which he does. Reasonable playability and great position against the 10-8 of clubs as he is dominating.
Nine, 8 deuce, all spades. Middle pair for Kabut. Checking it over to Ward.
The monotone textures, you do see the out of position player passively a lot. Queen 10 suited going to bet.
24,000. As the spadeless gutter ball. Bets quarter pot. Not going to get rid of Kabut that easily. Now the board pairs on the turn. It's actually a decent card for the 10-8.
It's a really good card actually because the 9X shouldn't be heavy on the button flatting range off of 21 blinds. Of course, the spade wouldn't have been lovely as well. It's quite tough to multi-barrel with just Queen 10 right now. Unless he feels he's getting check called. It looks like he's reaching chips. The bet is designed to attack the weak Ace-X with the weaker spade. So not the ace of spades, but say, for example, Ace-10, Ace-Jack with the 10 or Jack being the spade. Maybe some pocket pairs lower than the 8 that are red.
All stuff that would make sense. Third pot, if you do.
Good call.
Yeah. He does have the covering stack as well, which is worthy of note. Five. Leaves Ward right where he started this one, with Queen high.
Does he want to continue the story that he's got the goods with a follow-through? It would be for likely his tournament life if he does bet. Wow, Ward, what a play.
This is savage, Randy, but also very polarizing. And the fact that Kabut does cover makes this risky business.
Nice play. We got some serious poker going on.
Gets the winner into the muck, and Philip Ward, James Philip Ward to be exact, earned that one. And you can see that some questions swirling around in the mind of Pawel KABUT.
He gave himself a little nod, like, I made the right play. He's going
30 minutes from now on the delay.
He's going to have a shake of the head. Yeah, bad play.
Mm-hmm.
Probably didn't give credit for Queen 10 of Hearts to make a play like that for the third barrel, maybe two.
Who could blame him? Now then.
10-6 offsuit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're stepping out a little bit.
Not just some players, but everyone.
And an ace for Hussain in the big blind. Just flats.
Yeah, A7 would have been too excessive to just outright 3-bet jam. Does flop best against the 10-6.
Yep.
Does have a little piece.
Top pair against bottom pair. And perhaps inclinations on repping it. But remember, Hussain came out swinging against David Yan. Immediately paid the price for it.
But in this spot, he actually has a better hand. And it may pay dividends as, remember, Ami saw him lead fold earlier on the Jack 6-5. He might not lay down this 10-6 right now.
Or he might reference David Yan's success to employ a similar line.
That's crossing his mind for sure.
For now, just a flat. See what's what on the turn. Jack pairs and improves Hussain's kicker. But once a preflop raiser tears one off on a board texture such as this, our ace-7 is no longer feeling quite as cozy as it might have. As such, Hussain does check.
Maybe Ami Bear tries to attempt to get to showdown cheaply, given he does have a piece of the board. Don't think he ever thinks ace-x would fold, hence the check on the turn. That board is getting gross.
Hussain tends to agree as a four-liner. Makes things less attractive for him. Can we remove King X combos as a river check for Hussain and as such maybe activate with this 10?
It's possible. It depends if he... Yeah, he's going to try and represent that hand and expects the King X to donk out, you know, full houses as well. And he's going quite large, 108 into what is about 150. As the hands played out, it is still very reasonable for Ami to have King X, right? Like a King Jack, King 10, they would call a lead.
Boy, you can see Hussain recognizing the discomfort, having just
Nice.
268 back. Does find the call and a foot put down there by Asaf Hussain, Randy. And those of you who are at home, please note Randy's head nodding in affirmation there, impressed.
Unorthodox works, right? It throws the pros off of their game, making stances in spot, and really just one-up his opponent there with that river call on that very nasty board.
Welcome Webster Lim to the party. Another one of those Triton super high rollers. Finding himself just to the left of David Yan.
Can this table get tougher?
I mean, that image right there, and you wouldn't even know that you're playing in a 3,300-pound buy-in event. It could be 125K, 200K, 250K, as we saw earlier over the course of the last couple of weeks.
We feeling the rush?
35K open from Barer, who got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Now down to 750 to start this one. Hussain will sit it out. KABUT defends. Comes up completely empty. Does the 5-6, hence the check on an ace-king-7 board. Gut shot, Broadway draw, and range advantage. Little C-bet. That'll be that. Well, the Muck Brigade comes to an end as Barer looks down at ace-king from the hijack. Up we go, and pocket tens right behind him. MISCIKOWSKI. Let's see if we've got a 3-bet candidate on our hands. No. And snug procedures for the most part from MISCIKOWSKI, which, given your perceptions of his playing style.
Not just me, the other players at the table.
Yeah. But I mean, as somebody who is aggressive, this kind of goes against that. So showing that he's got some gears. And we know David Jan's got some gears. He's got some king-jack. Big blind. Let's see 3. Top set on a rainbow board. Absolute dynamite powerhouse holding here for MISCIKOWSKI. The trouble, of course, is for the time being, dust elsewhere.
And, of course, top set is amazing. He wants to build a pot, and you kind of want to just sprinkle out something out there to give your opponents a chance to maybe make a play at you or continue with some high cards.
It's so strong.
Just 25K?
Yeah, exactly. That's sizing.
He gets his hands drawing dead, in there.
Oh, and this is so good for MISCIKOWSKI and oh so bad for Barer, who had to take that 25K price. Sliding another 50 into the middle, 180 in the pot. Top pair, top kick. In dire straits, drawing stone dead.
Yeah, and Barer is jumping for joy when he hits that king. He's like, please, bet. This is just great news for him, but it's going to eventually see the bad news. No way he's laying down.
But do we maybe respect the idea that MISCIKOWSKI's savvy enough to understand that there is going to be some King X combos retained by the 25K C-bet and obviously associated with the opener, and yet he is still firing?
That's a really good point. Going into the river, as the King X is more heavy into the pre-flop Razor's range. The Jack is an interesting card, as it does kind of bring in some 2 pairs that would take out the Ace-King. And with the Jack also overcarding the 10, it doesn't help him getting paid off by 10x. So perhaps he tries to just extract value from the top tier hands that would check call once more. The ace kings, the king queens, even king jacks.
131.
Snap.
Well, expensive. And really, you feel used a bit with the ace king there, don't you?
Used. That's a nice word choice.
So MISCIKOWSKI, who let himself get whittled away as a preflop opener on multiple occasions, check folding, having people take nibbles away from him. When he eats, it's a multi-course meal. So he gets 3 streets with the top set. There's just 70 remain here in the main of this London World Series of Poker Circuit event, brought to you by GG Poker and Lux and Pay.
Yeah, you know, I want to point out something you mentioned was just him just flatting the 2 10s earlier, and I think his game plan is with these top tier non-get on all in preflop situations, he prefers flat rather than 3-bet, maybe get jammed on and not willing to commit with like ace queen, 2 10s in that spot. It seems to be a game plan he's been going after at this featured table. And 26, we do have pocket 5s into 2 9s. 30 blinds effective. Webster with the 5-4 off. He's short. He's out.
So then, 5s and 9s tangle in the action freezing ace, perhaps. Though some interactivity with the 6-8. Both players holding a diamond.
36.
And no freeze here, as Ward, despite looking up at 3 overcards, will follow through. 36 into 106.
He knows the 5s is clearly a vulnerable hand, lots of overcards due to flat call in position. He knows he can represent the ace-x from +1. With that added backdoors for the 2 9s, mandatory call as played. And we both have an open-ended straight draw with this 7 of hearts that comes right in there on the turn.
Yeah, it sure does. Kabut did make the call, and now with a check in front of him, let's see how he responds. Ace-X could very well check the coordinated nature of this board on the turn, just respecting the prospects of a button flat that might have that ace-X in trouble. So it's not to say that 2 9s are automatically good here, though they do have equity when they're not. And maybe we get to tell a story that we set up more credibly with a bet here. Kabut declines to fire, and what an awful river this is. Somehow a 9 rolls off, which gives Ward the straight and Kabut the set.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal spot here for Ward. Does check, though. It feels there's more value from inducing from broken diamonds on this 4-liner, which would have to do a mandatory bluff as played. And it would not surprise me that 2 9s actually tries to extract thin value as it beats all of the ace-x or random 2 pairs. He might also be thinking that 5x is so unlikely from the +1 position, and 10x would think about throwing in the value bet before the snap check. Takes the bait, and free chips. There we go. Nicely done, Ward. Just downhill for Kabut.
Yeah, very much leaning out his stack as he's down to 317,000. Still north of 20, but headed south, which is not the trajectory we want to be on. Now then, more playable hand. This time ace-10 suited as Ward takes it up.
Nice suited paint here for 21 blinds. We've seen a similar spot where an opponent flatted queen 10 suited. Maybe similar thoughts come into mind here. Reaching for the more aggressive route, the all-in.
And let's see
Hmm.
what the response is going to be from Ward was what I was going to say, but now all of a sudden with a couple of nines, Golubevs.
A very tricky, murky spot here because let's say he commits 300K. The UTG Open covers his stack, so he might actually have to play for it all. 2 nines does fare well against a short stack 3-bet jam range, but you got to keep in mind it's a UTG Open, which is supposed to be strong, and a cutoff jam, which is also not the latest position. Depends on how much variance you're willing to brace. Also, a key question is how little of pocket pairs are willing to rejam cutoff versus UTG for 21 BBs.
Note that he's also covered by Ward, and I think that obviously plays a part just in case he were to have come with the flat. Maybe Ward wakes up with something and showers them both.
This would be a big call here for ace-10 suited from under the gun. It's very possible that Kabut has a bigger ace. It feels like he's on the cusp. Ace-Jack, he probably would have just slid it in there. Ace-10 is that cutoff point for him. There we go. Great call. 58% favorite to take out Kabut.
I'm surprised to see it, Randy, given that it was about half of his stack. I mean,
Not easy.
and you see Ward immediately taking an interest in what it was that got mucked out of the one hole there. 58%, as you mentioned, and that will dwindle. As you note the 9-high flop, that's not something lost on those who fold pocket nines. And now the spade draw brings in a spade. On the turn, ace-10 drawing dead. You see Philip Ward.
Clearly a sign in one way or the other that was exactly 17.
Brief moment, looked like one of those TikTok cockatiels that they play a song for.
Didn't know
Although-
you grind a TikTok.
I don't. You know, it's always somebody else showing me that stuff. I want them having all my info. You know what I mean? And also, I got enough things that waste my time in life.
You sure do.
Not a waste of time there. Was the jam with the king-jack suited is finally Pawel KABUT able to find a pot. Maybe he's thinking all I got to do is move all in.
Got an offsuit ace-9 here in middle position for Hussain, who's looking to deposit some chips. A lovely Jack-10 suited right behind in the hijack. Freshly minted chips.
flatting. Oh, and now an ace-queen for GOLUBEVS, who's still stinging after his set of nines, but then the spade would have showered him.
Yeah, if he had won the pot, then maybe he'd be steaming, but he would have lost. Pat on the back, ace queen. Could be aggressive, could be just flatting. Both reasonable. His opponent stacks are closer to the 35-40 BB range.
Oh.
Fighting.
So a soft squeeze? No. Quite a significant
Meaty
3-bet
one.
sizing. 160. Obviously, we adjust the 3-bet sizing upwards, given the presence of a flat caller in between, in order to make sure that we're keeping ratios right in terms of pot.
Yeah, so when there's another flat caller or two, you just got to size up accordingly. You know, if it was just the lone raiser, he probably wouldn't go for that sizing. Gets it done. It's always nice to pick up a non-showdown pot with ace queen. 67 of 9-10 remaining. Playing down to an FT is the plan.
Yeah, water's this side now, yeah? Oh. Okay.
Raise, 35.
No.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Ward picking up ace-10 offsuit against the big stack UTG Open. One mystery card.
How much of a mystery is it for you, Randy? You think that there's an 8 of diamonds from time to time back there, or just another 7 or the ace of diamonds?
I mean, you nailed the range down. If I had to bet, I'm betting black 7 specifically, not even the red one.
Wow. Bold and daring. And on the topic of such things,
I was probably wrong.
Ward with the ace-10, and yeah, maybe the 7s would have given it a beat.
Yeah, definitely would have given it a beat. It was definitely the 8 or ace
Yeah.
to go along with that. We'll never know.
Mystery remains intact. Mucked around to Ward, this time on the button. Not facing an opener. He has Jack-9, suited 1 gapper, 33K.
Very playable Queen-10 offsuit going to come along.
Jack 8-6, top pair against the gutter with the 9 of diamonds serving as a blocker. 91K pot.
Ooh, look at the check back there.
Yeah. Balanced. It's the 4. Not creating any dynamic shift in terms of the actual holdings.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see an attack here of Queen-10 even with more sizable bet sizes. 55K. A check back on this board texture has a lot of just ace highs, broadways that can't really see bet too much. And the game plan for Ward is to just call almost all turns in rivers. This is one of those river cards that might make MISCIKOWSKI still fire as it brings the 4-liner. It brings in the 10-9 that would stab on the turn. It's just a very scary board for a check back, especially if you expect Jack X to bet the flop at a decent frequency. No surprise here that he's reaching for more chips, and Ward, a little bit of a decision, just the presence of his kicker being bad. 160 into 200. Kind of wincing at this board texture. Nicely done.
So then, the 160K bluff from MISCIKOWSKI, something that we hadn't really seen from him to this point here at this featured table. The one occasion on which we do, he gets caught. Direct result of the line employed by the Jack-9, the check back on the flop, obviously emboldening us to think that maybe we can get one through.
I told you he was aggressive. Data point 1.
Well, still over 2 million in chips for MISCIKOWSKI, who stands as the chip leader by a nose in front of David Yan. Lion's share of the tokens here at this 8-handed featured table, where Webster Lim's 24 bigs are the short stack. Been a bit of a roller coaster for Philip Ward. Currently sitting with 42 bigs here in this World Series of Poker Circuit London main event day 3, 3,300-pound buy-in, £3 million guarantee. Brought to you by both GG Poker and Luxon Pay. Ali Najat and Randy Liu bringing you this coverage live on a slight delay from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here on Park Lane, just east of Hyde Park, as Webster Lim takes it due north to the minimum.
Yeah, Ali heard you call him short, so he's going to raise and try to get a big stack.
Wow, Randy. Really? You going to try to paint that picture now? Huh? You know I don't do such things.
King Jack, let's go.
Hussain, of course, does do such things, and by that I mean stick around to see a flop. Not one that is good looking, whether you got the sunglasses on or off.
Advantage here for the pre-flop raiser. 3-3 deuce,
Sure.
clearly dry.
Some comfortable follow through.
Snappy. A little bit of stick.
Not a little bit of help though, as the 5 does provide the wheel gutty to Lim. Ace-10 still best.
I believe he's touching his chips with a lead on a weird card.
That is a little bit awkward.
I mean, he does pick up the wheel draw with the ace-10, 2 overs, in case he's up against a pair. Like this call.
That is the one piece of paint that doesn't hit Hussein's gallery, as Lim hangs in there. And let's see, Randy, after getting called on the turn, which certainly could be coming courtesy of plenty of ace-X combos, whether or not Hussain recognizes that and maybe gets after this 235.
I think we got our answer.
Look at this. Does he come with the big enough size? 85 into 235.
It is big enough, actually, because it's designed to just lay down these ace highs that has a mandatory call, picking up the wheel on the turn. He's not expecting the pair to fold. But Webster hasn't laid down yet, and a sip of water in between. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, not sure whether or not Webster's going to make anything of that, as he does go to the time banks here. And consider also that while having the opportunity to play against some of the greatest in the world for Webster certainly helps his game, he has a wealth of data on a vast majority of the people that he plays with on the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's a small fraternity, even with the VIPs. Here, Hussain, a bit of a mystery to him, and as such, the ace-10 goes into the bin, and one must pay respect to Asaf Hussain there, who found that river barrel after he decided to check, call, bet.
He's crafty.
He is crafty. That's a good word for it.
And he has won chips in spots that I feel like no other pros would be able to win, right? Picking up this one, won the pot against Tzvi BARER with the ace-7 with the lead. He's kind of like created EV that no one else can kind of grab.
Does he have cash game player vibes to you a little bit?
He does.
Right?
He definitely does. Definitely, like, just throws these pros for a curveball, and it's delightful to watch. And it seems very confident in his plays. This is what I always love to see, you know? Maybe you don't play the standard style, but, you know, you play your game, you ponied up the money to play this main event.
Mm-hmm.
Make it your own. 10-7 offsuit in the small blind. A little bit of a discount with the small blind being 10K, big blind 15K. Normally would be 50%. I thought he was going to come in with call, but he's coming with the raise to 35K here out of position with 10-7 off.
Putting a little pressure on this big blind. Kabut, despite having just queen-4, wants to take one in position, but does not hit this board as the 10-7 makes bottom pair for the lead.
What is this, 20 now?
Just chipping up hand after hand. 643 now for Hussain.
25? Pretty impressive.
Keeping that mindset out, yeah. I've been trying to bust this.
So surging
I'm just looking for another
is
317, that's all.
Hussain. Is this another one of those Dior hoodies?
It looks like one. I kind of want to go ask him where he got it from. Or is it Burberry, perhaps? I'm not sure. I don't think they make white, though.
No, I don't either. But, I mean, there is the checkerboard there. Maybe, is it Louis from time to time? For those now sitting back watching the stream going, what are the two commentators on about? This is quite a habit for Randy and I as the true London Fashion Week took place during the Triton Super High Roller Series. Webster, a participant. Guys tend to like to flex here. A little Hugo Boss flavor,
I see
by
it.
the way, on Hussain, who had that boss-like check, bet line that he took to great effect against Webster, who's a boss himself. Tremendously accomplished.
If he gets showered, though, this is like the perfect hoodie to kind of just clean it all up, doesn't it? It's got the towel vibes.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Wouldn't be surprised if he stood up and it was actually a robe.
It's just a hotel robe.
It'd be a sweet hotel robe. You ever use the hotel robe, Randy?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. Do you?
every now and again.
Okay.
Reach for a leather-bound book, a cigar that I'm never going to smoke, just to get the feeling of importance. Deeply fraudulent, of course. Imposter syndrome. What am I, Hugh Hefner? Okay, for a second I thought David Yan fell asleep in the small, but no, he's wide awake.
Do not disrespect David Yan.
It just for a second, there was like a motionless state. Remember the big yawn that we saw earlier? Generally reserved for male lions on the Serengeti. But here he is in the wilderness against Webster Lim, who just stone jams.
Not what David wanted to see with King 10 off. Close to 20 blinds. He probably feels this is Ace X heavy too. He's out.
Fruitful.
A fun fact, would you like to know, my friend Ali, about
All right.
David MISCIKOWSKI is that he was the chip leader in the on-live portion of this tournament when he
Interesting.
completed the day of those remaining 32 that joined this field.
Okay.
But he's got
Curious
trouble.
if you had to guess, as we see MISCIKOWSKI running into an ace-queen against GOLUBEVS, trouble indeed, where the chip leader would tend to come from, whether it would be the online side or the live side on the days in which the field consolidates. Would you have a guess?
If I had to guess based on who's been kind of playing the on-live field is on-live, just because it seems to be David Yan that got through there, MISCIKOWSKI.
Just general talent.
Just from talent point of view.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Well, the one thing we do know is that GOLUBEVS is in a great way here as MISCIKOWSKI now in position, unlike on the occasions in which we kind of alleged that maybe he was playing a little bit tight against the likes of Hussain, who he had multiple rounds with earlier at this feature table, does come with the C-bet despite not having much hand.
I think you're onto something is that he rather put in chips in position where he can navigate with turn bets or check backs depending on the turn cards. And check raise here, not surprised, top pair, top kicker. You know your opponent's C-betting wide, gets it done.
Yep.
He's been solid.
And MISCIKOWSKI just respects and concedes as real hands were in the air there. Ten-four suited for Hussain.
Webster's got the button.
Ace on it. 30K. Ward. Not sure what he had, but it wasn't anything he was interested in. Webster hauls in the orbit's worth.
I did see that David Yan yawn just now.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's a
he
big
did fell
one.
asleep earlier.
It's a healthy one.
There's a healthy yawn?
Yeah.
Okay. You making that up?
No, I mean, I'm not a physician. I'm not suggesting that one's lifespan is going to be prolonged by virtue of a yawn like that, but it's satisfying, Randy.
Okay.
The way you know how satisfying it is when somebody interrupts a yawn of that nature and you realize how dissatisfied You are.
I've never experienced this, interrupted yawn in my life.
Well,
But
you've not yawned close enough to me to maybe
have you yapping away?
place a pencil
A pencil.
somewhere near your
Really?
mouth. and then you-
Sharpened?
No, the eraser end.
Okay.
Fear not. Jack 10 suited. Sharpening to 30K. Now Yan, pocket sixes. On the hunt for a set.
Ace King suited for Ami Bearer in the big. It's going to look a bit squeezy.
Yeah.
Does he squeeze small or just 3-bet rips it in for 31? Big blinds. There's pros and cons to both strategies. When you jam, you can kind of just fold out these 2 sixes. 3-betting smaller does induce from hands that might not call jam as well.
Come on.
He's just going to outright rip it.
Yep.
In this spot specifically, the jam works out better.
Just the equity denial value of it and the fact that the ace-king suited performs very well against all but aces and kings.
And here's an example. Let's just say he made it like 9 blinds or 10 blinds or so, a third of his stack. And then David Yan thinks he's up to no good. He rejams that spot. Now he's forced in this situation to coin flip, whereas he could have just took it down pre-flop.
Good point. As we have taken it down to 65 players now from our original 910. Now, Hussain from up front. Not sure what the holdings are.
Do have a flat call in position. Looks like we're gonna go 3 ways.
So then, MISCIKOWSKI comes along as the 7-6-3 2-diamond board, that which awaits this 3-pack.
This is a big blind texture. And the big blind is going to lead. That is the chip leader of David. Oh, Hussain. Going to raise, and we know he's got this crafty style. Doesn't necessarily mean it's over pairs only. Has been aggressive.
That it has.
This is a lead and a raise in front of this in position flat, and for him to take some time, I'm thinking it might be some kind of reasonable pocket pair, like a 8s and 9s, which would be an overpair, looking to continue. But no, he's actually going to push it up even more, so getting set vibes. The 7-6-3 texture. Whatever his holding, it's never nice to see him leading, raising a lead and still getting 3-bet against the guy who's put in 0 chips so far on the flop. It screams strength.
He knows it. And into the muck it goes, this GOLUBEVS. With the mystery holding, Randy, but your read is set.
I mean, if you had a marginal hand, would you really still be putting in a raise with that heavy action? Probably not. If it's not a set, then most likely some huge combo draw with the diamonds.
King Jack now. Under the gun. No takers. Small blind in there. Big blind, rather, forgive me. For Hussain, the Jack 5, which turns into bottom pair. Up against the diamond draw on the Ace 8-5 board.
The diamond draw did raise from UTG. Can represent the Ace X rather well. 22K bet is pretty small, so Hussain should definitely be considering continue with this bottom pair. Good odds. Occasionally the best hand, which he has right now. Oh wow, he's laying it down. I'm a bit surprised given the price. Just was afraid of always being behind, I suppose.
I mean,
sometimes you got that feeling, Ollie.
It's not just that feeling. It's also looking up and feeling as though not just the hand, but the way the pot is going to play out. It's the kind of board texture where am I trying to go? Even the Jack isn't the safest of cards. Some Ace Jack might be a part of the equation. The 5 really the only card that leaves us feeling decent as you get a look there at the next feature table we're going to have, which includes the likes of Dean Hutchinson, one of the tournament chip leaders, around a 2 million chip stack right now, 2.2 to be exact.
Ten-3 suited. Gonna raise. These two will tangle once again, it seems. Maybe 3. I see the big blind contemplating his decision. So an Ace-Jack just denying the equity of these two hands, and he's aware that MISCIKOWSKI's been more active lately and just expecting the small blind to just fold so much with just a flat call.
And also not expecting the limp, perhaps, to be associated with anything that was
not
real
limp,
strength.
Not limp, Ollie. It was raise button, small blind flat.
Button did raise it?
10-3 suited.
Okay.
I know, it's unexpected with that kind of holding.
You guys to rack up and move over back to table 6, okay? Before the race off, all right?
Okay, looks like moving day is going to come prior to the race-off, as players are just a short time from a break and a level bump.
King Jack off here for Hussain. Much stronger holding than his last. Do have David Yan, the Jack 5 of clubs, coming along here.
King high flop, top pair for Hussain.
The snap check is so trappy.
Bad end of a gutty for Jan here. Neither player with the diamond.
Playing with speed and conviction. Gets it done. I'll give him a little free look at the king. And then the jack.
Strange, no?
They lobbying for another hand?
We're dealing one more.
All right. As you wish.
He was bluffing.
Something about this last hand is getting David Yan involved.
30K. Button raise. Picks up the Kiwi. Ooh, picks up an open ender. More than we can say for King Jack on this texture. 90K in the middle. David checks with the flow.
All right, Leaders in the main event, complete the hand drawn. Players want a 15-minute break. We do ask that you exit the tournament area at this time. Once again, 15 minutes.
This 20K is not going to be the end of this one.
You might see a check raise sometimes from the small against his small sizing. Check call though. Hits it.
Yep. No waiting as the 8 now makes the board even less attractive for King Jack than it was moments ago. Racks being distributed. Players will be moved elsewhere, and a new feature will be on its way in. But before that happens, there'll be a break, and there will be a lead from Jan for 55,000, Randy. And why not maybe slip some rope? We just don't expect the other player to ever bet without a 7.
Yeah, people don't try to represent the 4-liner of a 7 too often, just given it's a narrow part of their range. Also, when he check calls the flop, this card favors him, so he probably will also bet his bluffs. There we go.
That's it for the first couple of levels. Part of this first frame of coverage, 10 levels in total, will be brought to you, or up until the final table, as we currently have 65 remaining of the 135 that got started today. Just 4 levels into play in this World Series of Poker Circuit 2023 London main event, brought to you by GG Poker. Randy is going to step out of the booth. Henry Kilbane will step in. We'll take a short break, but when we return, continuing coverage, stay close.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
site, the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No
Keeping it very tidy. No follow-through barrel. Just a check. See what's what.
We'll love to see this Jack 7 put some value in here. Protect his hand. Vulnerable to the overcards. 21K. Ace King might not let it go just yet, just given the price and having the nut no pair is important.
And sometimes, if the price is right, we do want to find out whether or not a second barrel's in the chamber out of our opposition as we now hit the king. As MISCIKOWSKI, 122 in there, still checking. Let's see how the Jack 7 feels about it.
He shouldn't feel too comfortable with the king coming along, but still wanting to maintain control, it seems.
Yeah, 45 into 122 by ASSAF. Queen 10 does get there.
It does. Hence the slow play here with the ace king. Doesn't want to bloat the pot in case he's behind. Great river card.
Yeah. Clean as it comes.
I would love to see the Jack 7 kind of strongly consider check back on this river. Your kicker is rather weak. Do you really think like 9x is going to call once more? See what he's contemplating here.
Yeah, you can see, unlike the prior streets, now ASSAF is wondering where he's at.
Wow. Okay, I thought he was going to bet, but going to check it down.
Yeah. Note the manner in which he checks it down, though, is by simply turning his hand up, Randy. And when we're the in-position player, it certainly behooves us to just simply check back and force our opponent to turn their hand.
I thought you were a trader on the side. I didn't realize you're a detective as well.
You know, I do what's required, Randy.
But I don't know if he just caught that exchange, and he looked up at the board before he made that shove. And it was quite a large jam of 320K when the big blind was only 12K, and he realized he did some pretty poor math. Thought he was in that jam or fold situation.
The live misclick?
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if he played the on live event. Got 10-3 suited coming along. This is the same Tzvi BARER, am I right? I just can't tell with the hair like that.
Stand by, Randy. I have answers.
Because that guy has had tremendous live results. Just haven't seen him in a long time.
Amishai?
Yeah, that guy.
BARER?
Does that look like him? Can you do the photo check? I don't know.
That is him.
Okay, confirmed.
Confirmed.
Really big names out here in this circuit event. Saw some action on the flop.
Big turn for the big names as the 9 produces flush draws in both holdings here. Blind versus blind. It was just the bottom end of an open-ender versus top pair and the gutty, and now things a lot more interesting.
Yeah, you can see MISCIKOWSKI loves the backdoor spades to go with his top pair, what once was top pair, but easily can extract value from 5-4x, the straight draw. So here we go, check call. Wow.
And the 7 rolling right off as Barer just check called, and now mindful of maybe some 8x.
Yes, when you have the dummy and the straight, it's hard to extract value from worse. Gonna go show him the good news. For him, at least. Someone's upset. How's that?
That is confirmed.
And someone's happy.
And happy right now is going to be Beniamin POLLAK. 2 kings. Shoots it up. Standardized 25K.
Couple 4s here in the small blind. Playing around a 45 big blind effective for POLLAK. So when you have more stack that you can potentially win, then it becomes more inviting to come along with these baby pocket pairs, which he does. 7-3 suited too.
Oh, no. A jack high flop with a 4 on board, and this is disaster for POLLAK.
Excuse me.
MISCIKOWSKI. Bottom set. 87 in the middle as ASSAF came along for the ride. He'll be out of there.
It still is a really nice texture for the 2 kings. The small blind's kind of shallow. You kind of want to get in with him. Small blind isn't flatting like Jack 9 too much to have 2 pairs, so really only fear the pocket 4s and 9s. Jacks would re-raise you pre-flop. It is trouble. Big question actually from MISCIKOWSKI here is, do I check raise, try to get value from the pre-flop raiser, or potentially call and trap that 257K back behind?
So the 45K put forward is a lethal injection of chips as pocket kings are in trouble, facing a raise of 95K. Now, the good news, of course, is that you're not drawing dead. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straights, and the king, all available, but 14% is not where we want to find ourselves.
Jam, and we're going to see an all-in collision. Ouch.
So then, all of a sudden, $1 million plus in the middle. And the heart on the turn is the wrong type as 4 is full. Left the flush draw dead. Jack or a king certainly would have worked for Beniamin POLLAK, but in the end, the baby pair for MISCIKOWSKI showers the Frenchman, who suggested against MISCIKOWSKI in particular.
Yeah, sometimes you just get showered. Whoa, look at this A7 offsuit open up front. OBRESHKOV. Sitting on 11 blinds, roughly. To be fair, though, this looks extremely strong, and he must feel that players won't give him too much action, therefore doesn't need to worry about the playability, more of a pre-flop situation. I'm curious to see how Tzvi BARER responds with 2 8s. Looks like he's not letting go. But just with call.
Cautious procedure. As we're going to get our first look at involvement from Mr. OBRESHKOV.
King Jack coming along, very playable hand.
Stoyan ASSAF, OBRESHKOV, to be specific.
Well,
Krzysztof KABUT from Poland joined the party and flops himself to trip kings on an ace-high board. Obreshkov with a little piece. Does not want to barrel through, though, and obviously the 2-8s. Going to proceed with caution. Not trying to put chips into the middle with both the presence of an ace and a king on board and ranges that could contain that kit. The deuce, not of concern.
KABUT's been very trappy here, not even betting the turn. And they've gotten the worst hand to take the bait.
So Tzvi BARER fires 15,000 into 90.
Look at that slow play. It's a 15K bet. A lot of people get greedy and just think, well, there's not enough in there now. Let's just juice it up. And this might get the ace-7 to still continue. Look how small that bet is relative to the pot.
Oh, wow. The 8 from space. Now giving BARER 8s full of kings. And let's see if KABUT, with the arrival of the spades, left still not necessarily slow playing, but cautiously playing these trips, as he has to assume that flush draws are available in one of these 2 seats that he's joined by. And you see watchful eyes being delivered in the direction of the pre-flop raiser, who checks along with him. And now, who feels better about life right now than this man? We got to assume that any ace-king that was slow playing would be looking to bet at this point, hoping that maybe a flush is out there to pay off.
Yeah, it's hard to say because you do kind of see flush draws get a bit aggressive by the turn. Let's see what kind of hand he's going to target here. Is it King X? Is it Ace X? How much is that? Oh, it's a big bet.
100,000 into 135, and now it's just bluff catching with the King Jack. We don't expect an ace to behave in this fashion.
I agree with that comment that Ace X you wouldn't expect to bet for.
And welcome back for continuing coverage of Day 3 of the World Series of Poker Super Circuit here at JW Marriott Grosvenor House in London on Park Lane. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane now for this $3 million guaranteed event, where at present the payouts have escalated somewhat. 10,500 pounds goes to players who finish 79th on through 64th. So a pay jump just moments away. 63rd through 56th will be earning 12,000 pounds. And Henry, not sure how much of play prior to this point you managed to soak up, but there's quite a bit of talent smattered throughout this field in a 3,300 pound buy-in.
A lot of murmurs on social media as well from some real talented players. And how about the ones at the top of the chip counts? I mean, Dean Hutchinson, Christian Rudolph. Hutchinson fresh off that World Series of Poker main event FT. Rudolph, arguably one of the most talented young German players to emerge over the last few years.
Hutchinson, currently one of the overall tournament leaders in that 2.2 million range. A couple of other 2 million chip stacks are lingering right now as you get a look at those chip counts, brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker. Plan for the day to play down to the final table. And I don't know, you're not a handicapper by trade, Henry, but you've dabbled in sports. Perhaps you have a sense of whether or not you think across 12 levels of play, each level being 1 hour in length, will be able to get there.
I mean, that's the magic question, right? That's the question you need to ask the tournament directors, the guys that have crunched numbers time and time again. I did speak to Luca and some of the other guys on the floor. They reckon we'll get there. Luca not here, obviously, but this was the other day. Lewis as well.
Now, 4 levels of play are in the books. We picked up our coverage with 2 levels behind us. And coming in with 135 players and sitting on 65 at present, that means we've lost over half the field in 4 levels of play. But as the short stacks give way, larger stacks develop. And as such, deeper stacked play, which obviously requires specific hand collisions.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, right? You know, final 3 tables, final 4 tables, that's when you typically see the stack depth drop significantly because people play a lot tighter. They're under a lot more ICM pressure than they are now. And also with an event like this, look, 3,300 buy-in, not to sniff at the 3,300 pound buy-in, but there are going to be people who have satellited in 200, 300, 400 pounds, whether it be online as well, who really care about a 3K ladder, a 4K ladder, a 5K ladder. And will play a lot more, not money scared, but tighter, let's say. As Perez finds a beautiful rejam spot. He's against +1, but black 10s. 18, discipline fold from hand. I love these types of tournaments, Ali. I know, you know, in your years of experience, you've covered everything from, you know, $500 buy-ins all the way up to the £1 million events that you've covered. This is the real sweet spot for me because you have the mix of pros, but you also have the recreationals where they love poker and they get the chance to play for life-changing money. You know, the money up top here, £480,000. It's around about 600 and something thousand dollars. For someone that's qualified in for $200-300, it's insane what that can do. And this is what poker is all about for me.
Well, there was quite an interesting storyline that was delivered to us regarding Ludwig Hahn.
Okay.
He originally thought that he was entering a $50 satellite for an online series. Then qualified to the $420 next step, played the on-live day 1, and then brought 480,000 chips through to the live field merging day 3 that we find ourselves on here.
Fantastic.
Was sitting on 600,000 to start the day. Has career tournament earnings, Henry, of sub $1,000.
Let's go.
On Hendon Mob.
Let's go.
What better way to exemplify some of what you were just talking about in terms of the life-changing aspects of the Rex here, as we see Rudolph changing the pre-flop pricing in the face of the 40K open with the blinds at 10 and 20,000.
Yeah.
3 betting with the ace-7 up to 100K.
Yeah, Rudolph going to be one of the most experienced players left in the field. Not to do a disservice to anyone else, of course, but he's going to be the guy that is going to lean more towards applying pressure pre-flop because he knows there's a high chance that a lot of players aren't going to fight back unless they have the goods, and he can just get away with stuff like this. That being said, Hussain, ace-6 of clubs, but note the positions. This is +1 v hijack.
Digging in.
Yeah, feels like a, I don't know, feels like a dangerous spot to start peeling out a position against someone as good as Rudolph. Even here, flopping best, it gets really awkward.
Jack 6-5 rainbow, second pair up against just the backdoor diamonds. The 7 dangler is nice in terms of straightiness with 250K in the middle. Hussain checks over.
Feels like a really nice continuation spot for Rudolph. Small and wide, wrapped around that 6-5 as you alluded to. Backdoor diamonds as well as a significant range advantage. And straight off the bat, even this, Ali, a middle pair backdoor clubs. Sure, we pill one. What do we do unimproved across turn and river? It gets really dicey. Yeah, and look, even flopping best on a board that dry, just forced to give up the ace-6. And
Yeah.
you ask yourself, okay, if we're folding ace-6 on a jack-6-5 board with one club, when are we continuing? Are we continuing on ace-high boards? Well, hang on a minute. All of a sudden, you're going to be dominated a lot of the time, right? So much prefer a fold there. Don't want to be results-oriented, obviously, and I definitely don't know much about the young Dutchman, but I think it just plays a lot better as a fold or a 4-bet.
You see a little smile on the face of Hussain there, just conceding. But you're quite right as you unpack that one, Henry, about perhaps we don't want to dig in against a 3-bet if we're not willing to take a turn with that kind of board texture sitting on the ace-6, because the water feels even murkier on an ace-high board than it does on the jack-6-5 board.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, nut middle pair backdoor clubs feels like one of the best boards we're going to get. And also very opponent-based as well. You're against someone who is going to make it incredibly difficult for you post-flop. Perhaps something some of these players are unaware of, although I'm sure they've all been hand and mobbing each other throughout. I'm really excited for this. The chance that we have today to play all the way down to the FT. There'll be some fantastic storylines.
Now, on the topic of Hendon, Henry, Christian Rudolph, known commodity, playing under the German banner, I believe, and I know there's quite a few of those characters who obfuscate themselves from Hendon, hence my inability to find any of his results perhaps out there in an effort to kind of give him the praise that he has earned, preferring to fly under the radar.
Yeah, I believe his GG results are on Hendon.
Well, over at Card Player, 5.4 million in total career earnings for Christian Rudolph. 2.9 of it coming at the World Series of Poker. 542K at the World Poker Tour. 247 at the EPT. 65 total recorded cashes for him.
Oh, hello, Mr. Plusev. What a table we've got here. This is incredibly tough. I mean, got Dean, Frequence, Marriott. Seen him run deep on several occasions. Luxembourg run events, if I'm not mistaken, the Mediterranean poker party that they had.
He gets around.
He does indeed. He's also going to be coming into this incredibly confident home soil. Everyone would have recognized him from this summer. And when you are fresh off of a result like that, you're already living rent-free in a lot of players' minds, especially a World Series of Poker main event final table. And I think typically you're going to see people try and avoid Dean as much as possible. Note the Queen 9 offsuit open, by the way, a bit out of line there, but
sure,
you know,
a touch cheeky, perhaps. Hussain does not want to get involved on this occasion.
Loving the 7-card stud cap, by the way.
You ever play any 7-card stud?
Can't say I have. Not for real money, at least.
It's easier to love the hat than it is the game itself.
I can
It's
imagine.
quite tilting.
I've heard stories. I've heard some of your stories.
Let's tell the story, by the way, of Dean Hutchinson, the Scotsman. 2.6 million in career live earnings. 1.8 million, his best ever cash. Number 5 on Scotland's all-time money list. There are 4 Scots ahead of Dean Hutchinson at that figure.
If I had to guess, Ludovic Johnson, Ferraldo, be a couple of the guys with more than Dean.
No guesswork required here. Farkas ace-queen under the Romanian banner. Jamming 205,000 forward. No patrons. Getting Paul Volpe vibes, by the way, off of Rudolph as presented here today.
Plusev's a very exciting player to have in the field. Really doesn't care.
In terms of?
Oh, you know the old ICM is for poor people? Like,
wasn't sure if that's the direction you were taking us.
#1 on Moldova's all-time money list. 7-figure cash to his name. I mean,
he's also the only Moldovan ever to have a recorded cash, so that puts him at the top regardless of results. I tease, but it is a small nation, is it not?
Well, yeah, to put it, well, to shed light on that, there's only 3 players, including Pawel, with more than 7 figures in earnings. So with more than $500,000 in earnings. So, yeah, spot on.
Now then. Michaelis Andreas Michael, King Jack suited. Appears to be a raise and take it. Stern look on the gentleman. All business vibes. Perhaps suggested by the Carhartt t-shirt. Very much a brand aligned with the blue collar. There's Pawel. Plusev, 1.2 million in front of him, 60 bigs. I would not have guessed that flag. I like to think I'm pretty good at the international geography stuff. That's one that would have eluded me. I would have thought it was like some sort of a Romanian remix.
It's confusing. It does look very Romanian. Talking of Romanian.
Marian Farkas. Passed the ace-queen over to Plusev. And the 40K open being thought about. Ludwig Hahn does flat.
This is an insane structure. Just realizing as I see the chip counts around the table, just how deep we are here. It allows Dean to do stuff like this, where he just gets to see a flop, perhaps.
Sure. Michael comes along as well, so we'll play a rare 4-way pot for 180K. Queen 9 tray 2 diamonds, top pair and 2 seats, advantage Plusev.
Yeah, the good news for Michael is Plusev did open from +2, and he's going to be betting with 3 opponents behind, so this range, obviously, incredibly nutted, and Polar gets uncomfortable straight off the bat. Oh boy, 300K in the middle, Ali, and against someone like Plusev, no diamond in hand, gonna be tough for Michael.
I mean, the board stays arid. 300,000 in the middle as the 2 suspected to fight on do find their way to a turn, one in which Plusev is firing full pot.
I love this. Plusev just really recognizing how many draws there are available out there. You know, the 4 of spades now giving ace-5, ace-deuce, a gut shot. Hands like king-jack, king-10, ace-x of diamonds. Fantastic bet size. And also just gets to leverage all of Michael's stack on the turn and just send that message, hey, pal, you know, we're going to be playing for it all on the river. Note how much money's in the middle with 1 to come.
$10 on the river, some head shaking, Henry. Why is it?
Perhaps going to slow things down.
Do we suspect, though, at the price point of 300K that that 10 is going to be interacting with our opposition?
It would have to be specifically like King Jack of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds, perhaps some sticky Queen 10, but I mean, if Michael has Queen Jack, maybe he's keeping him honest with Queen 10. It does feel a bit thin, but it is Ploussev. And he seems to just know exactly where he's at here.
Yeah, note that we go from full pot down to 425 into 900, sub half pot.
I'm surprised to see the bet of this size, but he just seems to know. Just has Michael on a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack. Michael's done a great job of not giving anything away, by the way, in terms of body language. There's still room for him to jam. If he wanted to turn his hand into a bluff, it would be incredibly ambitious, given the size of the pot. Just going to call it out for Ali.
Yeah, flicks one chip out there to signify, and many more will follow as the pail filled by Ploussev as he made a real dairy cow out of Michael in that exchange. And that perhaps more than others might have earned in a similar spot.
Definitely.
Just based on reputation and ambition combined.
Yeah, I think the size up on the turn for full pot.
And that was not a paper cut delivered to Michael's stack either.
Yeah, that has to be close to chip lead pot. At least top 10 in chips, one would assume.
2.12 million, nipping on the heels of Hutchinson now, is Pawel. As you see the drop-off down to Rudolph. Klusman and Hahn both playing under the Dutch banner. Then Pedro Perez, plenty of talent coming from that neck of the woods in Spain. Michael, of course, sliding down to 7 of 8 here at the feature table of this Super Circuit main event. Brought to you by GG Poker and Luxon Pay.
100. Big blind pot. Down to that stage of the tournament now, Ali, with every table break, we ladder. Everyone guaranteed £12,000 now.
So with that now over 2 million chip stack, one might be tempted to presume that Ploussev is just spreading wings, but this is legit kit. Ace King, min raise open, Hahn set mining with the 4s, no others joining. Let's see whether or not Perez will make for an awkward third wheel. Yes, he will.
It's awkward, but Perez, one of the shortest stacks. Happy to just try and connect and spin the wheel.
Well, he has connected.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Of all the cards to find its way out from underneath the 10 of diamonds, a 4, which leaves Perez with top pair and then bottom set for Hahn.
I feel like this always happens. Whenever the card gets caught, it's just the deadliest card in the deck. It's very unassuming 4 of hearts.
And it's going to be even more unassuming, perhaps courtesy of the check back from Hahn. Some coordination on the board in terms of the 4-5 and the 2 hearts, a third of which has now rolled off on this turn. Might Hahn in position have been better served just to get busy? Nod of affirmation from Kilbane suggests yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. I mean, we're unblocking all of the flush draws, hearts and backdoor diamonds. We're unblocking all of the Broadway floats, all of the ace high floats. I think in position, Plusev's still going to have overpairs, multi-way, that check. And now all of a sudden, the pot's only 205k rather than being inflated and potentially stacking off against Perez. Wouldn't fault Perez for leveling himself here on this turn, perhaps giving Han credit for like a king-queen, king-jack with the heart, ace-x with the heart that he wants to try and deny against. But given how insanely good this structure is, I'm not sure how keen I am on just building the pot here. I do understand the desire to deny equity, as there we go. All the chips go into the middle, and perhaps it's the check back on the flop that's going to earn Han the full package.
Yeah.
Dead
Difficult to
indeed.
describe Perez as heartless in a literal sense. Lacks the flush draw, draws dead, but obviously gave it all he had in terms of heart, as the set is never drawing dead against a flush, just in case that's what's associated with the Spaniard's line here. And it will be La Ducha for Mr. Perez. Showers, that is.
I like it, Ali.
On the other side of things, though, delightful outcome there for those pocket fours.
Yeah, and with that hour-long clock, great structure, just to kind of put a bow on the direction that I was going with the 10-8. Just flatting there, we still have 15 bigs back. We get to see the Jack of Diamonds river. And perhaps it goes check-check. You know, Jack of Diamonds scare card. We don't necessarily need to stack off.
Check decide at a bare minimum.
Precisely, you know. And even having to potentially check fold, we're still down there with the likes of Farkas and Michael with a healthy 15 bigs.
So with the departure of Pedro Perez, we rage on. 7-handed.
Oh, here we go. Easier for me in here, of course. That's why I'm in the booth and they're out there. John R in the chat saying no rest for Ali, no rest for Henry, no rest for the wicked, my man. Although we did get a blissful 36 hours of rest. I don't know what you got up to, but I managed to catch up on sleep.
I went over to dinner as we see 61 remaining. I should say I went over to lunch at Kol, K-O-L.
Ooh.
Top 30 in the world right now, I think, which was delicious, Mexican-inspired with British seasonal
Bravo.
ingredients right here in Mayfair. And then made my way over to the Shard, which, by the way, is a lot further than one realizes from the Mayfair area.
Yeah.
Grabbed a mocktail, I should say.
Sounds like a very nice day out. Well done.
Yeah. Yourself?
Caught up on sleep. Caught up on laundry.
There's plenty of that after a couple of weeks.
Yeah. It's kind of embarrassed in the taxi, just, you know, when you smell yourself. And hang on a minute.
You're like, oh, that's not the cab driver, that's me.
Yeah.
As we see ace-8, Hutchinson thinking, yeah, that's enough for me.
Oh, yeah. Chip leader, ace in hand. Note the 3x, by the way. Perhaps a byproduct of Pavel being in the big and Pavel being as equally stacked as Hutchinson. It's just deterring some of those hands like this that perhaps defend against the min that can't against the 3x. Nice little pickup there for Dean. But yeah, it's nice, you know, at the end of a long series to just switch off the phone, enjoy time with friends and family like you did. And yeah, back today for this 3K. Super excited. And I know the party doesn't stop for you after this either. So
No, off to Cyprus for the Marriott Poker series that's going on over there. Really, it is back and booming, isn't it? In the kind of fashion that maybe we wouldn't have anticipated, given the deep impact that COVID had across a couple of years, especially given that not this World Series, but the one that preceded it, the first on the back end of COVID, many countries were still restricted in terms of being able to travel to the U.S., whether it was, you know, domestic border closure in their nations or prohibited travel to the States from their nation of residence. And this year, the floodgates really opened up, and you can see the brand alive and well, as evidenced here in London at this World Series of Poker circuit event among so many on the docket.
yeah, I think that's a byproduct of what GG have been doing for the game as well. You know, their online marketing, just trying to make it as fun as possible for both pros and recreationals alike.
Well, this is not going to be fun for anybody that decides to play for 200,000. They'll be up against a couple of nines. You'll need tens or better to feel real toasty. 2/3 of Michael's chips invested.
Yes, an interesting one for folks. Like, we've just secured that ladder. We're a ways off. Ace perhaps going to be ahead of some of the suited Broadway jams, but ace deuce into the muck as Michael does pick up the blinds and the big blind ante.
On the topic of the ladder, 1,500 pounds strong is 63rd through 56th pay, 12,000 pounds, and another 1,500 pound jump will take place once we get it down to 55th. Of course, Michael hoping to be among those that secure those ladders, trying to work his way back up. That hat appears to have been packed rather flat in whatever suitcase was utilized, like underneath very heavy goods for Christian Rudolph there. And I know the flight from Germany, provided that's where he calls home right now, isn't a long one, but long enough to really cause some deep damage to the shape and the structure of that particular piece of headwear.
Yeah, but it feels like perhaps it was left under a cushion by mistake, sat on for a good few weeks.
I was going to go 3 to 4 years, but sure.
perhaps the grind station that he's got set up.
Sir, can I get the...
To go back to what you were saying, though, with the fours, I think it was precisely COVID that got us to where we are now, where everyone was locked down for so long. Right. I know you have your little mixed game in Vegas that you're very fond of, and it's a social event as well as a skill game, and I think a lot of people are recognizing that, you know, life is short, enjoy it whilst you can, because you never know what's around the corner, and I think that's precisely why we're experiencing this little boom, not only here in London, but rest of Europe, America, Asia as well. Poker just seems to be at an all-time high.
The fun isn't going to stop here either, as the fun is being muted a bit for Plusov by Ludwig Hahn with ace-8 suited.
60 bigs effective, small blind v button. Feels like a mandatory pill.
No,
in
by
position.
the way, it was the pocket fours that gave Hahn this infusion.
65.
So the peel, as predicted, heads up to a 5-6-8 board. Top pair against the dummy end of a gut shot.
Yeah, fun flop for these two hands. All things considered, both likely to be happy. Not thrilled, but happy with this flop. Plusov, of course, ahead of all the ace-X suited Broadways on the 8-6-5. Does have the emergency gut shot should it be needed. You can see drawing live to the lower end as he does call. And also perhaps worlds where the board run out is scary and he gets to outmaneuver Hahn, but that turn card giving the Dutchman top 2 now.
look at Han. Looking to get Ploussev to fall victim to his own aggressions. No bite. And no help either, as the necessary 4 or 7 elude. And now for Han. Feels like it is time. 430,000 in the middle.
Couple of sneaky plays from Han in just the last orbit or so. Certainly someone to keep an eye on. Seems to have a few tricks up of his sleeve, especially against the likes of Ploussev. Extending the rope on the turn for Ploussev to make a mistake. Did not.
Yeah. Just bows out of there. So Han, spinning up nicely here.
Some big names rocking up today.
Talk us through 'em.
Lewis Spencer is in the mix. So Kiat Lee, Brandon Shills, UK Grinder, Ketzer. Saw Benjamin Pollak, who I hadn't seen for many years. I mean, I used to remember watching him, the high rollers, way back in the day.
Sure. Deep runs in the World Series of Poker. Main event for Pollak. By the way, Spencer, I'm being told, showered in 63rd.
Really?
For 12,000 pounds. One of our recently departed. Ploussev with the tempter, as David Lappin likes to refer to it, Henry. Ace-5 suited, solver bait.
It is very baity.
And perhaps a little predictable is the 3-bet up to 100,000 with this specific combination. Poorly timed, as Michael is loaded for bear.
Poorly timed, but we'll have 30% plus equity against the hand like kings. This is why this hand is as strong as it is. The computer solver hand, if you will, that you seem to see these pros take so often.
Raise 200,000.
As the 4-bet to 200k at a stack that one would assume wouldn't include a 4-bet range that is an all-in. Clicking it back, denying that 33% equity.
Do you think it matters? Do you think one would be more inclined with the Ace-5 suited to make a call if the 4-bet jam had come in, as opposed to the 4-bet that looks so milky?
I don't think it makes a difference. I think Pavel had clearly decided that he was 3-bet folding that combo. It was more so just trying to attack some of the raise folds that Michael has, which probably aren't as many as Pavel thinks they are. But yeah, I do see Lewis Spencer out.
Raise 40,000.
Oh, Michael. Perhaps his bid to claw back is beginning. After the 2 kings, he now gets ace-queen, raises it up. Nothing develops behind him for the time being. Oh, no. Christian Rudolph, 2 red aces. Well covering.
I think we can get away from this. I mean, this structure is just insane. Michael with 25 bigs at the start of the hand, opening from under the gun, facing a 3-bet out the small blind. And note the 3-bet size. We've seen a lot of this. That's how insane this structure is. I want to say the biggest 3-bet I've seen up until now is precisely this sizing. Not even 3x, which is just so uncommon. Perhaps leveraging the ICM pressure that is slowly building as well.
Perhaps also looking to induce some ambitiousness from that 470K back, Henry, in the form of a jam. And indeed, successfully does just that.
Bravo. Solid read, Mr. Najad.
And this is going to be very demoralizing. As first, it was the queen high board, queen jack against ace queen that cost Michael much of his chips. Now, ace ace looking to polish the rest off. 8-8-9, not the board. Running 10 jack, running queen queen. Running 8-8 for that matter would have worked, but the 7 will mean showers. And it's a brisk walk out of there. A lonely one, and obviously one that does come with a tidy 12K, but
yeah, I think the brisk walk, perhaps one of those spots after the fact that will be looked at. Always unsure with the ace-queen though. Myself as well. I know a lot of people find it tough to play, especially those positions. Dropping like flies here.
that they are. As we work our way closer and closer to the final table, which is still a ways away, but that upon which we have charted a course for. As we see here, Ludwig Hahn.
Right, 40,000.
2 10s. Takes it up. Well, now an ace-jack awaiting Hussain.
All options on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That being one of them does open the door for a squeeze behind. Then it gets incredibly uncomfortable with the ace-jack-o. But again, with this structure, I do feel like a lot of players are incentivized to just play tag. Don't take unnecessary high variance spots.
So then, conservative approach taken with position, and Broadway Gutty acquired up against middle set. Lack of a spade for Hussain. But depending on sizing, one would imagine he will certainly take the turn.
Yeah, not being tricky this time round with the 10s.
Sub 1/3 sizing.
So tempting to just try and ping a non-spade queen here.
5 seconds.
Oh my.
Raise 175,000.
And this could very well be the product of the sizing from Hahn, as yet again we see perceptions of perhaps bashfulness associated more with a weak hand, when in actuality it's the goods. First with the 2 red aces, a pot ago, and now with the set of 10s.
5 seconds.
And with all that texture in the form of spades and the Broadway combos, Henry, do we come with a 3-bet?
Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this hand selection. Like, note the suits: Jack of clubs, ace of diamonds, on a board like King 10-6 where Han has 10s, kings, ace, king, aces, and we don't. He also has 6s, which I guess we have, but not sure. Would rather have like ace of spades, jack of clubs.
Now, courtesy of the flat from Han, the 8 is allowed to roll off. Board becomes two-tone. And Han checks. And when this happens, of course, Henry, we do get these delusions of grandeur from time to time that may be a big enough barrel on the turn, and we'll take it because if real kit existed across the way, we would have heard from it on the flop.
Yeah.
But as we can see, that is absolutely not the case. Hussain resists the temptation. And now 10's full, and Han just praying that he's up against King X or spades.
Yeah, arguably the best card in the deck for Han, completing that front door flush draw. Now going to make it difficult for King X to get away from. Unfortunately for him, his fellow countryman was up to no good. Yeah, I love the jam. It seems greedy. We can see the cards, obviously. But had Hussain held a couple of spades or trips, I feel like the TV table, bright lights, big cameras, perhaps friends, family watching at home, seems to be affecting some of the decisions and plays from what we've seen. Not to take anything away from these guys.
More comfortable.
But there is always that kind of first time at a feature table, or perhaps, you know, fourth or fifth time at a feature table where you still have those nerves.
Well, do you feel as though those nerves cause us sometimes to lean toward heroism or to lean toward apprehension and not wanting to do anything that would be met with criticism?
I honestly think it's both. Like,
So it pushes us toward the fringes.
It pushes us towards both because, you know, you want to get that huge bluff through. You want to get that massive hero call through. You want to, you know, show your parents a hand history of like, hey, like this is what I do for a living. Like, leave me alone, mum. I'm not going back to art school. You know? And then on the flip side, there's also that fear factor of, okay, I don't want to look like an idiot on TV. I'm going to play a little bit more snug and just avoid being put in the blender. A bit of fancy play syndrome, which we're all guilty of, myself included.
Raise 50,000.
Suited one gapper from the button. Raise and take it for Hutchinson. Welcome to those of you, by the way, who are streaming today's coverage of this World Series of Poker Super Circuit main event on the WSOP official YouTube page. Go on and give us a like and a subscribe. Make sure that you don't miss any of what's on offer on that official YouTube page. As you get a look at the chip counts, we do have a new arrival in the form of Hong Ti-min Pham. 1.8 in front of her, by the way, Henry. See if we can get any background on her as we see Hutchinson up top, followed by Rudolph, and then Pham. Down toward the bottom, Marian Farkas. Really just been lingering.
Yeah, Pham playing a very comfortable 89 big blinds. Coming to this feature table.
Did manage to find results on Miss Pham. 131,000 in career live earnings. This suggests some seriousness to her poker. Best live cash, 77,000.
I've seen
That
it
cash
happen
came
recently. They had to play with like one card.
in a World Series of
Yeah,
Poker
yeah. So I was on a
circuit
tournament recently and it happened.
main event where she finished second
Might have been like a WSOP
up at dusk till dawn in Nottingham.
because the card was dealt down, so doubt
So
you're getting
perhaps
a good card.
more known here in England, where all of her tournament results lie.
Over by mistake.
We're going to say like this. She flipped it herself?
Yeah. So I have a look.
You flipped it yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, now she flipped your hand yourself. That's going to be exposed. That's going to be in play. I'm sorry.
Tough to play a hand when 50% of it is revealed, of course, as the floor coming over to advise Miss Pham that a card exposed by yourself cannot be replaced. Understandable. Look down, find a deuce, flip it up, go oops, send me another. It's not draw poker.
Ace deuce off, you exposed as this. Come on, one more shot at aces. One more shot at disappointment. Receiving word, by the way, from none other than Mr. Lee Davey himself that Hughesman's only ever played live with his buddies up until now.
So this is his first adventure into Gen Pop in the live streets?
It is, and I think, you know, looking back to very early in my career, and I'm sure similarly for you as well, I remember just absolutely dusting off in a few spots at my first feature table. The pressure really can get to you.
Well, you were worthy of such designations. I never found myself at a feature table. Never found myself at any real tables of significance, if I'm being honest, as we see the 2 overs in the open ender for Ploussev. Blind versus blind collision. Gutter. 5 would be disastrous for Han. Does elect to sprinkle 40 into 60 here. Try to end matters on the flop. Not going to happen. Third spade, 4-liner on board. Han does pair. Once again, Ploussev checks.
I was sweating that turn card.
Well, we're going to sweat the river free of charge as the board pairs.
Ploussev with just 9 high. No spade in hand. Doesn't really need to go big. This bet really designed to fold out precisely these types of holdings. 6x, 4x, 3x. That stabbed flop. Perhaps some like 10-9, 10-8s. I'll pick off there from Han. Gets shown the 9-8 and gets to see that the draw that he thought he was drawing live to would have sent him home showered.
I don't think it's bothering him much, especially given all that chocolate. Delicious. Sitting deep with just 56 runners left now, and as we look at the pay jump, it happens at exactly 55. So another 1,500 pounds can be eked out if you can simply hang on. And that is not what Miss Pham has been doing. 89 bigs suggests that she's been keeping busy elsewhere in the field prior to her rebalancing this feature.
Laddering half a buy-in per pay jump.
You can pay it.
Getting to that stage of the tournament now where perhaps people are already thinking about the upcoming shopping spree. The tournaments that they're going to...
spree. I mean, maybe if you're at Primark, but
wow.
You know, spree is rich.
Look,
I mean, you've seen the price
understand.
points on some of the designer goods on New Bond Street. A spree.
I get it.
mean,
I know
2, 3
Montclair.
garments.
Montclair's what? 2K, 2.5K, 3K
Oh,
a piece.
you can have a big bankroll dent at a Montclair, Henry. You got to run pretty good to keep afloat when you got a hole in your fiscal hole as big as the ones left behind.
I dusted off today.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Oh, you didn't.
Bond Street, I did dust off a little bit.
There it is. Yeah, truth be told.
When in Rome.
Arton Dadusha, by the way, joining the fray. Not participating in this one as Farkas with Jack 9 won't either. He has himself over $1 million in career tournament earnings, 263K, his all-time best cash. So we got a player on our hands. Of course, don't need to advise that that is the case when it comes to Plusev on the button. Trying his hand with 8-9 once more. Klusman out in the wilderness for the first time in Gen Pop. Most of the bidding done with mouse in hand.
It's really my favorite thing about these types of tournaments, Ali. It's that we do have people venturing out for the first time onto the live scene, and more often than not, they catch the bug. Come out once, cash for 5 figures, perhaps 6 figures. Get the heart rate up. Typically a lot higher than you do when you are sat behind the screen. It's different out here. You see these guys turn from online players to live crushers for a short space of time. There's always that confirmation bias as well, where you venture out for the first time, you cash for like 4, 5, 6, 7x you're buying, and everyone in the group chat's like, I told you live poker's soft, that's where it's at. And you talk yourself into it.
Well, there is a lot more that goes into the game when you're in person. I mean, it's fair to say that sharpening your teeth in the online streets, which are so technical, is of great use when you work your way into live, but there is much that needs to be kind of practiced and rehearsed.
Yeah, definitely.
Live.
When you venture out for the first time, you're like a deer in headlights, especially against experienced players.
Mine is always seeing the way in which chips get fumbled around when they're trying to be cut out and put into a pot, or the struggle to kind of know how much is in the pot because that math is done for you online.
And also just the body language. You can tell who's nervous, who's a bit inexperienced, who doesn't look as comfortable as the likes of that man.
Or perhaps who gambled on 2-day-old curry in the fridge.
Oof. Was that you?
Know? No.
Okay.
That wasn't me. But, you know, the nerve, sometimes it's a misread. It's just a bad batch of tikka masala that maybe is gurgling.
2-day-old.
It could be fresh, but just bad. I mean, you know.
It
is the national dish of the UK,
Christ.
Is it not?
Okay. Well,
Curry?
the tikka masala.
I believe so.
The curry?
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you know, we're known for it.
I mean, you might want to lean toward bangers and mash, haddock and chips, mushy peas, things of this nature. Wellington, but no.
Yorkshire pudding.
Shepherd's pie.
Pigs in blankets.
Is that the sausages with the phyllo pastry around the...
Yes.
Yeah.
You're a cultured man.
It's like a sophisticated corn dog at the end of the day.
I think we just ran out of, you know, the 4 things that we founded here.
There's not a whole lot
There's
else
not,
in the
and they were like,
culinary
you know, right, we need to start inventing some shit, and it just, that's one of the things that got thrown into the middle. It was like, oh, hey, look, let's take the Yorkshire puddings and the sausages we like to make and just put them together. Call it an English dish.
Let's put 2 red 9s together and call it a min raise. That's what Plusev has done as Han with a monarchal offsuit.
Oof.
King, queen, will flat, queen, jack suited. This is a temptress.
It really is. You're on the button as well. It's very easy to talk yourself into peeling here. The overlay of money. Looks like he's going to check the itinerary. Throws forward a time extension chip. Don't hate the jam. 25 bigs. You get the king queen to fold. Probably spin the wheel against the nines, but got to come with the call. Let's see, he is in rough shape. Hutchinson getting an insane price to defend. 4 ways we go. Bit of a square dance.
190 in the middle. And the 3-5 comes up empty. Jack 8-6 board. Top pair for Hussain. Hitting the side card. Not a spade to speak of in these 8 cards. 3 checks in front of him, Henry. We certainly would prefer not to take a turn 4 ways. Do we fire spadeless?
Yeah, I think small does the job. Monotone board. Don't think we're going to have big bets, and throwing in some checks as well.
Yeah, Hussain doesn't seem to agree, and then Han repays the favor of hitting the clean card as the king of clubs now puts him in front.
Yeah, frustrating for Hussain. I don't think necessarily did anything wrong by checking flop 4 ways on the monotone board, but does allow the hand in the cutoff that would have folded to catch up. Nice fold. Not easy. Very easy to get attached to the flop top pair. Bravo.
You do wonder, though, if perhaps the suggested course of action in terms of that small sizing on the flop in position might have dispensed with that king-queen and put that queen-jack in a spot where it would have been hauling in the pot.
100%.
Knocking on the door of 2 million is Ludwig. It is really the ultimate accessory at the poker table, is it not?
The hoodie.
Top 5 stack. Right?
After the hoodie.
The hoodie, of course, is standard. But the big stack, that's a bit more elusive.
Especially Ludwig, who seems to be a tricky customer.
Well, he's a customer that didn't even mean to be here, Henry. Thought he was just hopping into the online satellite, not an on live. And so all of a sudden, when they were down to 32, advisories about making one's way over here to London and down to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House for day 3, perhaps deeply unexpected.
It would be an insane storyline if he makes the final table.
Be a delightful one as we see 530, all of it, shoved in from under the gun by ace-king. And does this not feel like too many bigs to expect much of anything to be calling that is going to be in bad shape against ace-king, Henry?
Yeah, what's this, 20? It's almost 30 bigs, right? 26 and a half, sorry. I was looking at the size of the pot. Not too sure the 7-4 tank here. Using a time bank chip as well, which we've seen time and time again how crucial those time extension cards can be.
Well, under
Perhaps
10
we're on a
bigs
ladder?
is where Farkas is. And yes, we are on the pay ladder of 1,500 pounds, so they could be deployed here with the intention of allowing more time to pass, of course, Henry.
That makes sense. That makes sense, but again, like, are we playing for the 1,500 pound ladder, or are we trying to put ourselves in a position to win the tournament for 480,000 pounds?
Well, listen, respectfully, different people are playing for different things out there. You alluded to it. That 1,500 pounds could very well be more than they've ever cashed for in an event.
100%.
And as such, worthy of pursuing. As you see, nobody calling. Dedusha?
Yeah, 100%. It is one of my favorite things about these types of tournaments.
Blinds up as well. Farkas saying he's never used a time extension, but deployed with proper intention there. And the big blind and big blind Annie are going to be paying him a visit one hand from now. So we do see the big blind, the only of the two blinds that does increase this particular level jump.
What time is it?
On the precipice of a pay jump.
God, I can't help myself when someone asks me for the time. I always answer, time you got to watch, pal.
Right. Well, most people, I think, now just use the cell phone.
What do I do? It's like 45 minutes to, is there a McDonald's close by? I don't know. Like, we have just 45-minute dinner break. What do you do? Yeah, it's impossible to leave the... I assume? Maybe
You can get
I don't know. Like in Burger King.
steak upstairs real quick, if you ask politely.
Real quick, suggest a rare to medium rare prep on
Precisely.
the steak. Well done's going to maybe get you deeper in to the dinner break.
Medium rare. Ask them for the bill at the same time. Normally have it delivered inside 20 minutes.
You got to wolf down the beef in another 20. Not exactly my favorite. Rudolph asking whether or not the Golden Arches are nearby. Up on Oxford, probably 10 to 15 minutes from here. Such sort of disrespect of one's colon can be obtained. I know from experience. Did pay a visit on this trip. Deeply regretting it since. 65,000 as regret-free. The Jack-7 suited opens, smothering the hearts. Dedusha might be just taking his time as well, maybe being advised of the pay jump by Farkas.
Seems to be the case.
Yeah, even the exaggerated and slow muck trying to milk every single second off the clock that he can. Miss Pham hauling in those chips with aptitude that suggests that she is a bit of a lethal weapon out there.
Yeah, the Shades hoodie combo.
Yeah. Black Widow action.
Right.
Yeah, even just the crossing of the arms in that manner on the rail. This is, we're not looking at a rookie.
No, giving me real Trinity from the Matrix kind of vibes.
Oh,
like
sure.
Assassin, you know?
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
comfortable. Just keep an eye on her. Very healthy chip stack.
I don't think there's a whole lot of sympathy coming out of that camp when you get showered. She hauls in the pot, never feeling anything about your departure. Just
See you at the next one, mate.
yeah. If that.
I'm not sure the McDonald's would be my go-to if we're playing down to the FT tonight. That feels like a, I don't know, deadly little carb crash.
You know, obviously it's not the kind of thing we eat because we're looking for peak performance. We're just looking to stave off the hunger grumbles. Hussain, ace-8. Pause and a muck.
Yeah, once again, so many people have qualified into this from online. So do have a bit more patience and empathy, if you will, towards the pre-flop tanking. Not typically something I condone, but as someone that has been there themselves in the past, earlier in my career, when you do qualify into an event and £1,500 perhaps means increasing your bankroll by 10%, 20%, who knows. The Dusha with a pretty gangster rejam here. 21 bigs. It's a bit out of line. But I've got to give him credit for finding it.
Well, also, mind you that the pay jump might be something that some people have their eye on, and as such, less inclined to get involved in some spots. Farkas not going to be among them, though, as he is going to defend from the big with the queen jack.
I know you have done him.
You beat this time?
No, she didn't, sir. So then, rebate will be issued to Dedusha as Farkas's life here in the main event requires assistance, and it is rendered. Queen, 10, 7, top pair. Keep it king free. And now, for that matter, don't give me two pair, courtesy of a jack. That's the thought. And compliance from the deck. And Farkas, by the way, didn't look like he was sweating it all that hard.
No, I believe it was down to around 6.5 bigs or so.
After putting the big blind and the big blind ante out.
Yeah, precisely. In fact, maybe even less. But at first, I was a bit shocked to see chips go in, but it does make sense. A little bit of the overlay. There we go. Hear them talking about that 1500 jump.
I'm not sure if I make the final table.
What's the guarantee, you know? What's the money?
13.
13.
Okay. 13,500.
£13,500. So for those of you from across the pond, that's about $73,000. Last time I checked the exchange rate and inflation levels.
Any volatility on that exchange rate, by the way? Should you have maybe waited for the Bond Street excursion till a slight pullback?
What were we at? It's like, what, $127 to the pound?
I thought it was 128 or 127, yeah.
It's not bad.
I remember coming out here and ripping my dollars in half once upon a time, Henry.
Yeah.
$2 a pound.
Yep.
Then there was almost parity during COVID. Now, since then, the sterling has begun to regain a bit of luster.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not wanting to dive too deep into it, but I'm pretty surprised that the pound's performing as well as it is.
I got the surprise that one no longer gets the VAT back when shopping out here. Obviously, your Bond Street excursion would have been better served on the other side of the channel, in Paris maybe. As pocket fives flatting and pocket fours surfacing. Farkas fresh up to 400 plus. Just a min raise. Feels like a nice opportunity to hunt a sailboat.
I really am a fish, aren't I?
You know, enjoy that jacket. Just enjoy it for more than you could have had you bought it on the Champs-Élysées. That's all. Meanwhile, 50K ahead, invested. 2 small pocket pairs, 2 Broadway combos, and 2 players hitting a pair. Advantage Han with the ace, Plusiv with the king. Two checks in front of him. And $85,000.
Yeah, I'd like to see the bet hit. Really just gets uncomfortable. End up playing a bit of a guessing game on a lot of Broadway turns or diamond turns. Just deny some equity, make it awkward for King X, although Plusev sticking around for at least one street. He's in the big blind. It's only perceived to have the weaker range of the two. Don't mind going something like 3/4 pot, 2/3 pot. Gonna knuckle back and pretty surprised given the two-tone turn texture. Rusev happy to get this one to showdown if he can. Beating hands like queens, jacks, tens. Does knuckle through. Something for everyone to note. And note they will, the likes of Hutchinson and Blusev will make note of the turn check. The river check certainly more understandable.
Boy, it has been just a nice, slow and steady graph upwards for Han, Henry. And when these sorts of things begin to materialize, as we see the pay jump has been secured by the field, 13-5 will be collected from this point up through 48th. Occasionally you'll see players getting a little bit more liberal, getting a little bit more experimental, sort of testing their boundaries, if you will, at their table, what they can and can't get away from. Can't get away with, rather.
The more they chip up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the little upstuck tilt, if you will. The invincibility syndrome.
Yeah, but you're not up stuck in that spot, right? You're just cruising up.
Perhaps I was more so referencing when you do have a frame like Han has for the last hour or so, just seems to be chipping up nicely. You can end up being a little too adventurous.
Yeah, yeah.
And end up getting yourself into murky waters.
Well, you don't know where the line is until you cross it sometimes. Certainly would be the sentence that would describe the bulk of my body of work throughout the course of my career. As we see the 370 pushed forward from the button by Marian Farkas.
Head-on high-speed motorbike collisions, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Normally it takes something like that to rein you back in.
For those unaware, we almost lost Henry to such events out in Thailand, but here he is on the mend, and not sure that Han is...
Yeah, I pitch it with the structure.
Interested. Yeah.
I think if this is like a 30-minute clock, the ace-3 in the big, what was it, for like 13? Probably end up calling, but it's just such an insane structure.
Also, Farkas hasn't really been sticking his neck out or showed up at Showdown, you know, that often was something that would have been surprising. The Queen-Jack maybe call-off against Artan, that one was maybe. But he was in the big, right?
He was.
I mean, you know, he had a lot of his stack put forward already. So one can certainly sympathize with why it is that he thought maybe here and now is the time. As you get a look at the stacks. Hutchinson quietly keeping pace, by the way, with Han. Those chip counts brought to you by Lux on Pay and GG Poker.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Blusev dropping down significantly was on pace. I believe at one point even overtook Hutchinson. Byproduct of that ace-queen v queen-jack hand on the queen-high board at the start of this frame. But since then, things haven't really been going great for him, and not due to big collisions, just check calling, then having to fold turns and c-bets not working out. Still very healthy 60 bigs or so. Some recent eliminations. Preben Stocker, online legend, out in 64th. Brandon Shills, local grinder, out in 57th. Keep you all updated.
Yep.
Into the bin goes the rubbish. Now I know I've been in London too long when, you know what I mean, when I start talking like that. It's just inauthentic. You know, it's an effort to sort of assimilate, maybe a nod to the local nomenclature. But in the end...
Trash is trash, Ali.
Well, king-queen suited doesn't qualify as such. Inclusive. Cut off. 50 to go.
Sidewalk. Vehicle. Bottle of water.
Are you attempting to utilize American nomenclature?
No. No. You would know. It's very embarrassing.
Sidewalk, vehicle, bottle of water. I feel like I'm playing a board game. And I'm playing it poorly. King 10 performing poorly against the king queen. Han from the button hits the side card with a couple of clubs working as well. Run good alert.
Yeah, Han's been loving it.
Yeah.
Absolutely loving it. Market Breakdown saying, love hearing Forex discussed in the poker stream. Market Breakdown, feel free to get involved in the chat as Han does outflop Plusev. It's been all Han this frame. Got to be one of the tournament chip leaders. Should also throw out the disclaimer that anything said from both myself and Ali do not represent the views of our employers, GG Poker and Luxon, especially when it comes to Forex discussions. Although, out of the two choices of opinions that you'd perhaps be presented with, I'd listen to Ali more than the nonsense that I spurt out.
Well, nonsense is, if I'm being honest, sort of my lane, Henry, and I'd appreciate it if you stay out of that arena. Sensical things tend to cross your lips more often. In fact, I would almost say it's incumbent upon me from this side of the cockpit to deliver the nonsense. You then are allowed to take control of the aircraft, steer us back on course.
I do feel like I spent £300 more than I should have today, given that 20% VAT that you made me privy to.
Yeah, that wasn't nonsense.
Yeah. You know, it's just like, Quickly Googles, what can I buy for £300?
Well, also infers that he spent $1,500.
Satellite into this, you know, where I could have potentially parlayed it into a 480k payday. My bad. Won't happen again. The items were necessary, though.
Well, the raise is necessary with a couple of 8s. We do have defense from Hutchinson.
Very frustrating few orbits for Plusev.
Does have range advantage on an ace-4-4 board. Little c-bet. Find out if Hutchinson is going to keep an eye on him with the king high. A good one at that.
It's so tempting to just fight for every pot. And players like Dean and like Pavel are so good at fighting for precisely these types of pots. The king-jack, a bit of no man's land against the hijack open. The small c-bet could be drawing to running cards. It's actually flipping against the 8s, but note how uncomfortable it would get. And there are worlds where Dean perhaps gets to steal this one away from Plusev. After check calling the ace-4-4. The slowdown from the snowman. King high no good. Got a viewer saying that he's played with Han before, solid guy. Great question from Sauder saying what's the difference between the circuit and the main events for bracelets. And we got Mr. in the chat saying WSOP Circuit was founded in 2005 and then intended as a collection of events building up to the summer's main event, the World Series in Vegas.
And once upon a time, it only happened in the U.S., but it has since gone international.
Very international now. I mean,
we're going to the Bahamas in December,
right?
With the World Series.
You been to the Bahamas before?
I have. Back in the OG Poker Stars Caribbean Adventure days. PCA, let's call it. Let's keep the names of other sites out of our mouths. Shame on me.
You a fan of $15 coffees?
No. No, I'm not. I'm not even that big a fan of coffee at any price.
That is true.
Although it was employed on multiple occasions in Vietnam as needed for the wicked jet lag. As we see here. Christian Rudolph.
Yeah, but those brown balls.
They'll put you in the hospital. Facts. We almost lost a soldier down there. Spaken Sie Reis. Oh, north of the min, up to 70,000 from the button. And Miss Pham, pocket sevens. Could this be the first opportunity we'll have to observe her navigate post-flop waters? Depends on the manner in which she elects to react to this sizing. Well, we see a flat. Henry?
Yeah, call seems standard. This deep would be a disaster to have to 3-bet fold the sevens, and unfortunately it does allow for things like this to happen, but realistically the hand has been played how it should be in theory from both.
Disastrous jack making a cameo on the flop here.
A little close-up of Pham, by the way. Even nothing away. There's Rudolph. That's come out firing in the form of 25%. Sevens, no spades. Another one of those that feels like in theory we should be seeing a turn. But how often do we get to show down the sevens across turns and rivers? Should we face more heat from like ace-10, ace-queen?
So to the river we go free of charge as the backdoor hearts show up. Now let's see whether or not Miss Pham makes anything of the check back on the turn that might embolden her. Nope. To showdown, and by the way, that doesn't go down smooth when the Jack-7 specifically is shown to us. Pre-flop raise sizing of 70K and in such a bad way against the 2 sevens. And mild levels of annoyance. Nothing worn on the sleeve, of course.
Yeah, monster stack on the button.
Yeah, Christian Rudolph not struggling nearly as much as the hat is, as we've alluded to. It looks like it might have been utilized as somewhat of a stopper behind a car tire for a month or two, just to prevent it from rolling down the driveway. Generally don't turn to hats for such uses, but
I'm still sticking with the got left beneath a cushion. One day he was looking for the remote to the TV
Oh, there's that hat.
Down the side of the couch kind of thing.
That is the right read, by the way. Right. I mean, look, it's just desperately unable to reform itself. With a dimple also, from what I can see, is Hutchinson.
Perhaps it resembles what one feels like after having played 7-card stud for 12 hours.
Or years.
Just like deflated, out of shape. All of that cigarette smoke in the back of the card room. Kind of, you know where I'm going with this?
Yeah. Stud is the old school form.
Yeah, we're there.
Predates Hold'em, for those unaware, by the way. Let me see Dedusha here. 10-6 suited. Keeping an eye on how many remain and whether or not we might have ourselves another one of these looming pay bubbles. Next jump will be at 47 players. Up another 1,500 pounds to 15,000.
I don't know where I recognize Dedusha from, but I feel like I've seen him in some PLO cash games before.
Or a Liam Neeson film. Ace, King, Queen. The nuts for Hutchinson.
Okay. I mean, sure. Oh, man. The timing on that. Just, you know. You seen those videos where those unassuming tourists go up for ice cream and it takes you half an hour to collect your ice cream because the man has all of these tricks?
Ah, the Turkish ice cream salespeople. Sure, okay. I think I see where you're going. Chip tricks for the time being.
All I want is my ice cream, you know?
Well, all Dedusha wants is just a pot, which has been so elusive for him across this frame and across the entirety of the time that he has spent here at this feature table.
Perhaps it was from the Liam Neeson movie. Of the little verbal jousting. 49 players remain. Dropping like flies, but heading towards that stage of the tournament that I'd have to assume is going to slow down the overall pace of play. Heading towards those final 5 tables, final 4 tables where the pay jumps really do start to mean a lot, especially to the online qualifiers left in the field.
It is so easy, not just for you and I here in the booth, as we're so spoiled by the opportunity to cover these massive buy-in events with the bulk of what we're doing these days, but also for those at home streaming this coverage to grow very desensitized and kind of calloused and forgetting kind of what a 3,300-pound buy-in delivers in terms of spectrum and range of experience, demographics.
Yeah, guilty is charged. Am I? For sure. We've become very spoiled, especially post-COVID. And what is the next page? 49 left.
I believe at 47 is when we get the next 1,500-pound bump up to 15,000. 6-4 offsuit for Dedusha. using a time bank here. Not so much due to sensing that this hand is requiring tremendous thought, but does come with a limp. Now 7-8 offsuit for Farkas.
Have you played on the live stream before? No. Did you ever play on the live stream before? No?
Check back. And it's an open-ender against second pair. 7s and 8s is not what Farkas wants to make.
Yeah, certainly one of the more entertaining flops that the dealer could have found with these two holdings.
Yeah.
So 75 in the middle.
Yeah.
It's awkward, you know, we've got 260 back. Stabbing flop here with the 6-4. And being raised or being called all of a sudden. We may not get to realize all of our equity as the pot becomes inflated going to the turn.
That's 30,000.
It's going to fire out about 30k. 105 in there. What Farkas does. Middle pair on the 10-7-5. More than enough to continue, of course. As he does precisely that. 135 in the middle. Tadusha, the effective stack with 230 back. And this is where it gets awkward. Now that we've been looked up, do we really want to keep barreling with 6 high?
Just 230k back with the blinds at 10 and 25, representing less than 10 bigs.
Could go small, small, given that we have bet flop.
You can order food in here, by the way, but you can order off Deliveroo, and they...
Small, small makes sense in my mind. Set the price to just try and realize that open-ended straight draw. Because it just becomes so grim. Do we check? And even if Farkas bets something like 2/3 pot, something in the realm of 85, 90k, it just becomes near impossible. Checking does open the door for it to go check, check, of course. I kind of like betting small, though, once we bet flop. See how Farkas proceeds. Oh, we're going to get to see a river.
Oh, no. The 8 of diamonds after the check back from Farkas, and I don't know that there's a path to escape for his hand. Granted, he is the covering stack, so it isn't showers, but Tadusha.
It's not showers, but unless Tadusha goes all in,
You think a jam for 230 and the 7s and 8s are going to find the muck?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think Farkas loses 230k here unless Tadusha just decides to come with the near 2x pot jam.
Does he lose 0 from this point forward with the 230k into 135 by chance, though? Let's reconstruct it. Henry, some 6-9, some Jack-9 could be a part of what's going on here?
Straights, bigger 2-pair. It's 135 in the middle. I expect to see a big bet from the Tadusha. The question is how big. Unblocking all of the pairs is nice. You know, put Farkas in a tough spot with a 10 10-week kicker, for example. A flopped top pair that perhaps checked back for a bit of pot control. This is really nice.
Leaves himself 25K back.
205.
This texture is not lost on Farkas, and the fact that this line will contain a fair number of hands limping from the small blind, which now have 7s and 8s beaten. The combos, Henry. Agreed?
Agreed. Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, it's blind v blind, and there's going to be a lot of 9x, 6x that go for this.
25 plus 25.
Oh, wow, he's putting him all in.
Well, he's going to cost himself another 25K.
But it should be more than that.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Although,
Yeah, I didn't realize.
this is the third nut straight.
Yeah, I want to put him all in, but...
I mean, we can never fold, Henry. It would be insane, right? I mean, for another 25K?
I mean...
Okay, so it's just going to be classed as a minimum raise.
Yeah, but he still has only 25 left, so...
Yeah.
Okay, some clarifications here. The raise will stand. Granted, it's just another 25K technically, but it is such a meaningful 25K for Dedusha. Henry, and note that he really hates to see this because it shouldn't be tethered to anything short of a nutted hand.
Yeah, I think this tank, this isn't, you know, posturing. This is genuine. Turn went check, check. I think he assumes most 10x to just go into the middle. 69, there you hear it. All the flopped gut shots. I think this is more so just using up the time extension. Perhaps get a ladder before flicking in the call.
5, 4, 3, 2, 4.
Yep.
7, 8. Nice hand.
So then, the extra 25K gets put to work as well on Dedusha's behalf by Farkas.
Nice one. No problem.
Next ladder coming at 47.
I would not have told you the story about
Probably that hand or the other one.
Yeah.
Or we're splitting.
Oh, no, they're
Okay. Plan to go online. And got told stories, I don't know, like 100 million times. Like even Brazilian dudes that he could qualifier on that WSOP main event. If I got knocked out now,
yeah.
I called him.
I know. I will do the same. I'll do the same.
Just no, from the feeling, like, because he said for the qualifier. Was like, so, like, that's fine. Poker players are tricky.
Never believe anything in poker.
Yeah.
1 second.
And that's a Brazilian guy indeed, yeah.
But still, just because of that.
I know, yeah.
So normally,
47 left, alright.
Let's go. It's like someone tells you after the hand what they had.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, I don't care, like.
Mood lightening a bit out there, though Hutchinson's intensity remaining intact here with the ace-9, making it 65,000 from the hijack.
Yeah, byproduct of securing that £15,000 payout now. Heard the players talk about that 1,500 ladder. 15,000 guaranteed till we get down to the final 39.
By the way, what a development for Dedusha there, as he might have thought he was going to have to eke into that ladder with Vapors. Instead, got a big bite out of Farkas, who with pocket eights is going to look to pull off a double of his own, jamming from the small, quick flick from Hutchinson, and we're going to play for 4-10. 2 overs against the underpair.
Good luck, gentlemen. Farkas looking to get back up to 16 bigs or so after that blind v blind cooler.
Things looking good. 6 outs need to be faded. Turn. Remains sterile. River does as well. So then, you hear Farkas mumbling one more life.
185.
As these shorties sticking around is obviously pesky for those that are looking to break away. Such is life at this stage of a tournament, Henry. As you well know, and you've been on both sides of it. In there, meeking. What's the best result you've ever had in your career that you can remember in terms of bouncing up off of a low point, 1 BB into like a deep finish, final table kind of situation?
I've only got 1 cash on my hand and mob. That came in a WPT that I final tabled, but that was one of those tournaments, Ali, that I was never all in for my tournament life until my elimination in 4th. So I can't really say there were low points. It was just winning every hand, not through skill, but more so
cheating.
Yeah, aces against jacks on, like, you know, a jack 7-5 ace board for all of the chips. And
there
then
you go. That's clean living.
Yeah, those kind of setups that just went my way.
But online, maybe?
Online, not to name the name of certain tournaments, but yeah, on the bubble, down to 4 or 5 bigs, to then go on and win the entire tournament.
There you go.
Those are fun for sure.
But conversely, it's never fun when you find yourself in free fall. You know, one of the guys who's a chip leader at this stage and then can't seem to win a hand, and you watch everybody around you doubling, taking the worst of it, taking bites out of you. These things are tough to kind of remain composed when experiencing.
Yeah, especially in the UK, it's not often that a tournament like this comes round with £500,000 up top. Ton of online qualifiers. Perhaps GG and Luxon Pay are going to change that. Perhaps this does become a regular occurrence, but to go from one of the big stacks to then bow out final 2 tables, for example, is incredibly frustrating and demoralizing, especially after 3 days of play.
Also frustrating is the frequency with which I find myself looking in the wrong direction when trying to cross the street here and then almost becoming bumper chum.
Ooh.
Got an earful from a black cab driver the other day.
I'm the same.
Deserved. But, yeah. Hopefully I don't have to pay a visit to the NHS. Catch the Kilbane curse. Although
Yeah.
I wouldn't be on the motor vehicle.
You'd be underneath it.
Correct.
Yeah, I've accidentally driven on the wrong side, stateside.
Oh.
Typically, you know, land in Vegas, pick up the rental car, and then pull out and realize that, hang on a minute, there's traffic.
Headlights coming
my way.
what's
going on here? Oh, I've done it again. It does take a couple of days to adjust.
Well, Dedusha flicking his high beams here with the ace deuce. Pick up an orbit's worth. Oh, a little flare now off of the double with the fold. Don't know if you caught that. Some altitude.
Chirping chips.
It's a faint chirp. We're not looking at like an osprey or something like that. This isn't maybe a finch. small canary, something vulnerable to high levels of coal byproducts in a mine. You know where I'm at.
I do,
Although an
unfortunately.
osprey doesn't really chirp, does it? Chirping reserved more for the small birds. What does an eagle do? Does it scream? I mean, I feel like we should know this.
It instills fear in
fish
and 99% of the forest population. You've been watching those
Planet Earth.
I was about to say tourism trailers from, is it Kyrgyzstan? No, it's not. We don't want to go there again. But
Mongolia.
Yes.
Yes, where the golden eagle hunting
precisely
takes place, yeah. Farkas going to do his hunting with ace-10 in tow. Min raise. Plusov, king-queen. Unafraid, ventures onto the tundra.
Yeah, our version of hanging out with the lads is some mixed games in Vegas, in Mongolia. You know, you round up the boys, the horses, take the golden eagles out for a long weekend.
Yeah, don't forget that suede oven mitt. You don't want to get the talons into the forearm.
Oh, Hussain in rough shape here, dominated by both players in front. Does not want to connect.
Unless it's in diamond form, perhaps. Maybe some straightiness. Instead, a 10-high board, which he would be certainly within his right to think is one that suits his interests more so than the opener and the flatter. But he will knuckle. And let's see now, Farkas started this party.
I honestly don't hate just jamming here. It might sound pretty insane because it's almost 2x pot.
But note what the king-queen is going to be facing. 2 overs and the gutty. If we jam, far less attractive proposition.
Precisely. And now betting half pot. Plusov getting 3-1 on the call. Needs 25% equity. You can see he's got 26 three ways. It might end up being one of those annoying spots where he calls and then Hussain jams and he doesn't get to realize his equity here. Hence the king-queen hitting the mark. May also just think that his king-x, queen-x aren't working as outs for him. But this is looking likely to be showers for the Dutchman. Don't see him getting away from top pair here.
Well, if he feels like it's not the kind of hand he's going to be able to get away from, is there merit to creating fold equity, courtesy of a check jam, especially with the 9 of diamonds interaction, or do we continue to just be deferential, passive, call, see what happens?
At this stack depth, I think the straight-up answer is just no. Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to play turns.
Yep. The instant response to being shown the ace-10 as a caller is crap, and it's a fair one. As Hussain
does have some backdoors.
Yeah.
Jack of spades for a sweat.
The lights are dim for the time being. Let's see. Turn. And now the jack is added to the equation. You see him with a nervous laugh. Will he lay claim to this 790,000? A queen or a jack would make it so, but not the 4. As the GGs are issued. And Farkas. Finally, Henry, with a bit of breathing room, courtesy of having dispatched Hussain, who fought hard. Had only ever played live with his buddies.
Yeah, really happy for Hussain here. Little 5x return on his buy-in. £15,000 after qualifying over on GG Poker. So not just 5x on the buy-in, but assuming that the satellite entry was around £300 or so. Not a bad trip to Park Lane, London for the Dutchman. And also a massive learning experience as well. Going to be a lot for him to take away from the past 3 days. He's going to get to review perhaps some of the hands. And hopefully, you know, he has caught a bit of the bug. Plays more satellites into upcoming events. Hopefully that £15,000 will be a nice little booster to the bankroll. Give him the confidence to come back and do it again.
Next pay jump won't be until we get to 39th place. Another £1,500 pickup up to 16.5. Here we see Ploussev applying the pressure with an ace-8. Ludwig Hahn.
I would love to see it. Hahn's certainly been getting the better of Ploussev up until now. Thinks otherwise this time round.
It's the kind of hand where when you 3-bet, you just want to take the pot then
Right.
and there. You don't really want to have to play post with it.
Yeah, 100%.
Hutchinson willing to play post with the Queen 9, perhaps?
Is a min open from the cutoff.
Yeah. There's the defense. A wipe of the palms. 135 in the middle. And top pair and a spade draw well in front of a spadeless ace-8. Ploussev just looking to take it down. 30K. Sheepishly requests the pot. Hutchinson cannot comply, of course.
This is typically what makes Ploussev so difficult to play against, is when it comes to c-bet frequencies and applying pressure, he certainly seems to be one of the guys that doesn't shift down from 6th, even in single raise pots such as this. It's that small c-bet on the flop already signaling to his opponent that, hey, this is going to be a tough one for you to cool down across 3 streets.
How on earth? The ace of spades wouldn't have been of service. It was just the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs alone that were available as outs. And one of the two of those cards have found their way to this river on the heels of a turn check. And Hutchinson, of course, recognizing the now vulnerable top pair on the flop against this opening range, which does contain a decent bit of ace-x. Is he going to go for value? I mean, yeah. Get after it, son.
Sizable at that as well. 2/3 pot. I love it because all of the King X, Jack X of spade type holdings, all of the bluffs would feel like they want to fight here, like 6s without a spade or like 7s with a spade.
Right, it has a decent whiff of desperation, does it not, as played at this sizing specifically on the river?
450.
Hang on. Street poker is something that can be played on both sides of this pot, says Hutchinson.
Yeah, sit back down, Pavel. I have all the flushes, you have none, is what Dean is signaling here. There's so many layers and levels to this hand, and for both of them, I tip my hat.
King Jack with 1 spade comes to mind.
Certainly a hand that I'd assume would check raise as well. But Dean just really leveraging the fact that turn went check. He has every flush from the big blind, whereas Ploussev, after checking turn, is incredibly capped.
And note, by the way, that Pawel does unblock the spades.
The thing is Pawel is good enough to kind of reverse engineer this and realize that he capped himself on the turn, and that Dean is a good enough player to take a 1 spade holding and pull this move.
And that is exactly the calculus right now for Pawel. Is this behavior tethered more to me capping my range on the turn, or is it more attached to real kit? And you know that Hutchinson never felt all too proud of the queen once he got called. And this may be a 3,300-pound buy-in event, Henry, but that caliber of poker that we just bore witness to there could have been a part of any feature table at any buy-in.
Yeah, 100%. And I've really got to tip my hat to both players there. Dean just really pouncing on the perceived weakness. But then even one more layer to it, Pawel recognizing that, reverse engineering that, and managing to find the call after capping himself on the turn and just giving Dean credit.
Well, our next feature table certainly has itself a tough act to follow after that exchange. There they are.
Recognizable faces.
In the on-deck circle. Yeah, MISCIKOWSKI already had a whirl at the feature.
Getting down to the business end. Was that Toby Lewis?
I think it was there in the 3-hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trap 3.
He also was one of the players I think that we simply featured at the top of the broadcast. I don't think that he was at the feature thus far.
Toby Lewis, the Nanonoko Slayer.
Is that so?
It is indeed.
Do we need to avenge our colleague?
Perhaps. Toby playing a modest 25 bigs or so. Get the official chip counts when he comes over to the feature table.
Oh, for the likes of Toby, that is a serviceable depth, and one in which plenty of work has been done. 9-6-5 here as Miss Pham defends her big, morphs into top pair, top kick. Checking with flow. Let's see how Rudolph feels about 2 naked overs.
2 overs, backdoor straight potential. He's German. You know. Shout out the Germans, by the way. I mean,
they play a mean game.
They've been blessing our screens with some high caliber poker for at least, what, 15 years? I mean, you were there back in the day, Ali, when some of them, Rankemeyer comes to mind. You know, some of these OG Germans that were just in the mix from day one.
Rainer Kempe.
Yeah.
Schalabel. Sondheimer.
Yeah, yeah. The old school. And that's what can happen.
Dominic Nietzsche. Let's not forget him, as the queen is a very forgettable development on the turn for the likes of an ace-9 here. Rudolph instantly rewarded after being the aggressor with some follow-through on the flop.
Yeah, and not to state the obvious, the nice thing about c-betting this is for multiple reasons. 1, we just win the pot. Our opponent folds. 2, we don't hate it when we get check raised because it's not like we have a ton of equity that we could potentially pick up. But 3, we can do this as well. You know, we can pick up a straight draw, turn top pair. And now it gets really uncomfortable for Pham because there are so many gut shots out there. So many straight draws, diamonds being picked up on the turn as well. We unblock all of those. And we even block hands like ace, queen, and aces.
Note this sizing, by the way. Into 345 comes 275. And this is more toward the Chateaubriand end of the menu. Porterhouse.
Yeah, and I think the reason for this size up is precisely to give off that, you know, polar kind of sizing.
Now, Fam, non-believer, makes the call, by the way, can well afford to do so, but this is a stack that has her covered. Not that we foresee 1.1 working its way into the middle with 895 now out there, but a board pairing 6, which doesn't really change anything. And if Fam continues to be a non-believer, this could be expensive. However, TBD whether or not Rudolph is going to go for value. I suspect he is.
I think so. I'd be very surprised. I mean, you're now losing. Okay, it does knuckle back. You're losing to hands like 6-7, 6-8 of diamonds that picked up a diamond draw along with the gut shot. So we see him scoop in a sizable up to 2.4 million now, Ali, heading into dinner break.
And I'll tell you what, that is going to be an appetite suppressant for Miss Fam there. Yes, she was in good shape to maybe take a bite out of Christian Rudolph, the German, vaulting past Ludwig Hahn up to 2.5 million roughly. Going to be good for just shy of 100 bigs as the players head to a dinner break here on day 3 of this World Series of Poker circuit main event. I'll bow out of the booth, cede my way to Randy Liu, who will rejoin you with Henry Kilbane for continuing coverage in just about 20 minutes, I want to say. So keep it close. More after this.
GG Poker.
Why so many players? This is a crazy.
It's a dude.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker
Now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way. Что происходит? Что происходит?
Just yet, just given the price and having the nut no pair is important.
And sometimes, if the price is right, we do want to find out whether or not a second barrel's in the chamber out of our opposition as we now hit the king. As MISCIKOWSKI, 122 in there, still checking. Let's see how the Jack-7 feels about it.
He shouldn't feel too comfortable with the king coming along, but still wanting to maintain control, it seems.
Yeah, 45 into 122 by ASSAF. Queen 10 does get there.
It does. Hence the slow play here with the ace-king. Doesn't want to bloat the pot in case he's behind. Great river card.
Yeah, clean as it comes.
I would love to see the Jack-7 kind of strongly consider check back on this river. Your kicker is rather weak. Do you really think like 9x is going to call once more? See what he's contemplating here.
Yeah, you can see, unlike the prior streets, now ASSAF is wondering where he's at.
Wow. Okay, I thought he was going to bet, but going to check it down.
Yeah. Note the manner in which he checks it down, though, is by simply turning his hand up, Randy. And when we're the in-position player, it certainly behooves us to just simply check back and force our opponent to turn their hand.
I thought you were a trader on the side. I didn't realize you were a detective as well.
You know, I do what's required, Randy.
But I don't know if he just caught that exchange, and he looked up at the board before he made that shove. And it was quite a large jam of 320K when the big blind was only 12K, and he realized he did some pretty poor math. Thought he was in that jam or fold situation.
The live misclick?
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if he played the on live event. Got 10-3 suited coming along. This is the same Ami Bearer, am I right? I just can't tell with the hair like that.
Stand by, Randy. I have answers.
Because that guy has had tremendous live results. Just haven't seen him in a long time.
Amishai?
Yeah, that guy.
Bearer?
Does that look like him? Can you do the photo check? I don't know.
That is him.
Okay, confirmed.
Confirmed.
Really big names out here in this circuit event. Saw some action on the flop.
Big turn for the big names as the 9 produces flush draws in both holdings here. Blind versus blind. It was just the bottom end of an open-ender versus top pair and the gutty, and now things a lot more interesting.
Yeah, you can see MISCIKOWSKI loves the backdoor spades to go with his top pair, or what was top pair, but easily can extract value from 5-4x, the straight draw. So here we go, check call. Wow.
And the 7 rolling right off as Bearer just check called, and now mindful of maybe some 8x.
Yes, when you have the dummy and the straight, it's hard to extract value from worse. Gonna go show him the good news. For him, at least. Someone's upset. How's that?
That is confirmed.
And someone's happy.
And happy right now is going to be Beniamin POLLAK. 2 kings. Shoots it up. Standardized 25K.
Couple 4s here in the small blind. Playing around a 45 big blind effective for POLLAK. So when you have more stack that you can potentially win, then it becomes more inviting to come along with these baby pocket pairs, which he does. 7-3 suited too.
Oh, no. A jack high flop with a 4 on board, and this is disaster for POLLAK.
Excuse me.
MISCIKOWSKI. Bottom set. 87 in the middle as ASSAF came along for the ride. He'll be out of there.
It still is a really nice texture for the 2 kings. The small blind's kind of shallow. You kind of want to get in with him. Small blind isn't flatting like Jack 9 too much to have 2 pairs, so really only fear the pocket 4s and 9s. Jacks would re-raise you pre-flop. It is trouble. Big question actually from MISCIKOWSKI here is, do I check raise, try to get value from the pre-flop raiser, or potentially call and trap that 257K back behind?
So the 45K put forward is a lethal injection of chips as pocket kings are in trouble, facing a raise of 95K. Now, the good news, of course, is that you're not drawing dead. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straights, and the king, all available. But 14% is not where we want to find ourselves.
Jam, and we're going to see an all-in collision. Ouch.
So then, all of a sudden, $1 million plus in the middle. And the heart on the turn is the wrong type as 4 is full. Left the flush draw dead. Jack or a king certainly would have worked for Beniamin POLLAK, but in the end, the baby pair for MISCIKOWSKI
No way.
showers the Frenchman, who suggested against MISCIKOWSKI in particular.
Yeah, sometimes you just get showered. Whoa, look at this A7 offsuit open up front. OBRESHKOV. Sitting on 11 blinds, roughly. To be fair, though, this looks extremely strong, and he must feel that players won't give him too much action, therefore doesn't need to worry about the playability, more of a pre-flop situation. I'm curious to see how Ami Bear responds with 2-8s. Looks like he's not letting go. But just with call.
Cautious procedure. As we're going to get our first look at involvement from Mr. OBRESHKOV.
King Jack coming along, very playable hand.
Stoyan ASSAF, OBRESHKOV, to be specific.
Well,
Pawel KABUT from Poland joined the party and flops himself the trip kings on an ace-high board. OBRESHKOV with a little piece. Does not want to barrel through, though, and obviously the 2-8s. Going to proceed with caution. Not trying to put chips into the middle with both the presence of an ace and a king on board and ranges that could contain that kit. The deuce, not of concern.
KABUT's been very trappy here, not even betting the turn. And they've gotten the worst hand to take the bait.
So Ami Bear fires 15,000 into 90.
Look at that slow play. It's a 15K bet. A lot of people get greedy and just think, well, there's not enough in there now. Let's just juice it up. And this might get the ace-7 to still continue. Look how small that bet is relative to the pot.
Oh, wow. The 8 from space. Now giving Bearer 8s full of kings. And let's see if KABUT, with the arrival of the spades, left still not necessarily slow playing, but cautiously playing these trips, as he has to assume that flush draws are available in one of these two seats that he's joined by. And you see watchful eyes being delivered in the direction of the pre-flop raiser, who checks along with him. And now, who feels better about life right now than this man? We got to assume that any ace-king that was slow playing would be looking to bet at this point, hoping that maybe a flush is out there to pay off.
Yeah, it's hard to say because you do kind of see flush draws get a bit aggressive by the turn. Let's see what kind of hand he's going to target here. Is it King X? Is it Ace X? How much is that? Oh, it's a big bet.
100,000 into 135, and now it's just bluff catching with the King Jack. We don't expect an ace to behave in this fashion.
I agree with that comment that Ace X you wouldn't expect to bet for this sizing on this board texture. He's under-repped his hand, and he might feel compelled to call just because of that, right? He checked the flop, he checked the turn. He check called the turn for 15K, didn't check raise. Where you see King X raise a lot. He might feel obligated to continue, but how often is this just a pure bluff? Is this like a Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 from time to time? No spades, of course. Great laydown. King
Great
Jack.
laydown. And, you know, we find ourselves in water that murky as a direct result of not having defined our hand earlier, maybe leading out on the turn. Can certainly understand checking to the pre-flop raiser and the flat caller behind us on the flop, but then did feel like maybe that lost opportunity to fire and maybe find ourselves heads up against OBRESHKOV with the best hand had we bet the turn. Instead, here finding ourselves check folding, albeit properly, but to a hand that maybe wouldn't have found the river.
Exactly.
Well, if King Jack can find the muck, Certainly we know ace-7 could do so. Bluff catching even more so than the king-jack as played.
What's worse for the ace-7 here is that there's only one opponent now, whereas the other opponent had 2, just in case he was behind against the flush.
Meaning we know we can close the action with the call here, which is not something that was available to KABUT.
Exactly, and the line is odd that Tzvi BARER checked back the flop, bet so small on the turn, now is willing to risk it all when the flush comes in. Like if he had king X, is he going to be worried about the spades sometimes? If he had a flush draw, would he bet bigger on the turn?
Yeah, note that this 100,000 is asking for all of Obreshkov's stack back. His time banks have been utilized. BARER looking not to bear anything at all. We unblock spades as well. This is an issue.
That's a problem. I agree. And how thinly would Tzvi BARER bet? Is this a flush or only situation?
Flush or better, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this ever more value hands that you can't beat, like king X? I don't think I would say it's an ace X that's better.
Deep into the tank here. For Tzvi BARER, he is just dying to hear the word call. As at this point, we know 8's full is a guaranteed winner. So then, it is better to go through time banks than our last 99,000 in chips. That is an objective truth, as the Bulgarian Obreshkov folds. Fold it around. Jan on the button. Could well be that he hasn't looked, which is why we aren't able to look, given circumstances are ripe for him to be able to jam. Now we get the sense that he did take a look, but also having taken a look as Obreshkov, and the look that he took was at ace-7, which is dominated here.
We fight.
Yeah. That is the decision for David Jan, given the pricing in particular.
I don't blame him. He's seen David Jan play every single hand just getting to this table. Small blind versus button makes his stance. So that's 23% chance of staying here.
Dominated with just 23% equity is the Bulgarian. To the flop we go. Queen 10-3, and that isn't helpful. Turn card, and the a7 only drew to a chop at that point, and instead pairs the 7. And that'll do it. As Stoyan Obreshkov showered.
Small blind's dead earlier.
Little nod like, I made the right play. He's gonna
30 minutes from now on the delay.
He's going to have a shake of the head. Yeah, bad play.
Mm-hmm.
Probably didn't give credit for Queen 10 of hearts to make a play like that for the third barrel, maybe 2.
Who could blame him? Now then.
10-6 offsuit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're stepping out a little bit.
Not just some players, but everyone.
And an ace for Hussain in the big blind. Just flats.
Yeah, A7 would have been too excessive to just outright 3-bet jam. Does flop best against the 10-6.
Yep.
Does have a little piece.
Top pair against bottom pair. And perhaps inclinations on repping it. But remember, Hussain came out swinging against David Yan. Immediately paid the price for it.
But in this spot, he actually has a better hand. And it may pay dividends as, remember, Ami saw him lead fold earlier on the Jack 6-5. He might not lay down this 10-6 right now.
Or he might reference David Yan's success to employ a similar line.
That's crossing his mind for sure.
For now, just a flat. See what's what on the turn. Jack pairs and improves Hussain's kicker. But once a preflop raiser tears one off on a board texture such as this, our ace-7 is no longer feeling quite as cozy as it might have. As such, Hussain does check.
Maybe Ami Bear tries to attempt to get to showdown cheaply, given he does have a piece of the board. Don't think he ever thinks Ace-X would fold, hence the check on the turn. That board is getting gross.
Hussain tends to agree as the four-liner. Makes things less attractive for him. Can we remove King X combos as a river check for Hussain and as such maybe activate with this 10?
It's possible. It depends if he... Yeah, he's going to try and represent that hand and expects the King X to donk out, you know, full houses as well. And he's going quite large, 108 into what is about 150. As the hands played out, it is still very reasonable for Ami to have King X, right? Like a King Jack, King 10, they would call a lead.
Boy, you can see Hussain recognizing the discomfort, having just
Nice.
268 back. Does find the call and a foot put down there by Asaf Hussain. Well, the Muck Brigade comes to an end as Bearer looks down at Ace-King from the hijack. Up we go, and pocket 10's right behind him, MISCIKOWSKI. Let's see if we've got a 3-bet candidate on our hands. No. And snug procedures for the most part from MISCIKOWSKI, which, given your perceptions of his playing style.
Not just me, the other players at the table.
Yeah. But I mean, as somebody who is aggressive, this kind of goes against that. So showing that he's got some gears. And we know David Yan's got some gears. He's got some King Jack. Big blind. Let's see 3. Top set on a rainbow board. Absolute dynamite powerhouse holding here for MISCIKOWSKI. The trouble, of course, is for the time being, dust elsewhere.
And, of course, top set is amazing. he wants to build a pot, and you kind of want to just sprinkle out something out there to give your opponents a chance to maybe make a play at you or continue with some high cards.
It's so strong.
Just 25K?
Yeah, exactly. That's sizing.
He gets his hands drawing dead, you know, in there.
Oh, and this is so good for MISCIKOWSKI and oh so bad for Barer, who had to take that 25K price. Sliding another 50 into the middle, 180 in the pot. Top pair, top kick. In dire straits, drawing stone dead.
Yeah, and Barer is jumping for joy when he hits that king. He's like, please, bet. This is just great news for him, but it's going to eventually see the bad news. No way he's laying down.
But do we maybe respect the idea that MISCIKOWSKI's savvy enough to understand that there is going to be some King X combos retained by the 25K C-bet and obviously associated with the opener, and yet he is still firing?
That's a really good point. Going into the river, as the King X is more heavy into the pre-flop Razor's range. The Jack is an interesting card, as it does kind of bring in some two pairs that would take out the Ace King. And with the Jack also overcarding the 10, it doesn't help him getting paid off by 10x. So perhaps he tries to just extract value from the top tier hands that would check call once more. The Ace Kings, the King Queens, even King Jacks. Snap.
Well, expensive. And really, you feel used a bit with the Ace King there, don't you?
Used. That's a nice word. Yeah, you know, I want to point out something you mentioned was just him just flatting the 2 10s earlier, and I think his game plan is with these top tier non-get all in pre-flop situations, he prefers flat rather than 3-bet. Maybe get jammed on and not willing to commit with like Ace Queen, 2 10s in that spot. Seems to be a game plan he's been going after at this featured table. And 26, we do have pocket 5s into 2 9s. 30 blinds effective. Webster with the 5-4 off. He's short. He's out.
So then, 5s and 9s. Tangle and the action freezing ace, perhaps? Though some interactivity with the 6-8. Both players holding a diamond. And no freeze here, as Ward, despite looking up at 3 overcards, will follow through. 36 into 106.
He knows the 5s is clearly a vulnerable hand, lots of overcards due to flat call in position. He knows he can represent the Ace X from +1. With that added backdoors for the 2 9s, mandatory call as played. And we both have an open-ended straight draw with this 7 of hearts that comes right in there on the turn.
Yeah, it sure does. Kabut did make the call, and now with a check in front of him, let's see how he responds. Ace X could very well check the coordinated nature of this board on the turn, just respecting the prospects of a button flat that might have that Ace X in trouble. So it's not to say that 2 9s are automatically good here, though they do have equity when they're not. And maybe we get to tell a story that we set up more credibly with a bet here. Kabut declines to fire, and what an awful river this is. Somehow a 9 rolls off, which gives Ward the straight and Kabut the set.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal spot here for Ward. Does check, though. It feels there's more value from inducing from broken diamonds on this four-liner, which would have to do a mandatory bluff as played. And it would not surprise me that 2-9s actually tries to extract thin value as it beats all of the ace-x or random 2 pairs. He might also be thinking that 5x is so unlikely from the +1 position, and 10x would think about throwing in the value bet before the snap check. Takes the bait, and free chips. There we go. Nicely done, Ward. Just downhill for KABUT.
Yeah. Very much leaning out his stack as he's down to 317,000. Still north of 20, but headed. Now then, more playable hand. This time ace-10 suited as Ward takes it up.
Nice suited paint here for 21 blinds. We've seen a similar spot where an opponent flatted Queen-10 suited. Maybe similar thoughts come into mind here. Reaching for the more aggressive route, the all-in.
And let's see what the response is going to be from Ward, was what I was going to say, but now all of a sudden with a couple of 9s. GOLUBEVS.
A very tricky, murky spot here because let's say he commits 300K. The UTG Open covers his stack, so he might actually have to play for it all. 2-9s does fare well against a short stack 3-bet jam range, but you got to keep in mind it's a UTG Open, which is supposed to be strong, and a cutoff jam, which is also not the latest position. Depends on how much variance you're willing to brace. Also, a key question is how little of pocket pairs are willing to rejam cutoff versus UTG for 21 BBs.
Note that he's also covered by Ward, and I think that obviously plays a part, just in case he were to have come with the flat. Maybe Ward wakes up with something and showers them both.
This would be a big call here for ace-10 suited from under the gun. It's very possible that KABUT has a bigger ace. It feels like he's on the cusp. Ace-Jack, he probably would have just slid it in there. Ace-10 is that cutoff point for him. There we go. Great call. 58% favorite to take out KABUT.
I'm surprised to see it, Randy, given that it was about half of his stack. I mean...
Not easy.
And you see Ward immediately taking an interest in what it was that got mucked out of the one hole there. 58%, as you mentioned, and that will dwindle. As you note the 9-high flop, that's not something lost on those who fold pocket 9s. And now the spade draw brings in a spade. On the turn, ace-10, drawing dead. You see Philip Ward. Brief moment, looked like one of those TikTok cockatiels that they play a song for.
Didn't know you grind a TikTok.
I don't. You know, it's always somebody else showing. Mystery remains intact. Mucked around a ward, this time on the button. Not facing an opener. He has Jack-9, suited one gapper, 33K.
Very playable Queen-10 offsuit going to come along.
Jack 8-6, top pair against the gutter with the 9 of diamonds serving as a blocker. 91K pot.
Ooh, look at the check back there.
Yeah. Balanced. It's the 4. Not creating any dynamic shift in terms of the actual holdings.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see an attack here of Queen-10 even with more sizable bet sizes. 55K. A check back on this board texture has a lot of just ace highs, broadways that can't really see bet too much. And the game plan for Ward is to just call almost all turns in rivers. This is one of those river cards that might make MISCIKOWSKI still fire as it brings the 4-liner. It brings in the 10-9 that would stab on the turn. It's just a very scary board for a check back, especially if you expect Jack X to bet the flop at a decent frequency. No surprise here that he's reaching for more chips, and Ward, a little bit of a decision, just the presence of his kicker being bad. 160 into 200. Kind of wincing at this board texture. Nicely done.
So then, the 160K bluff from MISCIKOWSKI, something that we hadn't really seen from him to this point here at this featured table. The one occasion on which we do, he gets caught. Direct result of the both GG Poker and Luxon Pay, Ali Najat and Randy Liu, bringing you this coverage live on a slight delay from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here on Park Lane, just east of Hyde Park, as Webster Lim takes it due north to the minimum.
Yeah, Ali, heard you call him short, so he's going to raise and try to get a big stack.
Wow, Randy. Really? You going to try to paint that picture now? Huh? You know I don't do such things.
King Jack, let's go.
Hussain, of course, does do such things, and by that I mean stick around to see a flop. Not one that is good looking, whether you got the sunglasses on or off.
Advantage here for the pre-flop raiser. 3-3 deuce,
Sure.
Clearly dry.
Some comfortable follow through.
Snappy. A little bit of stick.
Not a little bit of help though, as the 5 does provide the wheel gutty to Lim. Ace 10 still best.
I believe he's touching his chips with a lead on a weird card.
That is a little bit awkward.
I mean, he does pick up the wheel draw with the ace 10, 2 overs, in case he's up against a pair. Like this call.
That is the one piece of paint that doesn't hit Hussein's gallery as Lim hangs in there. And let's see, Randy, after getting called on the turn, which certainly could be coming courtesy of plenty of ace-X combos, whether or not Hussain recognizes that and maybe gets after this 235.
I think we got our answer.
Look at this. Does he come with the big enough size? 85 into 235.
It is big enough, actually, because it's designed to just lay down these ace highs that has a mandatory call, picking up the wheel on the turn. He's not expecting the pair to fold. But Webster hasn't laid down yet, and a sip of water in between. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, not sure whether or not Webster's going to make anything of that, as he does go to the time banks here. And consider also that while having the opportunity to play against some of the greatest in the world for Webster certainly helps his game, he has a wealth of data on a vast majority of the people that he plays with on the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's a small fraternity, even with the VIPs. Here, Hussain, a bit of a mystery to him, and as such, the ace-10 goes into the bin, and one must pay respect to Asaf Hussain there. I would have thought it was like some sort of a Romanian remix.
It's confusing. It does look very Romanian. Talking of Romanian.
Marian Farkas passed the ace-queen over to Plusov. And the 40K Open being thought about. Ludwig Hahn does flat.
This is an insane structure. Just realizing as I see the chip counts around the table, just how deep we are here. It allows Dean to do stuff like this, where he just gets to see a flop, perhaps.
Sure. Michael comes along as well, so we'll play a rare four-way pot for 180K. Queen 9 tray, 2 diamonds. Top pair and 2 seats. Advantage Plusov.
Yeah, the good news for Michael is Plusov did open from +2, and he's going to be betting with 3 opponents behind, so this range, obviously, incredibly nutted, and Polar gets uncomfortable straight off the bat. Oh boy, 300K in the middle, Ali, and against someone like Plusov, no diamond in hand, gonna be tough for Michael.
I mean, the board stays arid. 300,000 in the middle as the two suspected to fight on do find their way to a turn, one in which Plusov is firing full pot.
I love this. Plusov just really recognizing how many draws there are available out there. You know, the 4 of spades now giving ace-5, ace-deuce, a gut shot. Hands like king-jack, king-10, ace-x of diamonds. Fantastic bet size. And also just gets to leverage all of Michael's stack on the turn and just send that message, hey, pal, you know, we're going to be playing for it all on the river. Note how much money's in the middle with 1 to come.
$10 on the river, some head shaking, Henry. Why is it?
Perhaps going to slow things down.
Do we suspect, though, at the price point of 300K that 10 is going to be interacting with our opposition?
It would have to be specifically like king-jack of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds, perhaps some sticky queen-10, but I mean, if Michael has Queen Jack, maybe he's keeping him honest with Queen 10. It does feel a bit thin, but it is Plushev. And he seems to just know exactly where he's at here.
Yeah, note that we go from full pot down to 425 into 900, sub half pot.
I'm surprised to see the bet of this size, but he just seems to know. Just has Michael on a hand like King, Queen, Queen, Jack. Michael's done a great job of not giving anything away, by the way, in terms of body language. There's still room for him to jam. If he wanted to turn his hand into a bluff, would be incredibly ambitious, given the size of the pot. Just going to call it out for Ali.
Yeah, flicks one chip out there to signify, and many more will follow as the pail filled by Plushev as he made a real dairy cow out of Michael in that XGG poker and Lux on pay.
100. Big blind pot. Down to that stage of the tournament now, Ali, with every table break, we ladder. Everyone guaranteed £12,000 now.
So with that now over 2 million chip stack, one might be tempted to presume that Plushev is just spreading wings, but this is legit kit. Ace King, min raise open, Han set mining with the fours, no others joining. Let's see whether or not Perez will make for an awkward third wheel. Yes, he will.
It's awkward, but Perez, one of the shortest stacks. Happy to just try and connect and spin the wheel.
Well, he has connected.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Of all the cards to find its way out from underneath the 10 of diamonds, a 4, which leaves Perez with top pair and then bottom set for Han.
I feel like this always happens. Whenever the card gets caught, it's just the deadliest card in the deck. It's very unassuming 4 of hearts.
And it's going to be even more unassuming, perhaps courtesy of the check back from Han. Some coordination on the board in terms of the 4-5 and the 2 hearts, a third of which has now rolled off on this turn. Might Han in position have been better served just to get busy? Nod of affirmation from Kilbane suggests yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. I mean, we're unblocking all of the flush draws. Hearts and backdoor diamonds. We're unblocking all of the Broadway floats, all of the ace high floats. I think in position, Plushev's still going to have overpairs multi-way that check. And now all of a sudden, a very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here in London, Park Lane. We are down to the final 42 players out of a total field size of 910 entries in this WSOP Circuit London main event. Day 3 coverage. The plan, of course, today is to play all the way down to the final table. As these final 42 find themselves guaranteed £15,000 for their efforts so far. And given that there are so many online qualifiers, you know that there are a few people out there that have already 20x, 30x their original investment. As we welcome you back to the main stage, Henry Kilbane, alongside Nanonoko, Mr. Randy Liu.
What up?
What up, dog?
Well, I just noticed at the feature table that everyone holding the UK flag besides MISCIKOWSKI.
Yeah.
And you got the UK flag, don't you?
Mine's, you know, yes.
Questionable?
It's questionable. It's been recycled. It's been through the washing machine on many occasions. But yeah, all UK affair here. Home soil. Biggest name, perhaps that of Toby Lewis in Trap 6 with 16 bigs. Toby Lewis, also known as the Nanonoko Slayer.
You remember that?
I do remember that. It's one of my favorite hand
not to
issues.
remember that, but thank you.
There's a great bit between you and, I want to say, Jason Somerville.
Yes, it was.
Man, do you realize? Do you wake up in the morning and you're like, "Damn, I'm a legend." You know,
for getting slayed by this man who
not for that bit in particular, but just looking back over the years, you know, how much poker has been a main staple of your life and vice versa, how involved you've been in not only as a player but on the industry side now. You know, you get to sit here, call the action on an event like this, and you can really relay what this means to so many of these players. You've been here before, you know what it's like to be in like a 3K or a 2K or a 5K and be playing for potentially life-changing money.
I want to stay humble, my friend. But here we go. We do have a jam in a very reasonable rejam spot from Lewis because this 250K is just 8 blinds. It is +1, which is a little bit worrisome, and he's in the hijack with multiple players act behind him.
Yeah, we are 7-handed. 16 bigs for Lewis. I think ace-10 suited we're in, right? Ace-10 over is kind of cuspy.
Cuspy to fold, as you can see.
And this fold also... Hello.
2 sixes was
with the sixes,
straight
let's go.
in there.
He's in.
Didn't even think about it.
Jack spinning the wheel. The sixes, the blind's going to get out of there. So we got ourselves a classic flip. On the flip side of dinner break, £15,000 locked up. Seen a couple of Cameron couches out. Dead. 5-7-5 in the middle. As it comes ace 5-4 and advantage Jack with the sixes. Only player with the diamond in hand. No Broadway options.
3 of diamonds.
For Cameron as Jack calls the 3 of diamonds. I don't know how I feel about calling for cards when you're ahead.
Unlucky.
As it is paint, but not the paint that Cameron needed. Gonna go home with £15,000. And Randy, that one always gonna sting, right? The final kind of 4 table, 5 tables, 480K up top. Sure, we've guaranteed ourselves a little 5x return on that £3,300 investment, but being so close to the big money, I feel like this is the stage of the tournament that hurts the most, what could have been.
Yeah, of course, and just like in the WSOP main event, people making deep runs, having great scores, but, you know, bowing out not quite at the end. It's disappointing, but when you look back at it, seeing how many people you did happen to beat, it's not too bad of a payday.
Well, Jack, good main, scooping that one. Best live cash for him, 113,000, which actually came just 10 days ago in the 30K Turbo Bounty event at Triton. Running deep here. His first cash coming back on the 17th of November 2011. Seems like a bit of a London grinder. Always seems to show up for events in London. A warm welcome back. See some people asking about the delay. Randy? Between 30 and 60 minutes, I believe, is where we're currently at to protect the integrity of the game.
Sounds about right. Got a king jack suited here in the small blind. A big stack opening. 2.5x off the hijack.
Yeah, Darren Bloom is the overwhelming chip leader here. And it's actually Ben Windsor in the small, who's currently second in chips at this feature table, just 32 bigs. Leon Campbell. 2 live cards, but hearts dominated. He does make the call. We got ourselves a little three-way affair, Randy. These hands could collide on certain board textures. 255 in the middle, and that's not one of them. Advantage Windsor, although it was Darren Bloom that raised first in.
It's tricky to kind of see bet this type of board of just his holding of 10-7. Not sure if a bet would even shake Windsor, who's got the gut shot backdoor hearts, but depends, of course, what sizing, as he does grab some chips.
255 in the middle. 2 players behind. It's gone relatively big. I mean, 110 into 255, borderline half pot in a three-way affair.
Didn't shake out the king jack of hearts.
Snap called.
Right in there. And yes, it was a bigger sizing, which kind of makes you not want to chase these gut shots as much. But clearly a heavy favorite, 84%. Bloom looking for a spade, ideally.
It looked spadey.
Did look black.
The jack of spades, to be exact. Bloom picking up a gut shot, as well as a flush draw. And what do you do now when you turn this much equity? Randy, 475 in the middle, 700k is the effective stack. You don't want to be blown off that equity, of course.
So, in terms of knowing whether this semi-bluff is a good bet, it depends on what you think the strongest hand your opponent could have in a small blind. Would they continue for another? He feels that it is strong, therefore taking the free equity. Doesn't want to get jammed on by, say, an ace-jack or queen-jack, which he can easily overtake.
Windsor with the 100% check mark next to his name, and now being checked to for a third time. Does Bloom try and shake out some of these Queen X type holdings on the flop? Doesn't. Randy's happy, or perhaps not happy.
But he took his one shot.
But he did take. Yeah, I guess that size up on the flop was precisely for that reason, right?
Yeah, and he's more unhappy that he didn't bink the river card. But nice pickup, though. Gotta give credit to the king jack hanging around despite the larger c-bet three ways.
Because we might get an extra time card or not.
Cheers, already come
We didn't get one.
I don't mind them. I think they're better than those ones. Those ones do like that. These are a bit more lumbar support.
Every break we can get one, aren't we?
I don't know.
You're better off asking the floor if you want.
As well?
Ask the floor if you want.
Ben Windsor, by the way, very impressive hand and mob. 1.93 in total live earnings. Best live cash of 269,000.
Sounds like he's got some experience.
Yeah, multiple six-figure scores over the years. In field sizes precisely like this. It's taken down a couple of GUK PTs. Has a lot of first place finishes as well, might I say.
So don't let him get to heads up. Try to take him out earlier.
This man seems to know how to close out an event. Multiple first place finishes.
2 short stacks here. MISCIKOWSKI, Jack 10 of hearts. Once upon a time was our chip leader. Queen 10 offsuit for Toby.
Toby Lewis, the Nanonoko Slayer.
Okay, how about
fresh off
main event final table
fresh
list.
off that final table.
2023.
There we go. A piece for both. 165 in the middle. Lewis is the effective stack. Superior straight draw. Has the spade. David with the betting lead.
He sprinkles a quarter pot in here. You will see size down as the stacks shrink as well. But because of this small bet, that's going to invite Toby Lewis to continue in some manner. I'm thinking more check call than check raise, just given how shallow he is. When he check raises, he kind of gets the king X to just say, well, you got so little behind, let me just put you in, and then kind of throw away to queen 10.
2, 4, 5 in the middle now. As Lewis now improves to a double gut shot. Obviously easier for us here in the booth because we can see that should a 7 roll off, Lewis is going to be going home.
Yeah, this can actually play out in a lot of interesting ways, whether it checks through it and maybe Lewis steals it. MISCIKOWSKI can bet the turn, but if he doesn't bet big enough, the queen 10 might hang around with the double gutter.
Lucky seat.
Oh my. Just put Lewis in.
Yeah, and he's going to get the best hand to just lay down. Had 84%.
Bravo.
Nice.
Some real nice aggression there from David. Pushing his fold equity, and should he get called, has plenty of equity.
It isn't. I didn't order that, but I would like to order a Peroni if that's possible. Thank you.
So for those of you just joining us, we're about halfway through the day. WSOP Super Circuit main event, day 3 coverage. The plan today is to play all the way down to the final table, where the final 9 will come back tomorrow and battle it out for the top prize of £480,000 in a 3K event in the middle of summer. Love to see this kind of turnout, these kind of prize pools, as Siddle, 22 bigs, +1, numero uno.
Praying for action. Couple 4s might give him some in the cutoff. Definitely do see people from time to time try to set mine a bit, but feels a little bit too shallow. And look at the ace-king right behind suited, and you're sitting on 15 blinds. This is a slam dunk all in.
What a disgusting setup here. 40 odd players left in a 3K with 480 up top. I mean, not to say that the bust out is predetermined, still 5 cards to come, but looking very rough for Leon Campbell, who's going to get shown the worst news.
Yeah, only 11%.
It's brutal as it gets. 450. Wow, Siddle with the prepay. I mean, dude.
Is he not ahead?
Really poking the poker gods. 1 club, some hope for Campbell, but drawing to runner to stay alive. Jack 10, king, or a club needed as he finds the 10 of clubs.
Both.
And all of a sudden, he's got 12 outs once.
Jack of clubs. Can't be sad if you lose to a royal.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. As Campbell bows out in 40th. Siddle not earning the chips easily, Randy. The bust out did eventually come, but that turn card as sweaty as it gets. And with that, Siddle, who only just joined the feature table, up to a very healthy stack now. As a lot of the viewers will know, as it's often spoken about, a GG run out. Just there.
The GG run out, what, equity on the turn?
Yeah,
is that what it is?
Shout out Patrick Leonard, you know.
It's kind of like short deck where it just they always got out.
Always a sweat. One of my favorite parts of playing on GG is, you know, they keep my resting heart rate up to around, you know, 120, 130.
Keep it exciting. I was going to say that don't ever prepay if that runner did come in. Very comfy now with 1.2 million.
David, not as comfortable, but perhaps the sevens going to give him a bit of comfort. See, raises it up to 60k. Round to the blinds. Bloom with the fold. Jack going to defend with the A7. Heads up to a flop 165 in the middle. Yes, it comes. Deuce, deuce, deuce.
Someone flopped a full house, someone flopped trips. Hard to do.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Keeping bet sizings consistent with the shallow stack. Also expect him to bet his whole range on this board texture.
Does brick out. Full jack button over card to David sevens.
This jack's not too scary. It may hit the big blind from time to time, but could be a nice spot to still charge these two overs that your opponent often has, ace high.
David with a really nice sizing here. Setting up a very natural river SPR. Does get the ace high to fold. So we work our way down the final table of this Super Circuit main. It's the UK's Bhavin Khatri out in front, and then it's KT in second, the Thai superstar.
KT, yeah, that's pretty cool.
David Yan
hung around
in third. Christian Rudolph currently in fourth, rounding out the top four.
We have quite a lot of big names here still remaining in this main event.
Oh, yeah. Sorry? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Couple queens in great shape against this ace-5 in the big blind, which seems like a mandatory defend, especially with the wheelie action. Occasionally you'll see players get aggressive with this pre.
Or perhaps a wonderful development here for the queens on the 8-5-4 board as Siddle has connected with middle pair, that ace of hearts. Also a card that will likely keep Siddle around.
So he did size up a bit here with a half pot bet. You might not expect that from the upfront, from just kind of random two overs. So Siddle needs to proceed with caution with this equity, 26%.
Well, 10 of diamonds rolling off on the turn. See if Siddle wants to keep him honest for 2 streets.
Really a good card for Windsor is this 10, and you do hear from your opponent if they've got a big hand on the flop a lot on this board texture. So you can really safely value bet against the 1 pair holding, some that hold a gut shot as well.
Is that a pot size bet? I thought 205, so 2/3. The idea here, Randy, to kind of bet this sizing and then perhaps check back on a lot of rivers. Just really charge those gut shots. The pair with a gut shot, flush draws.
I wouldn't expect them to check back a lot of rivers with the 2 queens. Just, of course, it depends on which one drops off.
Give it the benefit of much doubt.
Some honesty between the two, Ben. Just letting him know that he had the goods, the mamacitas. Got Clara in the chat saying you've been working a lot, both of us. Gabrielle Vida saying Henry and Randy need a vacation. Hello from across the pond, gentlemen. Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Wherever it is in the world you are tuning in from. Down to the final 37 players here. The JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. WSOP Super Circuit main event. You got quite the evening of poker ahead. Everyone guaranteed 16,500 for their efforts. We're going to be playing down to the final table. We have it all today, Randy. That in the money kind of vibe, everyone coming in knowing that they've earned some money. The qualifiers, getting to ladder and sweat every pay jump. Get the final 3 table, final 2 table bubble. As Lewis comes in for a raise fold, perhaps.
Yeah, and notice that he's raising off of 11 in the hijack. Some players don't raise fold too much in the spot, but it appears to be very strong when you do so. Polarizing. So if he's raising this hand for a min raise, then he's clearly coming in for min raise with like aces and kings that he wants action with. It's just important to have balance, otherwise, you know, if someone knows what you're up to, they can really just exploit you.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point.
Apologize.
Hussain. Now I got to catch him earlier when I was doing the live stream, and been really active, really fun, unorthodox and crafty lines that's been getting the best of his opponents. I think you're in for a treat, Henry.
The Shades Watch and Hugo Boss combo certainly fit the bill as someone who I would enjoy playing PLO with. You know, the guy that is just going to give action to get action.
You're right.
My cup of tea.
You know, he's been playing like a boss, so Hugo Boss is definitely in line with his way of play.
Love to see it.
Doesn't have too much live earnings we looked up earlier. You're welcome to look, but kind of gives you more of that cash game vibe, you know, like I'm going to muscle and win this pot here and now. Do got a limp here from MISCIKOWSKI, 6-5 off.
Yeah, given that this is a big blind anti-format, small blind just incentivized to complete. And the stab on the flop from the 6 high. Windsor taking his time, but does pitch it, perhaps thinking of some shenanigans that Jack kind of wrapped around all 3 cards.
It'd be mighty ambitious, but, you know, gotta give your opponent a little sweat so that next time they may lower their frequency a bit. Couple matching 10s here for Bloom, who's going to work that big stack.
Windsor with a playable one in the small. All options available. Here's a +1 open, but incredibly deep against the chip leader Bloom.
It's always awkward defending on the small blind against an early position range. Your range should be rather narrow. Grabbing some chips.
Looks like 3-betting
Saw him
chips.
grab a blue one.
Must say, I'm a big fan of this. I think it achieves a lot, right? You fold out ace-10, ace-jack offsuit, some hands that have you dominated.
And it works better against a big stack who's got that ability to kind of press with some offsuit holdings in early position to have to fold. As played, the 2-10s looking pretty good given the price. Strong holding. Lots of stack to play for.
Oh.
Let's just push all the chips in. The blacks, the greens, the blues.
Okay.
What are you going to do about that?
That was not the option I was considering. 45 bigs effective. In this structure, this deep.
This is how you build stacks, is fearlessness. Yeah, sometimes it gets you in trouble, but...
Sometimes, I'll say.
Clearly, he knows his opponent is willing to 3-bet light in that spot.
Sorry. Relaxed either way, actually.
A lot of respect for that play.
Yeah, that really threw me off. I mean, I feel like when you get called there, you're just drawing to 2 outs.
Yeah, but think about all the times you pick up that 190 plus the big blind ante. It adds up. If they're 3-betting you light.
Yeah.
Print. And to be fair, 2-10s does have trouble post-flop a lot. 1 over often shows up. Heavy resistance. Just take out the guessing game. I understand where he's coming from. 2.1 million for him now.
Got Johnny ready saying, do you guys ever get a break, lol, from Triton straight to this? We had a good, what, 36 hours downtime, Randy? Don't know about you, but I managed to catch up on some much-needed sleep.
I have no complaints. Like, at least...
You look fresh today, dude. It's amazing what one day off could do.
One day off means a lot, and, you know, it helps that the action is great. You know, the quality of the footage that you guys get to watch is awesome. We got players just swinging with 4-deuce suited, flat calling 9-7. Like, we got a game here for this title.
100%. Couldn't have put it better myself.
Lewis with an interesting decision. A hand he can easily reshove on the button if he wants to.
180 out there. 340 back would be a huge pickup. Bravo, Toby Lewis. Now, what I want to see is, with Windsor getting out of the way, does Hussain.
370.
You feeling a gamble?
I mean,
370.
300, 520 in the middle, 9-7 of clubs. Rarely dominated.
If he could see the whole cards, he'd want to continue. 46% is great, but don't blame him.
Huge pickup for Toby Lewis. Up to 18 bigs without having to see 5 cards.
It's always fun watching Toby play because he seems to be able to nurse a short stack really well. Of course, capable of maneuvering the big stack to attack regularly. Just all-around great player. No surprise him make another deep run at these World Series of Poker events.
Yeah, this structure really does suit Mr. Lewis as Darren Bloom continues to thrive at the top of the chip counts. Saf Hussain has recently joined us at this feature table with a very playable 38, but this table not as deep as the previous frame. Certainly something to keep an eye on. You can obviously follow along all of the chip counts over on WSOP.com. Is the UK's Bavin Kadri out in front as things stand.
Baby pocket pair here from MISCIKOWSKI. Trying to grind his way back up. And earlier, Hussain was giving MISCIKOWSKI a lot of action. Nothing's changed as he continues with the king-queens offsuit, and Toby, very reshovable hand, just took down the last pot of ace-5, even better. He just saw Hussain like kind of flat and folded. You kind of think that's a little bit more dead chips in there.
Perhaps 195 out there, and again, if it gets through, just increases his stack by 40%. Does take the spot, Randy. That's the big blind.
Okay, he had me.
Okay,
I thought he had a close
Blue
spot.
making us sweat.
Yeah, he's got me. He's bluffed me. I'm in the booth, and I can see the whole cards. Couple fives is out.
520.
How uncomfortable is that? You see this guy jam on you twice as you flat call in the middle. Every time you fold, he chips up more, the price is more. Does he want to just take a shot at him? Just king, queen? Well, he's going to use time cards on this one.
Yeah, I just had to fold the 9-7. It's a lot pricier now, though.
The nice thing about king, queen, though, he does flip with all the pocket pairs lower than queen. In this spot specifically, not doing too bad against ace-jack. Just depends on how wide he feels Lewis would reshove in this spot. Would it ever be like suited broadways worse than king, queen? If so, then it makes a call more enticing.
Chance to eliminate a world-class player as well. And at this point, oh, okay.
They can't do it on me twice in a row.
Cards on their backs, and Toby Lewis 5 cards away from getting up to 40 bigs, and we know what that man can do with a deep stack. Happy to see the 2 live cards. As well as 1 live flush draw as it comes. 10-9-6, and Randy. Few more outs now for Hussain.
Art gallery. Yeah.
Paint needed to eliminate Toby Lewis. Board pairs. Arguably the sweatiest river card of the day. Coming to this river. Ace of diamonds, corner pocket, unnecessarily needed. But a big sigh of relief for Toby as he doubles up to 40 bigs now. Hussain down to 20.
Yeah, he took a shot of taking out this main event final table list.
You know everyone else.
They're like, why did you double him up? This
Everyone
guy's
else, Randy.
dangerous.
You know it. Everyone else was rooting for paint. Apart from the Toby Lewis fans.
Players, during the break, we were all supposed to receive an extra time bank. It's come to our attention that everybody here received one, or nobody here received one except for Paul. You came from a different table, right, Paul?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So did Hussain.
I don't recall.
Yeah, Hussain came from another table. It's only Paul that didn't. Doesn't matter. Snitches get stitches.
My job is to commentate on the hands.
I know, I'm not
You
about
can
to
talk about whatever you want, mate.
I'm not
We'll
about to
see
call
if
up the
you're
floor and be
around
like,
next
yo. yo.
I don't know, but
let's just divert our attention to the 1,600 people watching.
Thanks. Yeah.
over on the World Series of Poker official channel on YouTube. For those of you getting involved in the conversation, Randy and I appreciate you keeping us company. And for those of you that haven't already, click that like button. Please do, as we look to growing the game, putting on events such as this series. Would love to see more and more people show up, support turnouts such as this. And
Bloom's
also
got ace king. We could see Hussain out back-to-back all-ins. Just lost 600K, roughly.
Yeah, that's 800, 775.
all in.
Slide him.
I like the way Bloom moves all in.
Yeah, he uses his fingertips.
Oh,
ace king.
Hello.
Three-way.
There's two cards that will warrant a call. Two.
He's got a king.
Hey, a year. Cool.
Cool. There we go. You said there's two cards that will make it a call. He found one of them.
Ace king as well. Come on, keep it, man. You go what?
Oh, Hussain, perhaps slight frustration from ASSAF after losing the all-in against Toby. Just open jamming the ace-7.
Yeah, call it ace queen you fold, obviously.
Hussain, 26%. Now a lot of chop outs. Neither Bloom nor Germain can win this one outright. Looking to just shower ASSAF and chop up his 605K. One card to come. ASSAF looking for a deuce jack or a 7. Doesn't find it, and with that, we're going to lose ASSAF Hussain in around 37th place or so. Going to be going home with £16,500 for his efforts.
When you said any two cards, you saw the ace first.
No, I didn't see any.
No, you said it. I'll call with another one. You said.
No, I saw the king.
Oh, you saw the king first.
Because if there's another king.
Of course, it could have been the ace or ace.
Yeah, it could have been ace or.
That's what I thought. I thought you saw the ace first. Yeah. I suppose when you snap calls, I'm glad it was an ace.
Or a king.
Oh, at least I got a squeak there.
Yeah, it's true. You're not in really bad shape against kings.
Do you not find it odd that when you mention the guy got an extra time card, he's out immediately? Henry, are you just kind of one of those bad juju kind of people?
Am I the yeah. Yeah, I am.
Showered.
Karma comes round real quick. Look at me. Head-on motorbike accident. Why do you think that happened, Randy?
Why?
So I was constantly barraging you and Ali in the booth.
Come on.
For a year straight, and the poker gods were like, hang on a minute. Hang on.
That took a long time.
This
was literally like 2 seconds later.
They warned me, you know, on several occasions leading up to that. But they were like, okay, this guy clearly hasn't learned his lesson. A jest, of course. But yeah, it is strange. I'm glad you pointed that out. Maybe, I mean, I live in Asia. Maybe I do need to become a bit more superstitious. As Bloom thinks about it, but does fold, and Lewis just cruising along. Going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Up to 1.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
This feels like, oh, look who we got coming over here.
Who's that?
Dean Hutchinson sat right next to Toby Lewis. Both of them final tabling the WSOP main event this summer.
Oh, did not know. So they've got the history.
Yeah, I believe Lewis bowed out in 7th Hutchison bowed out in 6th. Someone in the chat, feel free to correct me.
Raise 60,000.
Got Tom in the chat saying, Randy Henry, how many players left? And biggest notables in the field? Well, we're down to the final 35. According to the WSOP.com updates, everyone guaranteed 16.5 for their efforts. And I mean,
How are you?
Toby, Dean, both final tabling the main, of course, just a couple of months ago. Chris Moorman still in. Christian Rudolph, David Yan, Kanapong, also in the mix. So those are definitely the names that stand out to me. Not to take anything away from the rest of the field, as do have a raised pot. And Jack has flop trips. Nothing to write home about there. Pavel Plusev as well, not to be slept on, #1 on the Moldovan all-time money list, almost 8 million in live earnings. There are probably a lot of UK names that I'm unfamiliar with, but a lot of the UK regs that grind the circuit, obviously being that we're in London, will be very familiar with. But yeah, Zaf did bow out in 35th, so with that, down to the final 34.
33.
33 now, there we go. Just 2 off a £2,250 pay jump.
Over to the blinds, MISCIKOWSKI. First act, King Deuce suited.
It looks a bit light, yeah.
Some guy got moved with 3 mil off our table. Left us with
Kind of complete, but Windsor picks up King Jack.
I think, did he play one hand? No. I think it was about.
No, he didn't play not many, yeah.
No. I think he sat down, mic'd him up.
No, he was on our table all day. But
oh yeah, but not the one that.
At this one, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean when they come to the feature table.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
So we do see an ISO raise from the big blind to 105, 3.5x, and suited King's definitely a candidate for continuing as he does here. Not the best texture for both players, but a bit of advantage for Windsor given that he's the pre-flop raiser and his opponent didn't limp jam on him off of that 21 big blind stack, which easily contains this kind of ace X kit, hence the C-bet.
Could have been 8.
Oh, talking of Windsor, we've got John Hurd in the chat saying Windsor top of the GUKPT all-time money list. Does have almost 2 million in live earnings, multiple 7-figure scores, and certainly one of the local heroes in the mix here.
Wow, look at the check call here.
The goal went in, then when I doubled up.
Well, now it gets really interesting, Randy, because both with King High, Windsor not picking up any equity on the turn, on a real bad turn card, perhaps going to check this one back, and then does that open the door for David to steal this away? Perhaps not on that river card, though.
It's interesting because he probably was looking to stab the river at a very high frequency, but with the ace dropping off, his King High actually shows down reasonably still. I feel like both options are pretty decent here.
400 in the middle.
But looks like he is going to fight.
185,000.
Half pot gets it done. Bravo, David. Up to 885k. 30 big blinds now.
That was smooth. That was nice.
Yeah, nice awareness there. Dean Hutchinson, 50 bigs. Confidence must be an all-time high. Fresh off that cash.
You think he's wondering, like, how is Toby Lewis still at his table? Like, you know, we're a different country. It's a different month. Yet same opponent.
Dean is guaranteed to move up to 4th on Scotland's all-time money list, regardless of where he finishes from here on out. Jeffrey Klein saying multiple 7-figure scores and 2 million in earnings. Did I say multiple 7-figure scores?
You did, but I didn't want to interrupt you because technically it could be true. He could have 2 $1 million scores and a bunch of $50 scores as well.
That's not multiple though, Ren. That's a couple.
Yeah, but I just thought there was a chance. I didn't want
to correct me.
No, I'd
so
rather.
that I don't get put on blast.
I wanted you to get put on blast by the chat.
Jeffrey Klein.
This is what they strive for. They want us to make mistakes and just pounce on us.
They live for it. They do live for it.
And I don't want to take that away from them.
Multiple 8-figure scores and 2 million in earnings.
8-figure scores?
Yeah.
8.
Tax. Depending on where you live.
Right, 60,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
You think Jeffrey's that person in university that was just like, you know, waiting to correct the teacher? Miss, no, excuse me, miss. That's wrong. You got that one wrong. It's at the front of class, just waiting all year, all semester.
I'm afraid to speak now. He may do it again.
Really getting to the business end of this 3K Super Circuit main event. Some real legends of the European scene here in London for this one.
Oh.
98 hands into the day. And with a structure like this, Ryan, we're talking hour-long clock. Are we just expecting some very straight up and honest poker to be played? Like, we don't need to force stuff here, right?
You do have time to kind of pick your spots. It favors players who know how to grind the larger stacks just in general with this type of structure. But even give some wiggle room over to the short stacks who don't need to press, knowing that they can kind of get a couple extra orbits than normal before blinds go up.
Sorry?
They did that on the last table.
Yeah. Against Queens?
No, just needed.
Oh, yeah,
last
yeah,
table.
yeah, cool. Yeah.
Hutchinson did cash for 1.85 million.
One more down, 32 remaining.
Then came back to the UK, went to Coventry, won a high roller there for $71,000. And then final tabled the high roller here, ring event number 9. Came 6th in that for $24,000. Confidence must be close to an all-time high.
Uh-oh.
This is +1V under the gun. Perhaps a saving grace here for David. See if anyone wakes up with a hand behind. One of his 8s hitting the mark.
A queen 10 definitely going to get in there for the mini raise. Clearly in bad shape, just 9%. A bad texture for both the 2 queens and 2 8s. Little gutter ball. Could take the lead if he can spike that king. Maybe he feels here that someone would have bet an ace-x on the flop at a high frequency. Hence betting with this queen 10. Does have an overcard to the jack, which sometimes pot control this flop.
10 of spades. Got to give credit to Jack for finding the bet on the flop. I mean, I always run into quads here, or my opponents just flop to full house, hence the check. But we can also do that, Randy, and river Broadway.
As the hand has played out, he's definitely screaming for his opponent to have some kind of slow played ace that he can extract a lot of value from. And
you say
I wouldn't really expect someone to fold an ace for a large bet. Yeah, he goes really big here just because he knows that an ace would always have to pay off. Of course, this king is actually bad for the two queens as it does overcard him. In terms of bluffs, it's basically these spades usually that's taking a stance here. Holding one spade in hand is not helpful.
And the plan from Jack is to bet fold, right? Hence the size up, given that it isn't under the gun open. Losing to jacks, kings, ace, king, ace, jack, obviously. And having queen 10, kind of blocking some of the ace-x that you want to get value from, like ace, queen, ace, 10.
Yeah, but you also don't see the jam too often, just as played for the line.
You want to walk me through it, Paul?
Huh?
You want to walk me through it?
Oh. Perhaps a speech play from Jack. Costing him some chips there. Incredibly comfortable, bear in hand.
Very tilting to have to fold that hand.
Turn into Paul. Getting chatty, and as soon as he engaged in conversation, the queens hit the mark.
Yeah, because he actually was reasonably in thought there for a decent amount of time. And
yeah,
second he chirped up a bit is, okay, I'm out. Not saying he would have called with two queens, but you can definitely see him just say, end of discussion.
Obviously easy for us to say,
Whether the king was a good card or not.
but they seem to know each other.
Queen, king.
In a good way.
Huh?
Queen, king.
You right?
Queen, king.
You mean you don't know if the queen or the king was a good card for you, or me?
Final four tables, Randy.
Oh. Make sure your cards are in the boxes separated.
Yeah, that's right.
Just for 3 seconds beforehand.
We are one away from a £2,250 ladder.
Right, 60,000.
Oh, right.
And we got two aces here.
Whoa, did sixes? Who just folded sixes?
Sixes? I'm not sure, but it was a deep stack that laid it down too.
Is that what it is? Yeah, probably.
Guess it is it's a +2 open. We're 8-handed now, but still.
Not well. Normally I'm a shatter bot. Yeah.
We'll find out.
When I play cash, I chit chat all the time. Yeah.
Okay, good fold for two sixes. I like to play results oriented when I can.
What's that? Yeah, I know. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Run out of time, right? Under pressure. Was it were they wisely used? I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah. That's most important.
No action for Dean.
Yeah, aces.
After just having kings.
Seriously. Mormon came to the table with $1 million. They broke the table. He's got $3 million.
Talking of Mormon, he is still in. According to the updates on WSOP.com, down to the final 4 tables now.
Raise 65,000. Fold. Fold.
4's in the muck. Deep
Dude,
stacks
this
as well.
structure, I'm telling you, bro. 60 minutes on the clock. These guys are very happy to just stay patient.
Yeah, also got the 8-7 of clubs out from the small, which was very playable. 8-7, though, closing the action in the big blind. Already a bit committed. Never folding.
Cool. Heads up.
Well, an all spade affair means that this board is all Lewis. 1 spade in hand. 2 overs though, against the big blind. See how Toby proceeds. Not a mandatory c-bet here.
Yeah, by no means mandatory, but if he does bet, usually errs on the side of small on monotone board textures.
Bet 40,000.
Just about a quarter pot, gets it done rather quickly.
Toby just cruising along.
Are you on the satellite, don't you?
Yeah, not too long ago, just had 325K.
Just heard the mention of satellites, Randy.
Go on.
Toby Lewis did qualify into this event over on GG Poker. I mean, the list of names is huge.
I believe MISCIKOWSKI was the chip leader at the end of the on-live GG Poker Edition flight. So you can see that clearly he's still doing rather well deep in this tournament.
60,000.
Can't
I
see
feel
his
like I
name on
just
the
keep
list.
seeing aces everywhere.
They're just getting passed around, seat to seat. Tournaments are silly.
I only looked at one.
They're still silly.
I only looked at one.
Dragged you in even.
Rewarded for the disciplined fold with the 4s, Randy. No customers, but...
So you do believe in this poker karma thing?
I'm starting to believe in it.
You don't, not going to win back notes there?
It's a real thing, superstition in poker. I believe it.
Yeah, you feng shuied your entire house.
And my chips, when I'm at the table, they've got to be in a certain direction or they don't go in. Doesn't matter what I'm dealt.
That's brilliant.
You think I lie?
No, I believe you, and I'm starting to believe in it myself. Round to David on the button. 25 bigs, not interested in the deuce 3 suited, wins it.
You can always try to get a free flop. And maybe the king 9 does oblige. Just one of those hands that's relatively strong, but not strong enough to raise, fold.
Yeah, and unlike the Triton series that we just hosted, Randy, where you and I are very familiar with the players that join us on tour and the people that have been there for a while, the guys that know each other and the histories that they have, the dynamics that have been made over the last couple of years at Triton. We're kind of coming into this, along with a lot of the viewers, blind to the dynamics that these guys have between each other, because we've seen already a lot of banter, These guys seem to know each other on a first-name basis, and you have to ask yourself, okay, there's going to be decisions such as this that we're not familiar with.
Yeah, and you can't really just make this play outright without some familiarity of how your opponent plays this BVB spot. Nicely done, King 9 offsuit. In a spot where he's not repping too much, but he just feels that his opponent can't fight back unless he's got the kit.
And you have a new dealer.
Thank you.
Nice.
A quick dealer change. That's how things stand at our feature table. Warm welcome to all of you that are keeping both myself and Randy Lou company in the chat for this one. 1,600 people watching over on the World Series of Poker official YouTube channel. Those of you that haven't already, do drop us a quick like. Take a couple of seconds to click that button. Really love to push the likes up, reach a wider audience. Who wouldn't want to continue growing the game the way that GG Poker, Lux on Pay, and the WSOP have been doing so successfully, especially post-COVID. Darren Bloom leading the pack, 58 bigs. Steen Hutchinson in second with 42, along with Vimal Chef.
So we do have a 40K big blind now. Shrinking that BBs per player. It is suited. He's out.
They couldn't play more levels because they're online. Had to join. Right, yeah, that's why. Oh, yeah, next. They just need to get the timing better on how long the online needs to go.
The guy that knew you like 2 days ago said you used to stay with him.
I used to stay with him?
Yeah, for like 2 years. Like older guy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I was like saying I was sat like beside him in poker for like quite a long time.
South London guy?
Yeah, it must have been.
I used to date his girlfriend. His daughter, yeah.
He was saying like you went to like stay for a wee bit in his like house and ended up staying there for a year.
It was a minute, yeah.
His internet used to like run like the IP address used to run good there. He said everybody used to just do it.
It's true, yeah. We're talking like it was like 12 years ago, yeah, 13 years.
Got an ace jack here for MISCIKOWSKI.
Legend.
So far standard.
Any IP addresses that you recall throughout your career, Randy, where you're like, God damn, that was a hot IP address? Where you just ran ridiculously well?
An IP address.
That's what Toby Lewis and Dean Hutchinson were talking about.
I did not follow at the time. No, that's not something that crosses my mind. To be honest.
There's not a place that you've grinded from that you remember, wow, I ran way above EV there?
You know what?
How many times did he get caught bluffing?
It could be London.
Must have been a lot.
It really could be.
Yeah?
I was buried in some cash games, I believe. And I final tabled the scoop, and I won like several 100,000, I believe. And I was no longer buried anymore.
Let's go.
I believe it was in London. Yes. It was. I was in a hotel. Somewhere in Knightsbridge, I believe.
Okay.
That's a place, right, in
Yeah,
London?
it is, yeah. Don't ask me where it is, but it's definitely a place.
Yeah. Oh. Great question, Henry. Keep them coming. I'm happy now.
Oh yeah, he's got moves.
Yeah, then you say the like you're staying with him and stuff, and I was like, right, he's definitely
get a pot of Bernie.
I was like,
no
okay,
pot of
watch.
water as well. Water
He was playing poker long before me. He used to play on like
yes, my man.
First televised poker
Top
stuff,
G.
like Channel 4 back in the
Oh
day.
yeah, like
Yeah, he was on that.
Cool, these two are going way back.
Without Bernie.
Way back in the day. Lewis, suited ace.
King was a good river for me.
You'll see it anyway. It was a bad one for you. The worst of a river for you.
Yeah, king flush draw.
No. Worse. You need the house to win.
He is going to open raise into Bloom. 3x.
Straight, yeah. Ace, ace, jack.
Ace, ace, jack.
Queen, queen.
Oh.
You had queen, queen. Ah, so it's hard for me to have queen there.
Post-mortem between Jack.
If
and
you keep
Siddle.
engaging in the conversation, eventually you get to find out what they have.
Yeah, you know, you let it sit for a bit.
Just keep following up with questions. Trivia.
That'd be a mad value bet with just a king.
That would be a mad value bet.
Maybe. It's doable. Big blind. Yes.
Hope everyone is strapped in for this one. Going to be a long night. We'll work our way down to the FT. £480,000 up top in this one. Love to see what the WSOP and GG Poker are doing here. A prize pool such as this, kind of, you know, unheard of in recent years. A couple of exceptions, of course, as Siddle is the shortest stack. Did he say all in?
No. Going to throw in a time card. Does have, what, 13 blinds?
I could have sworn I heard him say all in.
He might.
Sevens under the gun. 60-minute clock, 8-handed. I mean, it would be tight. I guess if there's ever a tournament to be tight in with this structure. But he does.
There's a slide.
Push all of his chips bar 125k chip forward. Oh, Windsor. Just a couple of seats over. Going to spin the wheel, and what do you know?
Ace King once again, and sevens is a heavy favorite in this position.
Unbelievable setup, and Paul Siddell.
Ooh, 2 8s, but I mean, with this action in front of him, can't do anything.
Paul in great shape. Oh, we see another ace folded.
It's not exceptional.
So only one ace left in the deck.
That was the time to find the...
You're going to see the tank due to the fact
Sorry.
that we are on a pay jump, 2,250 pound pay jump between 32nd and 31st. So Paul likely going to utilize all of his time extension chips here, but little does he know, Randy, three ways, a huge favorite with one ace dead.
Yeah, he wins at 64% of the time. And he deems that it's worth spending these time cards to try to get that pay jump rather than potentially use them if he remains in the tournament in a tough spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, given the action behind him, he probably assumes that he's behind, right?
Yeah.
One off a pay jump. If you can use your time banks to ladder £2,250, then I guess.
Yeah, I understand where he's coming. It's also tough because, there's 30 some odd players, so that's 4 tables. So there's not that many other hands being dealt where someone might just bust. I mean, he's allowed to use his time banks as he pleases.
It's in fantastic shape here.
Someone else. It's £2.5 grand nearly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Almost a buy-in.
Watch your hand's not dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't misclick.
Yeah. That would be tragic.
Very tragic.
Must happen to someone. Like,
huh?
It must have happened to like a few folk.
Probably.
Yeah, you think you've got time back?
Like I reckon it's happened and people have just been like,
Yeah.
You get away with it, don't you?
Right.
Just in case I throw it and it goes there or something, you know? It might slip out my hands.
Yeah.
Let's see if Windsor.
Yeah, let's see if he does the same or not.
Oh, I don't think he's got time bank chips left. Well, there we go.
Oh.
Three-way all in.
Maybe it's good.
Yeah.
Good spot. Good spot.
Beautiful spot.
You can't get any better spot than that.
100%.
Ace already dead. So 3 outs as well as straight draws, and counterfeit options, but still.
We were ace, king, ace 7, wasn't it? Yeah, we had a better spot.
Best spot that Paul can find himself in.
this is a good
Good as you're going to get.
This is as good as it could have been, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the case ace. What do you know? Finding its way to the flop, and now Paul drawing to 2 outs once. Needs a black 7 to triple up. Doesn't find it. And that is brutal. Windsor and Dean gonna chop up Paul Siddle's money. He's gonna go home with £16,500 for his efforts, and that means with his elimination, Randy, we're down to 31, and everyone's now guaranteed £18,750 for their efforts.
I don't know, it looks like a random amount. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. It's so good. I didn't even see it. I didn't either.
That's rough. That's a rough one.
Yeah, you use your time cards to try to slide in. Didn't you like, oh, I'm a favorite. Then, oh, I'm out. GG.
This one really shaping up to be a classic.
Yes, correct.
Here for the UK poker scene, Dean Hutchison, 5th on Scotland's all-time money list. Toby Lewis, legend of the game. Fresh off the World Series of Poker main event, final table, Windsor. Another UK legend.
Well, ever since Toby Lewis has gotten these chips, he's been hyperactive, now in the cutoff ace-6 offsuit. But Bloom's got ace-jack right behind him. We know Bloom isn't shy of putting resistance, as we saw him play those 2 10s rather aggressively earlier.
Yeah, we did. It was all the fingers controlling the 4 towers of chips.
I love the line he takes too with ace-jack specifically, 3-betting in position. It's a type of hand where it plays well even if you get called by the 3-bet, but you have nice blockers to kind of just force folds. The suited variety of ace-jack may call a bit more, but offsuit definitely comes in with 3-bet at a high frequency. And it's a cheap price, but if your opponent's opening offsuit aces in that position there, he just has to fold despite, what, 140 or 60 more?
No, I was just being polite. I was brought up with manners. Wait till spoken to.
What time did Ali say that he thinks we're going to be getting out of here tonight?
I'm not sure. Why? Why do you mention it? Do you feel like it's going to be long or end quickly?
I'm just doubtful. I mean, it's 9:40 local time.
Go on.
I believe, what did Ali say? Thinks we're going to get out of here. Oh, okay, 5 hours from now. That makes sense. I could see that, yeah.
Okay. Do not disrespect the man who's not here. I don't know. I'm not really good with the whole when are we going to reach the final table
it's
thing.
Okay. We forgive you.
I'm more of a play the hand as it is. Not the future game.
Okay.
7-6 offsuit going to get a free flop here against the 10-4. A lovely one. Open-ended, bottom pair. You do see this kind of holding check a lot because when you make your hand, your opponent kind of just barrels away BBB, thinking that you can't continue when you've got a straight. Really just trying to bait Windsor to attack, which he does not. The speed of the checks might make MISCIKOWSKI think that his opponent is looking to just check down, although it's quite hard to extract value with just a pair of sixes. Still gonna try.
All of these guys, incredibly experienced UK grinders. They've all been here before. Some of them on multiple occasions playing for this kind of money. They know that it's a long grind ahead. Got Tran asking, who's the commentator of this table?
Talking about me or you?
I believe he's talking about both of us, but perhaps...
No, he's singling someone out.
The name Tran looks perhaps Vietnamese.
That's a Vietnamese last name, last time I checked.
So, going to give the benefit of the doubt that he's asking about...
About you, Henry Kilbane.
About both of us. Joined by none other than Nanonoko, Mr. Randy Liu, in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, and Ali Najad, rounding out the trio, the Three Musketeers. We're going to be calling the action on this one all the way down to a winner. Playing down to the final table tonight.
I love a chat that kind of just realized that we are people as well, not just following the action. Thank you. Appreciate it, Trent.
It's kind of weird when you get, because we got to like the 16K big blind level before we got to 15%. So like, it's kind of, it got pretty big, you know?
Down to the final 30 here. Live from the JW Marriott. 111 hands into the day. Profion saying Ali probably just destroying the baccarat tables.
No, he's more of a red-green candle guy.
Yeah.
Ace Jack suited. Looking to do some damage on this dealer button open.
It wouldn't surprise me if Ali's never played a hand of buck. Or perhaps less than 10. Hutchinson with all the options. 25 effective against Windsor. Small blind V button.
I feel like he's thinking about just pure jamming this against the button open. Not sure if the stack of the big blind.
I believe they're around 40 effective. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, because the big blind is so deep, hence why he's not outright 3-bet jamming.
Wow, it's going to be an all-club affair. If Chef
The other ones, dude, are they normally the other way around then?
makes the call here.
I don't know, ask these guys.
Right. Yeah, I don't really know.
White, pink.
I mean, Randy, from an entertainment point of view, you know what flop I'm asking for.
That one, the 2-club board, when everyone's got 2 clubs in their hand. How many clubs are left in the deck?
Okay, 5 to answer your question. What a flop, dealer. I saw the 8 of hearts and I was immediately filled with disappointment, but it's the smallest of the flush draws. Leading and... Randy, honestly, I don't want to be too judgmental from the booth. He's out there, I'm in here. But this lead feels like a surefire way to not get to realize your equity.
Well, he's going to be pretty happy not to get to realize
in this
the
spot,
equity. He'll be
sure.
disgusted. It's interesting because you're holding King 7 of clubs in this spot. You see the lead, which is perceived to be not the strongest hands, but maybe a little piece. How to respond?
And just leading in general multi-way for this size. 2/3 pot. Incredibly unorthodox play. Not something I've seen.
Depending on what line Windsor takes, it could get very interesting. Look at this. If you're Hutchinson, you see a big lead and someone's still jamming. What do you do here with the nut flush draw, with the guy who still has 30 big blinds back?
Honestly, wow. Oh, no.
How did the King 7 of clubs just get away with that?
Oh, no, bro.
That lead and that jam causing the best hand straight out of there. And you just look disappointed. You want to know, can we rabbit hunt the turn and river, please? Now we want to see if it's possible to still make a flush. Three people have got the
I've
clubs.
never been angry at someone before from the booth. But let's just say,
you don't want to applaud the great play there of King 7 of clubs.
If there's a fan club out there, I'm not part of it because I wanted to see a turn. I am absolutely seething.
I can tell
right now.
You don't want to give credit to that King 7 of clubs jam. You're angry at him for jamming.
No.
You're angry at the lead.
I'm angry at the lead. Windsor played it, you know, to perfection. The guy won the hand. Open on the button. But why are we leading?
Are you also mad at Hutchinson for not continuing to force the clubs to go in as well?
A little bit, but I also understand it. It's an hour-long clock. I just, like, we're leading to then fold, so we don't get to realize our equity, rather than check calling.
You're gonna rip that?
I'm this close to retiring from commentary, Randy. If something happens like that again, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, okay? At least we got this hand.
Yeah, it's a hand that could easily get fun. It's a small 3-bet here in position against the 110 open, which is rather large from UTG. He's got the clubs. You want to see if a clubs is going to come. Maybe a second chance.
Call the
Redemption.
action. I can't watch.
1 million.
Flop the flush.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Turn around.
I can't.
Turn around.
I'm taking a timeout.
We have a collision hand potentially.
It's under the gun V +1.
Just a pretty hand to see a flop, even out of position.
You know, if we weren't playing for £480,000, I would have rage quit. Oh, hello, 9 of clubs. Oh,
Okay.
hello, Jack 9
Redemption.
deuce. Let's go. This is the entertainment, the explosive clash we were looking for. 650 in the middle in a 3-bet pot, Randy. +1, the under the gun.
It's also clubs as well. Even stronger with the top pair. Actually a slight favorite against 2 aces
That's
in this spot.
insane.
You have a 10, right? You don't have a 10, right?
How much more you got?
How much more you got? He wants to play it for it all.
9.
Oh, in it goes.
Outside of all the fingers.
Do it.
Says he thinks he's going to have to do it as he makes the call and he gets shown
Look at that.
the second worst hand. Or the third, I guess. Jacks, 9s. Jack 10 of clubs.
Small clubs, man. Very. Huh? 8, 7 clubs? Oh,
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
No. That's a different hand.
All right.
Come on, we're not talking about this hand.
Wow. Queen of spades on the time. This is a chip lead pot, by the way.
6 high clubs, which is 0 showdown.
How does he find the hold?
Well, you don't think I've donked 2
Jack Germain
Please. Oh, I definitely donked 2 pounders.
holding with the aces and blew him down to 20 bigs. Jack up to 80. A massive hold across turn and river.
5s, 8s. I've got 8s, so 5. Oh, fucking hell, you had us crushed.
Wow. Biggest pot of the night. Chip lead pot for Jack.
Hold on, I think it
1,255,000.
What on, mate?
Unlucky.
I said 1,255, right? And then
You said 1,255,
yeah,
then
I
you said
said
1,350.
yeah.
Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? As the table captain.
Thank you.
Jack Germain up to 3.1 million. Peter saying the too many out syndrome. As we heard the post-mortem with Dean, Windsor and Vimal. That's how things stand at this feature table. Live updates, of course, over on WSOP.com, but do keep in mind that they are slightly ahead and may perhaps contain some spoilers over there. So if you don't want this feature table to be spoiled for you, I'd recommend just sticking with myself and Randy Lou as we work our way down to the final table. That is the plan of action tonight. Shout out to Poker.org, of course. Check out their website, poker.org. They are keeping you all up to date.
Raise 80,000.
Oh, now he's got the aces after unable to crack them.
El numero uno.
Sometimes you see players slow play this pre off of 20.
Raise 220,000.
It does look steamy from time to time when you see a player just lose all of his stack. Just the last hand, but doesn't get any action.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to play off of that. Looking to get looked up lighter. Windsor up to 66.
Raise 80,000.
Aces again? Is this back to back to back, literally?
Back to back to back. Let's go one more afterwards. The trifecta.
And just smooth calling here, trying to trap the short stacks in the blinds.
Wow. Oh, hello. Ace deuce of diamonds going to defend. Doesn't allow Windsor a cheap look. A potential set mining spot. Comes Jack 7-4 rainbow. That 7 of diamonds window card. Absolute tease.
He's got position here, the Rockets. Should be trying to charge some hands. Big blind has a wide range. Often has a random one pair of gutty. He's out. 2 sixes though. Is a 140K bet into 300, half the pot. Not really the size he was looking for. Does have the backdoor straight draws, and I guess he feels that his opponent is just too out of line to lay down here and now. Just 12%. Looking for the 6, maybe a 5. A jack is not a bad card usually for the 2 sixes. Also, with no flush draws present, oftentimes if you see a turn bet, they've got the goods, less bluffs that he can represent. So you can probably safely lay it down to a turn bet.
Let's check through. Double paired board now. 580 in the middle. Kind of bad run out, Randy, for the 6s. As he may feel like Chef's just going to put him on ace high, try and push him around a bit.
Yeah, and Chef needs to be value betting this double paired board. There are ace X's, but him holding 2 aces blocks that a bit. More likely, he can get value from the pocket pairs lower than Jack. higher than 7. And 280 is kind of that sizing that targets those hands exactly and does get paid off. Nicely played. Had he 3-bet this, he would have won a lot less.
Yeah, 1.14 million chip pot.
It does send a message to the rest of the table when he shows down 2 aces in this spot that his flat calls does not mean weakness. It can definitely be strong, and they may be fearing the opportunity to potentially squeeze against this player in future hands.
Not finding anything on Hendon Mob for Vimal Chef.
27 remaining of the 9-10 entries.
I found one.
You found
UK
Chef?
grinder. Yeah, this looks likely to be him. One cash here during the Super Circuit. Came 14th in a ring event number 5 for 4K. Say down to 27 now. Dropping like flies.
125.
Next pay jump will come at 23.
So it's a large raise here, BVB, but it's from the table chip leader, so it's expected to kind of be a bit wild at times. It is ace-king suited. MISCIKOWSKI looking him up with the 7-6 off for now. Absolutely missed it. Just a gutter ball, but is the type of texture that hits the pre-flop raiser. Sometimes you play cautious on this board texture, but when your opponent's only playing 650K back, you don't really mind just betting. If he wants to get it in, so be it.
Gives you a headache otherwise.
A great couple of orbits for Jack, of course, holding with the aces against the Jack-10 of clubs on the Jack-9 deuce 2 clubs board.
You ever play any circuit events yourself, Henry?
I have. I played one PLO high roller circuit event.
Nice.
And have you ever sent a chip stack update to your friends, like in a group chat? Look, guys, they've just announced 3 more hands for the evening, about to bag chip lead, you know, top 5 stack, to then only lose 95% of those chips on the last hand of the night, and then have to very sheepishly go back to the group and say, hang on, I lied, only bagging 2.5 bigs. That's what happened to me in that one, and I don't want to talk about it.
2 aces once again. How many aces has it been this orbit alone? It feels like 5. Is it 4 or 5?
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Something ridiculous. Here we go. Oh, 3-betting chips from Jack.
Toby Lewis loves to see his opponent grabbing those blue chips. And he's playing off, 2 7s first.
Red 7s, this structure.
Depends on how out of line he thinks Jermaine would attack here against the Toby 30 big blind open. And to be fair, there is a fair amount of bluffs.
Has fold equity as well.
Yes, correct.
Oh no. He's looking down, Randy. Oh, he's found the 4-bet jam spot, and we can't fault him, obviously. Given this lineup, hijack open, chip leader 3-betting on the button, but has run into numero uno. The aces of Lewis. The chat goes wild. The 4th pair of aces dealt pre-flop in this orbit. Someone check the deck. I don't think I've ever seen it. We had it 3 hands in a row with a gap, and now Lewis's turn.
And we're going to have multiple all-ins.
This is live, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
This
isn't.
is.
We're not streaming highlights here.
Nope.
We're on a 30-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game, but this is live in real time, live from the JW Marriott, and Lewis comes over the top. Jack going to get out of the way. And Ben Windsor is looking for a black 7 or some straight cards or flush cards to stay alive here. If Lewis can hold, it's going to cross the 2 million chip mark. Oh, but the black 7 in the window card. And Lewis now drawing to 2 outs across turn and river. Red ace needed for Toby. Doesn't find it, and with that, number 1 on the GUK PT's all-time money list. Ben Windsor with a huge double to 45 bigs.
That's rough because not every single player will take that spot of 2 7s, and then he's got 2 aces against the king 10, which he probably slow plays at a high frequency, and his opponent would have flopped top pair, and he could have stacked him for 1.2 million.
Randy, you sicko.
It's true.
It is true. Still a sicko for mentioning it.
Time to start rebuilding. Was down to 325 not too long ago, and he's back there and down there, about 400k in chips.
Ace-5 in the chat pointing out the exact same point that you made, Sick. If 7-7 doesn't jam, Toby probably doubles through the king 10 suited. Certainly would have seemed that way. But the deck had other plans. Ben Windsor had other plans. Eric Liam saying, Randy, you sicko. He is a sicko. But he's also played millions of hands, so Randy sees these things.
I see the misfortune, you know. The other possibilities. 2 6s here for Bloom. Just been a really action-heavy last orbit or so. Playable hand after playable hand. Dave MISCIKOWSKI in a little bit of a tank here. Perhaps a decision. He's out. Hutchinson with the ace-7, 2 overs.
Heads up. Okay.
Bloom is the pre-flop raiser on this king 10 texture. Looks like he's going to try to represent a piece and should get the job done against this a7 if he does release those chips, which he does.
Do let us know who you're rooting for. As always, I'm sure a lot of these UK regulars have a lot of friends, family, fans around the UK watching this one as we find ourselves heading into the later hours of Saturday night. Kings now for David.
It's just been a fire deck. Aces, 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 now kings.
Queen 10 for Windsor. On the bottom, pitches it.
Chef has been mixing it up. Very dangerous player. Can't really put him on a hand.
Chef's got that spice, bro. Uh-oh.
Trouble.
Chef gonna need to get real spicy with this one. He's gonna find a way to win.
It's actually very fortunate for MISCIKOWSKI to kind of have this shallow 550K stack. It's easy for him to kind of get a full double, especially on a 3-turn.
Wow.
Chef's going to feel that his hand is definitely best. Wouldn't be surprised he bets turn and just jams river a lot. See what he comes in with first.
Looks like a really small...
Your hand's covering the time.
Yeah, I've got no time bank chips. No problem.
So the small bet here, designed to attack the ace highs, which he feels would check back this flop. Slow play we go.
Another brick rolls off. Chef's in trouble.
A tricky one.
That is a very tricky river card.
Although the 9 doesn't improve your opponent that much, as they often just c-bet the flop when they're holding like 10-9. I'm not really surprised that he's reaching for more value betting chips. A mini bet? This is going to invite a raise.
Yeah, the one big block from Chef.
The way this hand's playing out, this screams kind of this type of holding, the 7x. Trying to extract from the ace highs.
Oh, that's gangster.
Trying his best to make it look like a bluff.
Goes for all of it. Hi, what do we do here? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, if he bet a normal size on the river, he probably can easily, comfortably fold to a jam, but he knows that when he bets min, it does kind of entice things from time to time, but does easily lay it down rather quickly. Good pickup.
Got a few people letting us know who they're rooting for. Araseni's rooting for Ludwig Hahn. Saying Ludwig Hahn for the win. Or Mr. Powder in the chat saying the Hannibal as well. So we've got a couple of Hahn fans. Kelvin Cheng saying Tim Chung. I don't think I've seen that name in the mix. There he is. Currently sat in 17th. Haven't had him at the feature table. Timothy Chung. $98,000 WSOP cashes. $1.3 million in live earnings. Record cash of 251,000.
Hold on. Chef has 3-bet jam from the small with queen 9 suited into the 22 big blind open.
Getting a little rebate off of his man.
Did you see it? That's on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just even if I had one, it would be okay. I'm sure I've got nil.
Nil as in no time banks remaining for Chef.
Not how I really want to bust the comp. You know? Don't mind getting sucked out and barreling it off. I don't really want to bust the comp running out of fucking time back. Not fucking, how did you bust? I fucking ran out of time back. What?
Steeler's arm was in the way.
The D's arm was in the way. I caught floor.
Other nuts. Had the nuts. Had to check back because I ran out of time. Then proceed to get a penalty.
Great banter. Oh, Profion in the chat saying, I'm studying candlestick color meanings whilst watching this. It's fascinating. Oh, you and Arlene Najad are going to get along just fine.
Oh.
Do you think that's Arlene's burner account?
Maybe. But I recommend you don't lurk too much into those candles, my friend. Stick to the poker, where you got more control of the outcome. 9-7 offsuit here for small blind. Sitting on just 8 blinds. Does have to rip in 9 high, and let's see if Bloom. Oh, he's got Jack deuce suited. Actually, a 57% favorite, but how do you call with just Jack high, especially coupled with deuce?
Yeah, 8 bigs. Not enough for a 30 stack.
You want to gamble and just tell a story that you took out Toby Lewis with Jack deuce suited? Probably not.
Let's let it go. Nice little pickup there. Toby back up to 10 bigs. Just went through the blinds, bit of breathing room. A lot of people asking for the payouts. Once again, WSOP.com.
Wait. Aces again? Really? Is this like the 5th aces and then 1 kings in like, I want to say 12 hands?
It's pretty ridiculous. It's getting beyond ridiculous at this point. Oh no. Don't do it, Toby. Let's it go.
Bloom's got ace king, and we've seen this happen. This is just so bad. Not even suited.
18,750 guaranteed for these final 27, and Bloom looking like a late night exit with this ace king, 25 bigs. This is the 5th pocket aces we've seen in an orbit and a half. There was kings in there as well.
At least 3 of them has been all-in confrontations as well. Now sometimes it's just raise and take.
Absolutely brutal as Bloom cuts out a 3-bet. And obviously, Chef is just loving life. The chef dog. Someone give Ramsey a call, because Chef's going for it. Oh, he's clicked it. He's gone for the 4-bet click. Bloom snap jams, and obviously he gets met with the snap call. And you got to feel for Bloom, by the way. Running into the aces with the Jack-10 of clubs on the Jack-9 deuce 2 clubs board for a monster pot against Jack Germain, and now ace-king into aces. Oh, hello.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah, could be dead, yeah. Yeah.
2 outs now for Bloom. Bit of a lifeline. Looking for a king and a king only to stay alive in this WSOP circuit main event. Doesn't find it.
No.
Out in brutal fashion. Darren Bloom handshakes all round. Love to see the sportsmanship on display, of course. Going home with £18,750 for his efforts. But two key pots, monster pots at that, just not going his way, on the wrong side of two coolers. Unavoidable, Randy. It feels like both those hands just playing themselves.
Yeah, and both of them up against pocket aces for huge amounts of chips. GG, Darren Bloom. What's fun to watch you play?
Yeah, sometimes you're just dealt out of the tournament. As simple as that. So we head down to the final 3 tables. There will be final...
I guess so.
Final 3 table redraws. We just heard we are 1 away, meaning there's 25 now. Next ladder coming when we get down to 23.
Raise 80,000.
David in the big. It was looking like it was going to get through for Windsor. Some resistance as David's got 18 bigs. Big blind rejam getting through. Kelvin's saying, Timothy Chung, go do your hair, son. You're coming on the FT with the big boys. I mean, if there's ever a time to dress up, Randy, and do your hair, it's going to be for an FT with 408K up top. And
he's talking about final table or featured table. These are two very different things.
That's true. Perhaps he's going with the prequel on him making the final table.
Chef is up to 2.9 million in chips. Ace-8 for Lewis. 10 blinds in the cutoff. Very often he just rips this in, looking to tread water and maintain his stack a bit. Blinds come around rather quickly. Final 25.
Windsor's got an ace.
Immediately
and he's going to make the
calls.
call. Just knows that Lewis is going to have broadways that he's performing well against. See if Lewis can get back into this one. Can hold here with the ace-8, back up to 20 bigs.
Pretty good for him. Usually he's not in this commanding position pre-flop after a snap.
Things looking really good on there. Very difficult to chop this one now. And now
sealed it.
Has his opponent dead. Dead on the turn, and it sounds like, Randy, we are going on a break, and I'm not sure whether that means we're down to the final 24 or if that was the scheduled break. But regardless, 15 minutes is what we're going to be taking here. The WSOP Super Circuit main event, £3,300 buy-in. All the players guaranteed $18,750 for their efforts, and we are going to be playing down to the final table of 9. Don't go too far, because when we return, we'll be playing down to the FT. We'll see you very shortly.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way!
less inclined to get involved in some spots. Farkas not going to be among them, though, as he is going to defend from the big with the queen jack.
You beat this time?
No, no, she didn't, sir. So then, rebate will be issued to Dedusha as Farkas's life here in the main event requires assistance, and it is rendered. Queen, 10, 7, top pair. Keep it king free. And now for that matter, don't give me two pair, courtesy of a jack. That's the thought. And compliance from the deck. And Farkas, by the way, didn't look like he was sweating it all that hard.
No, I believe dropping like flies, but heading towards that stage of the tournament that I'd have to assume is going to slow down the overall pace of play. Heading towards those final 5 tables, final 4 tables where the pay jumps really do start to mean a lot, especially to the online qualifiers left in the field.
It is so easy, not just for you and I here in the booth, as we're so spoiled by the opportunity to cover these massive buy-in events with the bulk of what we're doing these days, but also for those at home streaming this coverage to grow very desensitized and kind of calloused and forgetting kind of what a 3,300-pound buy-in delivers in terms of spectrum and range of experience, demographics.
Yeah, guilty is charged. Am I? For sure. We've become very spoiled, especially post-COVID. And what is the next page? 49 left.
I believe at 47 is when we get the next 1,500-pound bump up to 15,000. 6-4 offsuit for Dedusha, using a time bank here. Not so much due to sensing that this hand is requiring tremendous thought, but does come with a limp. Now 7-8 offsuit for Farkas.
Played on the live stream before? No. Did you ever play on the live stream before? No?
Check back. And it's an open-ender against second pair. 7s and 8s is not what Farkas wants to make.
Yeah, certainly one of the more entertaining flops that the dealer could have found with these two holdings. So 75 in the middle.
Yeah.
It's awkward, you know, we've got 260 back. Stabbing flop here with the 6-4 and being raised or being called all of a sudden. We may not get to realize all of our equity as the pot becomes inflated going to the turn. It's going to fire out about 30k. 105 in there. What Farkas does. Middle pair on the 10-7-5. More than enough to continue, of course. As he does precisely that. 135 in the middle. Tadusha, the effective stack with 230 back. And this is where it gets awkward. Now that we've been looked up, do we really want to keep barreling with 6 high?
Just 230K back with the blinds at 10 and 25, representing less than 10 bigs.
Could go small, small, given that we have bet flop.
You can order food in here, by the way. Like you can order off Deliveroo, and they...
Small, small makes sense in my mind. Set the price to just try and realize that open-ended straight draw. Because it just becomes so grim. Do we check? And even if Farkas bets something like 2/3 pot, something in the realm of 85, 90K, it just becomes near impossible. Checking does open the door for it to go check, check, of course. I kind of like betting small, though, once we bet flop. See how Farkas proceeds. Oh, we're going to get to see a river.
Oh, no. The 8 of diamonds after the check back from Farkas, and I don't know that there's a path to escape for his hand. Granted, he is the covering stack, so it isn't showers, but Tadusha.
It's not showers, but unless Tadusha goes all in,
You think a jam for 230 and the 7s and 8s are going to find the muck?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think Farkas loses 230K here unless Tadusha just decides to come with the near 2x pot jam.
Does he lose 0 from this point forward with the 230K into 135 by chance, though? Let's reconstruct it. Henry, some 6-9, some Jack-9 could be a part of what's going on here?
Straights, bigger 2-pair. It's 135 in the middle. I expect to see a big bet from the Tadusha. The question is how big. Unblocking all of the pairs is nice. You know, put Farkas in a tough spot with a 10 weak kicker, for example. A flopped top pair that perhaps checked back for a bit of pot control. This is really nice.
Leaves himself 25K back.
205.
This texture is not lost on Farkas, and the fact that this line will contain a fair number of hands limping from the small blind, which now have 7s and 8s beaten. The combos, Henry. Agreed?
Agreed. Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, it's blind v blind, and there's going to be a lot of 9x, 6x that go for this.
25 plus 25.
Oh, wow, he's putting him all in.
Well, he's going to cost himself another 25K.
But it should be more than that.
Oh.
Although, this is the 3rd nut straight. I mean, we can never fold, Henry. It would be insane, right? I mean, for another 25K?
I mean...
Okay, so it's just going to be past the minimum raise.
Yeah, but he still has only 25 left, so...
Yeah.
Okay, some clarifications here. The raise will stand. Granted, it's just another 25K technically, but it is such a meaningful 25K for Tadusha. Henry, and note that he really hates to see this because it shouldn't be tethered to anything short of a nutted hand.
Yeah, I think this isn't, you know, posturing. This is genuine. Turn went check, check. I think he assumes most 10x to just go into the middle. 69, there you hear it. All the flopped gut shots. I think this is more so just using up the time extension. Perhaps get a ladder before flicking in the call.
Yep. So then, the extra 25K gets put to work as well on Dedusha's behalf by Farkas.
I don't know, like 100 million times. Like even Brazilian dudes that he's a qualifier on the WSOP main event. If I got knocked out now, I know. I will do the same. I'll do the same. No, just from the feeling, because he's a qualifier. That's I poker players are tricky.
Never believe anything in poker.
Yeah.
And that's a Brazilian guy indeed, yeah.
But still, just because of that. I know, yeah. So normally
47 left. All right,
let's go. It's like someone tells you after the hand what's the head.
Oh yeah.
It's just like I don't care, like.
Mood lightening a bit out there, though. Hutchinson's intensity remaining intact here with the ace-9, making it 65,000 from the hijack.
Yeah, byproduct of securing that £15,000 payout now. Heard the players talk about that 1,500 ladder. 15,000 guaranteed till we get down to the final 39.
By the way, what a development for Dedusha there, as he might have thought he was going to have to eke into that ladder with Vapors. Instead, got a big bite out of Farkas, who with pocket eights is going to look to pull off a double of his own, jamming from the small, quick flick from Hutchinson, and we're going to play for 410. 2 overs against the underpair.
Good luck, gentlemen. Farkas looking to get back up to 16 bigs or so after that blind v blind cooler.
Things looking good. 6 outs need to be faded. Turn. Remains sterile. River does as well. So then, you hear Farkas mumbling one more life.
185.
Does chirping reserve more for the small birds? What does an eagle do? Is it... And welcome back to continuing coverage of the London World Series of Poker Circuit main event, a 3,300-pound buy-in from right here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Back in the saddle, yours truly, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, still here at the desk, along with 25 players. Just one player removed from a redraw break, but in the interim, this is your 6-pack. No surprise, of course, that it is dominated by Britons. Vimal Sheath at the top of these chip counts, neck and neck with Jack Germain. Dean Hutchinson off the high water mark considerably at 1.6 million at present. Saw Ben Windsor also there.
Survivorship bias. The people who are still here are most
yeah, and action has been super heavy. We've seen like 5 pocket aces, 1 kings, and all clashing in the last 2 orbits or so. We'll see if things calm down with that break. Chef with the ace-jack. Been having some really cool lines, ace-queen in the small.
Blinds at 25 and 50,000 with the 50K big blind ante. A 480,000 pound payout is what awaits our eventual champion. 25th place will be earning 18,750 pounds. As we see Sheikh, ace jack.
Yeah, sorry about that.
In a bad way against Windsor's ace queen. And on an ace 5-4 board, Windsor definitely in the driver's seat here. Randy checks it over to Sheath.
And ace jack, since it's not a re-raised pot, it's going to feel very comfy. Does get rather tricky, which could save him to lose a little bit less chips in 3 streets.
Is it 100% trickiness here, just looking to induce, thinking for sure he has the best hand?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bit of worried that he's ever out-kicked.
But like, could it just be a pot control kind of thing? Ever?
The way Chef's been playing has been rather tricky just in general from what I've seen. Wow, a double check. That's very surprising. Somehow it's a 1-street game with these holdings on this board texture.
That is absolutely shocking. Long odds on the board associated with this particular line of 2 streets of checking. And now the clubs come in and Forder will wheel on board. Not sure that Windsor's ever concerned about Chef's range containing a 3 or clubs as played, and so presuming that he will get busy, and there it is. 225,000 into this 330.
It's not a small bet, but I mean, you just feel so under-repped. How can you fold this?
I'll tell you what, that man's paying off, but I feel like he lost a lot less than he might have otherwise.
100%. Every other player loses 2 streets.
Yeah, one of those few instances on which we lose a pot, but yet somehow we feel kind of good about it.
Pat on the back.
Now, I believe I overheard him revealing the fact that it was an ace-jack.
I played a hand like a genius. Don't think I'll play. You can turn up with some bluffs as well. Yeah, I'm not clubbing one. You had me pimped, Ben.
Yeah? I'm lucky not to get more, huh?
Not sure one is well served to divulge that they are going to show up with something like ace-jack as played.
Yeah, but you know what? There's something about these British players who are just very friendly and open about revealing their hands, whether right away or within 5 minutes later. Seems to be the theme at this featured table.
Don't make them sweat it for the full delay.
It's friendly vibes out here, even though we're playing for so much up top.
Mm-hmm.
An ace-6 offsuit getting a bit out of line in the hijack, but is the big stack of the tournament. Jack-9 suited, another big stack, 2.5. Chef's been really fun to watch.
Robbie Sheth has not 2, but rather 3 9s on a Queen 9-9 board. Queen of Diamonds interactions as well. 275 in the middle. Jack checking back the ace high.
Looks like he's going to try to extract. He knows he can represent all of the straight draws that exist as bluffs. Could get looked up light. Not sure about ace-6 looking up, though.
Ravi
guessing game.
Getting busy.
Okay. Just feels that his opponent has a lot of 10 Jack, King 10, 10 8s, and expects those hand not to follow through for one more. It's a strong read. If you are trying to pick off, though, some of those straight draws do improve with the 8, Jack 10, 10 8 would pick up a pair. Could see Chef go rather strong, targeting some Queen X that check back flop.
475.
So Jermaine did want to keep an eye on some possible bluffs from Ravi. That card in particular is the type that even the semi-bluff is going to be fond of, as that riverbed of 475 does properly put the ace high into the bin and allow Sheth to haul in added chips. Top 5 stack by our count.
24.
Well, that didn't take long. And the 25th place finisher was Chris Da Silva. As you get one further peek there at the band of merry men that will be disbanding. So the deck will be shuffled. And when we return, we will have 3 brand new tables on our hands with 24 players remaining. Note that a pay jump is upon us, as 18,750 will go to 24th. 23rd will be worth 21,000 pounds. And of course, 480,000 pounds will go to the winner as we play down to the final table here tonight on day 3 of this World Series of Poker Circuit main event. Keep it close when we return. Continuing coverage in just a few minutes.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump.
$135 in the middle, and top pair in a spade draw, well in front of a spadeless ace-8. Plosive just looking to take it down. 30K. Sheepishly requests the pot. Hutchinson cannot comply, of course.
This is typically what makes Plosiv so difficult to play against, is when it comes to C-bet frequencies and applying pressure, he certainly seems to be one of the guys that doesn't shift down from 6th, even in single race pots such as this. It's that small C-bet on the flop, already signaling to his opponent that, hey, this is going to be a tough one for you to call down across 3 streets.
How on earth? The ace of spades wouldn't have been of service. It was just the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs alone that were available as outs. And one of the 2 of those cards have found their way to this river on the heels of a turn check. And Hutchinson, of course, recognizing the now vulnerable top pair on the flop against this opening range, which does contain a decent bit of ace-X. Is he going to go for value? I mean, yeah. Get after it, son.
Sizable at that as well. 2/3 pot. I love it because all of the King X, Jack X of spade type holdings, all of the bluffs would feel like they want to fight here, like 6s without a spade or like 7s with a spade.
Right, it has a decent whiff of desperation, does it not, as played at this sizing specifically on the river?
450.
Hang on. Street poker is something that can be played on both sides of this pot, says Hutchinson.
Yeah, sit back down, Pavel. I have all the flushes, you have none, is what Dean is signaling here. There's so many layers and levels to this hand, and for both of them, I tip my hat.
King Jack with one spade comes to mind.
Certainly a hand that I'd assume would check raise as well. But Dean just really leveraging the fact that turn went check check. He has every flush from the big blind, whereas Plushev, after checking turn, is incredibly capped.
And note, by the way, that Plushev does unblock the spades.
The thing is Plushev is good enough to kind of reverse engineer this and realize that he capped himself on the turn, and that Dean is a good enough player to take a one spade holding and pull this move.
And that is exactly the calculus right now for Plushev. Is this behavior tethered more to me capping my range on the turn, or is it more attached to real kit? And you know that Hutchinson never felt all too proud of the queen once he got called. And this may be a 3,300-pound buy-in event, Henry, but that caliber of poker that we just bore witness to there.
You know?
For getting slayed by this man who...
Not for that bit in particular, but just looking back over the years, you know, how much poker has been a main staple of your life, and vice versa, how involved you've been in, not only as a player, but on the industry side now. You know, you get to sit here, call the action on an event like this, and you can really relay what this means to so many of these players. You've been here before, you know what it's like to be in like a 3K or a 2K or a 5K and be playing for potentially life-changing money.
I'm going to stay humble, my friend. But here we go. We do have a jam in a...
And welcome back. Post-redraw here. Day 3 coverage of the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. 3,300-pound buy-in, £3 million guarantee. The merger of the fields from On Live and Live took place earlier at JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane here in London. And among those that played On Live, Chris Moorman finds himself now second in chips with a lot of runway between himself and Philip Ward. Up top, 5.2 million in front of him. And how about Kanapang Tanaratakul, one of Thailand's most notable poker players in a market that continues to burgeon. He has burst onto the Super High Roller scene, was out here in London playing the Triton Super High Roller Series, and yet his appreciation for the game knows no bounds, no elitism, no ego, Randy, as we see him here in this 3,300-pound buy-in, and given it all he's got, King Jack of spades, makes it 100,000 off of 2.1 and runs into the 3-bet from Ace-Queen.
Yeah, if it's a 3-bet against a, 26 big blind open? Sorry, 26 big blind stack that did 3-bet. It's rather tricky given the positions. He's in +1, one right behind him.
You can see that's exactly what's on KT's mind as he is laser focused on the stack.
Looks like he is just enough interested to continue here out of position.
So then, Ben Windsor's got company here in an inflated pot to 775,000, which gives him top pair, top kicker, much more than we can say for backdoor spades and Broadway prospects.
Really just as good as it gets here for the Ace-Queen. No clear draw. But it's actually KT first to act, who's actually kind of contemplating a lead, it seems, but does check as expected. Stack to pot ratio rather small, so you do tend to size down, especially when you smash it this hard.
Really, the only card you fear is the king to drop off. And the 225 can still get like pocket pairs lower than queen to continue. The gut shot, even the jack 10-9 will come along if they're coupled with some backdoor flush draw prospects.
Note that despite having top pair, top kicker, and one would imagine a sense of coziness, Windsor still looking over at KT.
Well,
who will hunt backdoor equity.
Yeah.
Stickiness, I think, was the word you were going with. And
God.
what's that card, Randy, that you said is the one you're worried about?
That just feels wrong. You just get there. The dream card. I'll tell you this. Windsor doesn't think he's up against King Jack. If he's behind, most likely King Queen.
Maybe some Ace King, or the Ace King would have been heard from earlier.
Would have heard from the Ace King earlier given the stack situation.
Okay.
The Jack is a card that might save him, though.
Backdoor diamonds and a lot of this sort of range contained in not only the upfront raising hand, but also the 3-betting hand, right, Randy? Both of them could be pretty concerned. Lack of a diamond in hand for both players as well. Kings and jacks, though. KT decides, let's play for your 745, Mr. Windsor.
There's no obvious bluff that exists. It has to be some kind of pair turn into a bluff, say pocket 9s, 10s, a jack 10 on occasion.
I have 5-time banks at the moment.
10s would really rate to be the bluff we would be keeping an eye on most likely, right, Randy, just because of the blocker effect?
Yeah, I would think so. Something that had showdown but realizes with this run out needs to kind of just blow out the Queen X out of the water. Maybe some weak king as well.
Love that shot there as you're able to see Ben's eyes, not up on KT's face as much as they are on his neck and perhaps his pulse, looking to sense any nervousness. And that's the kind of thing when you're behind your computer monitor you don't need to do, nor can you do. But in the end, an understandable muck after a very disappointing development. So now Windsor stack leaning out even further as the floor staff comes over to ensure that everybody is abiding by protocol, which is to keep your electronic devices away from the rail, away from the table, not look at or utilize them mid-pot. Certainly unsavory use cases could be associated with that.
Yeah, and if you're the type that likes to listen to music, could be a bit uncomfortable for you at this featured table, but rules are rules.
You know, I've always wondered, Randy, because you do miss out on all the conversation and all the information that could be associated with it when you throw those big noise-canceling headphones on and try to get into your cave and your zone. And I wonder what the trade-off is, because obviously there's something to be said for not having the distractions, being able to kind of zen out. But then, you know, free info is good info.
I'm the type of guy that wears the headphones, but the music's not on. So they think I'm not listening.
It's unplugged in. It's just dangling to your side. Everyone's like, what?
But I know what you're saying, and there's definitely a lot of value to be had. Can't say what's the best for each player.
Yeah, case specific, of course. Mormon's King 10 suited. Shoots it up to 135K. We see Feng Yu defending. Mystery holding here as the ace of diamonds interacts for the Broadway Gutty on the paired flop. 320 in the middle. Let's see how much follow through Mormon has in mind.
Just an extremely dry texture against the wide big blind flat. Definitely just looking to deny equity. Doesn't need to bet too big to get that done. And the quick fold, likely cards under that jack.
Yeah, feels that way. As the two-time bracelet winner and one-time World Series of Poker circuit winner with $6.7 million plus in career tournament earnings and a $1 million+ score as his best ever. Hauls that one in. Chris also poker author, done some coaching, well respected around the circuit, and he's been grinding for a minute. You look all the way back.
You keep scrolling, my friend.
2008, June 4th, his very first recorded cash in a 2K no limit. And the further up you scroll, the further up the buy-ins
and the prizes
seem to go. Yeah. But, you know, this is a guy who doesn't have any ego on him either. Randy, he recognizes the value in 1K, $1,500, $800 type events.
He's just been grinding for so long. I remember he was like the original online best player for a very long time. #1 Pocket Fives. I'm not sure if Pocket Fives is still a thing, but yeah, just Chris Moorman. He really is a legend. And he's a Brit. Here we are in London. Home court advantage.
Yeah, home soil. Yufeng.
This
suited connector
cardigan is blinged up. It's a Louis Vuitton one I just noticed. Don't know if you caught that.
I didn't, and shame on me. Normally I'm on top of that. But, you know, you're the fashion icon around here.
Take a look when it gets back to him. See it?
Oh, yes. The monogram.
It's subtle.
Top pair for KT here. A little more than some disappointment for the small blind.
Still good texture to c-bet on, even though it won't work. Does kind of have a dry texture, and the backdoor prospects, of course, that you can multi-barrel on. The 4 diamonds is very helpful for KT. Backdoor wheelie stuff, diamonds, situations where he can improve and his opponent just still barrels. And that is a lovely card to strongly consider a multi-barrel. Overcards the whole board, backdoor clubs, inside straight draw. And you betting a flop doesn't necessarily mean that your opponent has only got a 10x given the wide ranges pre-flop.
I know it sounds like a weird thing to say, but I almost prefer this card with Yufeng's hand to an 8 or a 9 on the turn in terms of encouraging us to fire the second barrel. Would you agree?
I agree if you're definitely considering the second barrel. If you do manage to pair up, then you kind of go more and check down showdown. As played, the 10's still too much of a hand to be laying down right now.
KT knows it. Has 3:15 ahead. Slide into the middle. But no improvement sliding onto the river. That said, Randy, it is that key ace, and there are ace-X combos that could have barreled twice here as a Broadway situation with 2 overs on the flop, developing into a gutter on the turn, specifically one that contains the ace of clubs.
When you miss, this is actually one of the best cards to just fire a third barrel. You have all the king jacks. You raise pre-flop, all the big hands, ace queen. You know, even like some kind of ace-X of clubs that multi-barrel to turn, ace-4, ace. You just have so much value, and this is just a delightful bet.
1.24 in the middle, and just south of half is the number Yufeng comes with. I like it because it's not exceedingly milky, but chunky enough really to create some discomfort.
I like it because it doesn't polarize your value range to 2 pair plus. Now, when you bet this way, you can say, I can still value bet ace-4, ace-5 for this type of sizing. So it gives them so much more value, and KT might have to really respect this 3-barrel with just this pair of 10s for kicker.
We've seen some big calls made on the day.
KT.
Oh, wow. And I'll tell you what, that is not the hand that Yu Feng expected to be produced there. And you saw him mouth the words, wow.
Nice call.
Brilliant. Perfectly executed.
No,
Actually, from both players, I really thought it was really well played.
Mm-hmm. Yu Feng gave it all he had. And really a credible line, Randy. One certainly wouldn't have faulted KT for finding the muck, but then when he finds the call, give credit where credit is due. And those are the spots where I think a lot of times people get tempted to be like, oh, what a fishy call. You know, you can't make that call. Even when you take down the pot, suggesting that over the long run, it's going to be a mistake. But we can't say for certain that KT makes that call with the exact same rundown 100% of the time. This is live poker. Now and again, you just have that sixth sense. You look over, and it feels like something might be off.
The live poker sense is a real thing, you know, and KT also makes a big statement by him calling down there with third pair and showing down. He might be able to kind of leverage that fact and maybe find some folds in future spots. It's an absolutely sick call there with 24 or less remaining. Just really in the zone. And look at his chip count, 3.9 million. This is a stack that can just bully now if he wants to. Might just make a stance here pre-flop with King 10 off.
Windsor down to 645K. We're talking about 13 bigs, but deemed deep enough to raise against the King 7 suited limp. And this is a good spot to find himself in.
Yeah, he's
for Windsor.
Somehow found a situation where he can bloat the pot and take a post-flop spot in a dominating position with this King 10.
Both players whiff on the ace-queen-8 board. Advantage Windsor in more ways than one. Broadway gutty and the best hand.
Yeah,
never mind position.
It's important for him with this gut shot, and it's not a strong piece, but with the pre-flop aggression can apply a lot of pressure. He's also going to expect the small blind to limp jam on his 3.5x ISO at a very high frequency off of this, 14 big blind stack. So he can kind of discount that top pair being his opponent's range so much. So well played, actually picking up that extra 175 pre-flop. A lot of guys just outright jam, and he misses out on a couple extra big blinds. That can help him maneuver future pots.
So then, forwards we go.
Onwards we go.
Both. Yeah, onwards is the
that's the one I
the
usually
word
hear
we normally
you say.
go with. Yeah, I'm
You're
trying to
mixing
mix
it up.
Yeah.
All right, you did a little randomizer. I see. Didn't know that was a thing in the booth. Got a King 9 suited here. Toby Lewis. Had a swingy day.
Raise.
Not afraid to put his chips in motion. Toby, of course, perhaps one of the most notable hands of this summer's World Series of Poker, made the nut flush up against Zampin.
Ace 10 of hearts, was it?
I think that was the one, and it was just 7-8, a busted straight draw.
It's the most gangster bluff I've ever seen.
It was pretty sweet. Obviously, Lewis haunted by it.
Do you feel that many players at this tournament has asked him about that hand at some point? At least
he
one,
looks
right?
like too many have asked him about that hand just based on the image here, but we know he's capable of putting that kind of thing behind him and drudging onwards. Queen of Spades interactions, perceived range advantage with the ace-high flop and 60K C-bet out of Lewis. Into Yi Jianpeng from Tajikistan. Easy release. Let's talk a little bit about Lewis. We're going to shower all that praise upon Chris Moorman. Lewis, bit of a legend himself. 9.6 million plus in career tournament earnings, 1.4 million. His best career cash. Of course, that came courtesy of his finish in 7th.
Ollie, check out his results in Australia.
At the WSOP main. Scrolling down. Okay.
Do you see it?
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
Multiple
good.
six-figure scores. Shows up and gets it done. Of course, less impressive once you incur the Aussie dollar to pound sterling conversion. Believe we rip them in half.
You're that guy. Okay.
Somewhere
Just
in that
take
neighborhood.
them apart.
No.
Wow, look at your achievements. Not. Hey, Chris Moorman, wow, you're such a good player. But look at Toby Lewis, who's got way more earnings than you. And has final table to main event. Have you, Chris Moorman? No. That's what you're going to do?
Let's not create conflict unnecessarily here, Randy. Everything was going so well. We're all getting along, you know.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
I will forgive you, Randy. But let's not let it happen again.
Or else what?
Empty threats, but not an empty holding as Moorman. Ace, king suited. Min raise open. Looking for clientele.
Is that a worthy client?
One that could put us into a classic confrontation. Stacks are too deep maybe to expect it to happen here, although I'm not sure. The 3-bet comes in.
You know, I think it's very possible these
Yeah?
chips just fly in there. It is worrisome when the big blind 3-bets your +1 open, perceived to be strength. But the larger the big blind 3-bets, the more incentive you have to just outright ship it in. A 425K is a big one. Occasionally you'll see him just call here. It looks like he's doing just that. Just fears the strength of the big blind versus +1.
So then, one of those times, Randy, where the chips don't work their way into the middle pre-flop, but a king does on the flop work its way to the board and put Chris Moorman out in front.
Now, queens actually still performs very well even on a king-high flop because you do expect ace-king to jam on you a lot pre-flop. So it depends on what Miranda thinks that his opponent would do with ace-king, how he kind of approaches this post. As played of ace-king suited, since you got position, a lot of incentive to just call here in case your opponent tries to rep the ace-king himself. You don't want to let these two queens with two outs get away. Kind of a scary turn card. And the thing with two queens is a lot of the king actually are usually up against is king-queen, and the fact that you're holding two queens blocks it. He's got 1.1 million back with 1.5 in the middle. With the 3-liner out there, Moorman probably needs to just still value bet against like 10s and jacks that has equity.
Boy, look at Miranda. Peering across the felt. And being asked for 525K. Boy, this feels like the right kind of number to keep these queens around, don't you think?
It does. Then again, you look at what he's playing back, which is 1.1, so it's half his stack. It feels committing.
Yeah, if you're going to call here, it does feel like the rest is most certainly going to be called for on the river. Wow.
Well disciplined.
Really disciplined.
Yeah, and you know, I think the big question is, if I call this, am I willing to commit the last, whether to turn or river? And I think he concluded that answer is no. So let's just preserve. If I'm getting bluff, it's not very often. Nice hand.
Yeah, another one of those that we can give some credit to both parties for having approached the situation optimally. Of course, only one can win, and that player on that occasion with the ace-king was Chris Moorman, as he narrows the gap between himself and Philip Ward. Fabio Ricardo dropping down to 22 bigs. As you see the two members of the Chinese delegation, Yi Jianpeng and Yu Feng, 18 and 11 big blinds respectively. I did mention that he's from Tajikistan, Yi Jianpeng. That is what's listed on WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. But perhaps there's been some relocations since then. They still got me living in Los Angeles on WSOP.com, but my last recorded cash 15 years ago.
You're still in
I was
America.
there.
You're the same country still.
That's true, but you know, I'm just saying, maybe it's not 100% up to date.
Do you want them to update mine to Melbourne, Australia? I mean, I hold an American passport. I still have a house in Sacramento, you know, like.
You paying your taxes?
I am, mate.
Randy?
I
Okay,
am.
just making sure I don't want to have to report you.
So you're a detective and what? You're an IRS agent?
You got it.
Man, I can't say anything around you anymore.
Look at this. The two big stacks in the tournament find their way to a heads-up pot. Advantage Ward, the flat caller pre with top pair. Dust for Moorman. He's got so much fight in him, though, Randy.
Yeah, he's looking at his chips. He wants to take a shot here representing the ace-x from UTG. It's really nice for a Ward as he's holding a bit of a disguise ace-queen.
Sure. I mean, as deep as Chris is, Phil Ward is the overall chip leader in the tournament at present. So you do need to acknowledge the fact that Moorman not only could take a big chunk out of your stack, but obviously is supposed to be even stronger if he's willing to barrel into you, of all people, out of position. Board pairing 4.
I agree with you. And the 4, not really something you see multi-barrels of Jack-9 too often, but it is really thinking about it. Okay, Chris Moorman. A 2-barrel. Just Jack-9, just absolutely no connection. For him to barrel this hand right now means that he thinks the button is flatting the flop with all pocket pairs, even though there's an ace-high board and just has to fold the turn barrel. Also feels occasionally there is some Broadway backdoor diamonds that takes one off. So this is him giving credit for floats.
Yeah, and obviously once we continue on that turn as Ward, Moorman can remove the idea that a float is what he's dealing with. What he also would need to remove in order to really slow down would be any of the underpairs to the ace that would be flat callers, 8s specifically.
I expect the 8s to lay down the turn at a high frequency. I believe he would as well. I mean, he's strongly thinking about a 3rd barrel. I suppose it's nice that he doesn't have clubs in hand in case he's up against a call flop in turn with 2 clubs, and that's going to fold out.
Here's the thing. With some frequency, Mormon recognizes that Ward has an ace in his hand. The trouble is he doesn't think it's going to be as good as ace-queen. And as such, this barrel is designed to create some real concerns from those sorts of holdings. But Ward had his mind made up. As you see Mormon show the dust.
Ward can never lay down ace-queen in the spot. If he does, he's pretty much laying down his whole range. That's the very best kicker he can have.
In a non-3-bet pot pre.
Yeah, and everyone just saw Mormon just triple barrel off an absolute no equity hand, and you know that sends some a message.
Well, if I had to guess, Randy, he didn't end up on the stack that he has just by nut peddling. There were probably more than a few occasions on which he found the courage and the spot to bully some people.
Nut pedal and Chris Mormon don't go together.
No, definitely not. But success and Mormon, specifically in the World Series of Poker, definitely do. And so we certainly respect the manner in which he goes about his business, even on the occasions in which it proves unfruitful. Credit Phil Ward, too, Randy, for just allowing Mormon to make the wound a self-inflicted one and never, you know, keep putting himself in an awkward spot by raising, maybe getting some kind of heroic 3-bet out of Mormon. I don't anticipate that would have been the case, but, you know, just a good, tidy line.
Yeah, sometimes the best line is rather the straightforward one.
Yeah.
You know, leaving the bluffs and make the decision based on the counts. 2 6s in the small blind for Lewis. Reshuffle stack, which he does.
Now Miranda.
It's annoying because you got a pair against a 20 big blind reshove. Button versus small blind.
But how well does this perform?
It doesn't perform well, but you're often flipping. The only problem is it's for his tournament life. Final 3 tables.
Right. Have we come this far to flip a coin?
Flip a coin at best, keep in mind.
Right. Every now and again, it's
Sixes.
disaster. Yeah, as the overpair develops. And now, you know, Miranda had to put the queens properly into the muck. Here he is, getting pushed off the 4s pre. We keep an eye on these things in terms of trying to get a sense of what sort of headspace everybody's in out there.
Yeah, and some players, like, after losing that big pop, do queens in the wrong headspace and it's just like, hope he got ace-king, let's just run it. And they're just out of the tournament as they're up against the overpair. Tensions are really high with these remaining players at these 3 tables. Pocket 9s for KT, one of Thailand's best players.
I think the likes of Punat Punsri certainly need to be put into that conversation, in
Agreed.
particular after his performance here in London, where he continues to evolve.
He's got to chase Punat Punsri in the all-time money list. I believe KT is number 2, though, last time I checked.
Well, he's number 1 here, meaning under the gun. Pocket 9s, 135 to go. Now Peng, ace-5 off. Not quite solver bait. Suited iteration very much is. Pocket 3s. No meal made of that. The Doyle in the small. Into the dumpster. And now Yu Feng, the man who really had his shell shook a bit by KT, who made the big call with the 10, decides to jam in his remaining 500,000, and might KT be looking to finish what he started. We'll play for 1,075,000. And the fate of Yu Feng, one which is poor on an 8-7-4 board. Remains that way as the ace rolls off, and 6 outs once. That's what it's come down to. as the Chinese delegation loses one of its own. KT, first to be up on his feet and come over, sympathize, one of the kindest people on tour. The kind of personality that you would almost think wouldn't be able to notch the sorts of results that he has. So you got to have some killer instinct. Well, there's no shortage of it. It just rests behind the warm smile.
Yeah.
That's Thai culture for you.
You got to respect his opponent who made that triple barrel bluff 9-8 clubs. Very courageous. Didn't work out. Phenomenal run for him. We'll love to see him some future WSOP circuit event stops. $23. Plan to play down to the FT.
Base 100,000.
Only one recorded cash, by the way, for Yufeng, and it came in the 2022 World Series of Poker main event. 631st for 23K. Notching another main event cash here. Same neighborhood in terms of payout after the conversion from pound to dollar.
Yes, conversion time.
You know, I'm out here with the 4X action. Hot tip, by the way, for those traveling for poker. You never really want to change cash at the airport or one of these Mickey Mouse stands in the tourist areas.
Stands.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Ideally, if you got a bank card, find an ATM in network, and then take out cash that way. You'll get the spot rate.
It's. I just thought of something. I don't know if I should share with you, but would you like? I know about those money changer things, and I was in Budapest, and there was a really well-dressed man, and he went up to me. I was going to the money exchanging places, and he was like offering me to change money because I needed the Hungarian whatever it's called, and he gave me the rate.
And it was better than the one that you were looking at?
It was better than XE. I was like, wow, this is amazing.
Oh, Randy.
I changed money with him.
For counterfeit money.
I went to go pay with this money, and they said, what is this? It was Belarusian rubles. Showered. Oh, the funny thing is, I traded 100, and I said, this is such a good deal. Let's trade for more. And I gave him like 300.
Randy, you whale. This is insane.
He had a suit.
Listen, I respect the fact that you were willing to divulge that. And it never goes away.
Disappointed
I'm so disappointed. I love you to pieces, Randy, but ouch. Meanwhile, neither player loving their hands in this spot, but with the betting lead, able to rep some ace-X. KT getting after Windsor.
Is it also bad that my wife said, yo, let's take this into a convenience store just to verify this is good money? And I was thinking, let's not let this guy get away. Let's just trade while we can.
I mean, you bought Belarusian rubles and doubled down thinking, in what world, what motive would someone have to come and give you better than the XE rate? Right? None of the alarm bells went off.
It was worth, in the end, less than $1. 300 euros gone.
The crazy thing is that guy has a con artist stream podcast. He tells the story as well. So I found this. I don't know. He said he was from Australia. Maybe he was American. What we know is he wasn't sharp in the money-changing streets. I traded him $1 worth of Belarusian rubles for 200 US. I mean, that's incredible.
He got me for 300. But
oh, my God, Randy, make it stop.
Let's get back to the action here. Ace-9.
Sounds like a good idea.
Something I'm better at.
Well, Mormon's good at it, too. Ace-9, 100 to go. Pocket fours now for Windsor. Bit of a free fall at present.
Decent spot to actually reshove on his opponent in the cutoff. 14 blinds. Lots of fold equity. It might be a little bit too much for the ace-9, but maybe close as he does ask for a count.
Well, too much is kind of the idea, is you don't want to force the 4s to get to showdown. Full run out.
1,160,000. Oh.
There we go.
Didn't seem like too much hesitation on Chris there. when
No,
deciding
just
the bucket.
getting a count in case it was like a 10 BB jam and it's just priced in. Never hurts to ask.
Randy.
Talk to me.
I'm entering the chat streets. Well, I just cut and pasted a link to the remaining chip counts on WorldSeriesOfPoker.com. Somebody had asked for that. But obviously the seal has been broken. Now that chat is aware I'm out there keeping an eye on things, I would imagine.
Raise 100,000.
You have a screen name? Is it just Ali Najad?
Yeah.
Or just...
I didn't...
Red candle, green candle, man? I don't know.
Morpheus.
Morpheus.
Market Morpheus. That's my... Pocket
name.
nines for KT.
Raise 325,000.
Oh. Now then, Windsor showing he's still got fight. 3-betting off of 1.3.
And was it not the same opponent where KT floated the King Jack of Spades? So a bit of history going on here.
Raise players.
He's just relentless.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
It feels like being one of the moles in a whack-a-mole game. You pop your head up, put the 3-bet in, and then the mallet comes down upon your little gopher head. Back down you go. By the way, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, it was, I don't want to say a popular game, but you remember it, Randy?
I know Whack-A-Mole, yeah.
Actually was stupid, and I'm not sure how it made money. But people played it.
No, not you played it.
Nah, I never did play Whack-A-Mole. I just saw people playing it, and it used to annoy the hell out of me.
You were just railing
at the arcade.
Whack-A-Mole table.
Well, hang on.
Oh, out in 23rd.
And
who's that?
Efforting results here. So 23rd place finish. See if we can find that intel.
While you do your investigative work, we do have an ace-10 of clubs here from Lewis. A king-queen suited for Windsor. He just 3-bet folded the last hand.
And might that have something to do with his choice to flat?
I
Obviously,
think so,
Lewis
yeah.
under the gun as well, Randy.
Couple of all those facts together kind of leans towards a call, but it's definitely a hand he can easily rejam, even against the UTG Open.
Cool.
Peng can't resist. 10 deuce suited. On the button, his hearts are smothered. A bit surprised.
I think this is more respects to Doyle Brunson. 2 jacks, though.
I don't know whether or not Peng is fully aware.
You don't think he knows who Doyle Brunson
Yeah, but I don't know if he knows about the 10 deuce and the run good theories and all that. Maybe, maybe. It's not going to matter. As Miranda from the big rips it in here. The ace-10 suited crumbles. Look at Windsor. He's like, how much more bleeding am I going to do without even being allowed to see a flop?
Well, he's given it some thought, but is going to find the fold.
Yeah. for paying note 100K off of 755
It
to
hurts.
start. Hurts. It's meaningful. You would think that his is a stack that's just looking for a spot to jam. Now some speculation coming in from the chat that it was Bavin Katri who was the man busting in 23rd. Randy, tend to trust
Yes, let's
the
trust
local intel.
Let's trust Chad and the internet for all of our knowledge.
I didn't say and the internet, nor for all of our knowledge, Randy. Let's not zoom out excessively. I think we're...
There was a guy in the chat who said nice things about me, so you know what? Trust the chat.
Wow.
Do it. All of them. Every single one.
See, the problem is now you're tempting them into trolling us. Gets dangerous. Jack 3 offsuit, wants to go for a ride. Lewis says okay, flops himself top pair. Jack 3 properly adrift.
Now, this hand on this board texture, definitely a hand worthy of multiple barrels, possibly even 3. Of course, dependent on turns and river runouts. Wouldn't really expect them to check back with the little gutter balls that obviously exist on this flop.
150? That 150,000.
Full pot. Really just trying to get max value, but Jack 3 can't play.
So Lewis hanging around, trying to get a double, loosen the collar. We know that he can play deep stack poker. And in that hand, by the way, for those who haven't yet watched it from the World Series of Poker main event, which didn't stop him from punching a ticket into the main event final table, which Zempan did not do, Lewis took a tremendous amount of time and actually walked us through his thought process.
Oh.
When he was talking it out while trying to deduce what Zempan could have. And I thought that was neat to kind of get that glimpse into how many levels deep he was going in that spot.
Raise 105,000.
Peng takes it upstairs, 105.
Oh. Oh.
Meaningful pickup for him.
Yeah,
Little lip lick.
I remember watching that hand live, actually. I didn't watch that much of the World Series, but I was like, you got to call this hand, and he found the fold. You know, sometimes you just think it's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this deep in the tournament. Is this guy really going to put his tournament life on the line as a bluff? And he did.
It's the main event in particular and being deep in it that can be leveraged by a player bluffing in a spot like that to really get you beyond normal thought and normal assessment and trying to factor in some of that meta. Uh-oh. Looks like more showers here, and it's Miss Pham, I'm told. It's confirmed. Bavin Katri was the 23rd place finisher. Of course, before him, we found Yufeng, and then Miss Pham out.
21st.
22nd?
21st.
21st, it said?
Yeah, 21st.
Okay.
But outer table action here. Looks like an all-in confrontation.
Is Dean Hutchinson involved in this one with the 2 10s against an ace-king? It would appear that way in the all-in player Looks like it was the man with the ace-king.
Yeah, ace-king did hold, no eliminations in that pot. A little bit of delay in action here. Maybe a balancing of tables of sorts. Oh no, sorry, it's actually some action already. Paying open into king jack.
250. Raise 250,000.
Oh, and it's
a mini raise.
Toby. No, it looks like the king jack did not get played. So Phil Ward from the hijack made it 100, and then Toby Lewis has made it 250. All unfolding in front of KT, who appears interested. What could it be?
Look at the hand that Toby Lewis is attacking with. Ace-3 suited off of 21 blinds.
Ooh,
Two
pocket
eights in the
eights.
muck.
Mm-hmm.
It's troublesome because of how deep Ward is that has opened the pot for KT.
Cool.
Not shaking.
Heads up.
So Ward willing to invest the additional 150,000 to play one out of position against Lewis. 805 effective. He can well afford to swing at this, but he has missed on the 6-high board while Lewis has made second pair. Can rep some overpairs.
Yes, if he's 3-betting kind of this small off of this stack, clearly he's doing it with the big pocket pairs, as well as these kind of ace-x suiteds for balance. Really just one of the best boards you can find. And
really,
he's going to hear a lot from pocket pairs pre-flop too, so you should feel very comfortable, willing to commit here.
That's the guy that you really don't want to be passing chips to if you're Phil Ward or anybody else in the event, Randy. You know how dangerous he is. Well respected here. Pro's pro. Trying to work his way into the 8-figure career earnings club. Big enough cash at the FT, and he'll do just that.
Marvin's been a bit quiet ever since that triple barrel bluff gone wrong. King 3 suited though. 100K deposited. Got a pair of fours here for KT and small. Has been willing to give action.
Wow.
Jeez, the
understatement.
bazooka.
Yeah. Just pile driving the Mormon open.
Rocket launcher, I don't know. I mean, like, gosh, that was like 42 big blinds remaining in Mormon stack. Like, I'm not going to let you try to outplay me post-flop. I know where I'm at.
As soon as you said the words rocket launcher, Randy, my mind immediately went to the original Halo. I know you didn't play the console FPSs. Rocket launchers were delightful. Very satisfying to incinerate someone with a rocket launcher. As we see KT with the fours incinerating the King 3 suited. I might have to blow the dust off my OG Xbox and see if I can't get a little
I
bit
mean,
of
we
that
saw the
going again.
Master Warthog or whatever car.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Not Master Wart. It's Master Chief and the Warthog, Randy. You just stick to changing money in Hungary. You leave the rest to us. All right? As Mormon, undeterred and significantly better kit. King Jack suited, opening again. And look at KT, man. Just merciless. Not the rocket launcher, but a 3-bet to 300,000 as an ace and a 6 behind him. Find the muck. That's not great. And if we're Mormon, another 200,000, too rich to continue or just right?
No, just enough to continue here, even out of position. A lot of playability, lots of stack. I mean, it's starting to feel personal with some of the hand choices that KT is using against Chris Mormon back-to-back. Okay, so a time card coming in. I wonder if occasionally he thinks about even 4-bet rip. It is a lot of blinds, 40. But I mean, his opponent just did it back to him. Don't think he's thinking about outright folding. I'd be pretty shocked. Two time cards in. A big decision. Seems like he's really thinking about a lot of different ways to play this hand.
You know, once upon a time when they went to the time banks, you always thought, like, well, if the hand was that good, then they wouldn't need to think about it. But since then, obviously, evolution in terms of those time banks being utilized to maybe convey precisely that sort of unsure vibe when we're toward top of range. And let's see. The jam from Mormon. KT, obviously. A6, not going to continue.
That's bold.
Yeah, it's high risk. You know that KT's got the chips to be able to make the call. And you know that he's willing.
You want to put in all the chips against me, I can do it too. And I got a little bit more.
So then, Chris Mormon works his way up to 41 bigs. As KT slips down to 4.7 from the 5 million roughly he had to start that last exchange. Phil Ward still comfortably atop the leaderboard as 20 remain out there. Chip counts brought to you by Lux on Pay and GG Poker. If you're out there streaming us live on the World Series of Poker official YouTube channel, thank you for joining us. Wherever you might be, time zone, corner of the world. Not too many left in which poker hasn't grown popular. And all that we ask, of course, is to click like and click subscribe. And allow us to continue bringing you coverage of the game you love.
Shall we click raise now with ace-jack suited?
Loving feelings towards such holdings for KT. Sentiment's not exclusive to him in a spot like this. Cut off, open. And again, we see Ijan Peng doing some unorthodox things, Randy, off of that stack depth. The flat caller with the 10 deuce on the button now with the king 8 suited from the small.
I can get behind this a bit more, given he's kind of got chips committed. Does flop the flush draw, and ace-jack can definitely get chips in there, given how shallow Peng is with 555K. Kind of a smile check. It's interesting.
The smile looks
Mischievous?
affixed, kind of statically. Is it a permagrin?
He sees that club coming.
Flush draw. 75,000 is the bet. Feels like if we want to continue, there is some merit maybe, Randy?
I do like raising if you are going to get here with this hand.
you can actually fold out better. You know, king 10, king jack, pocket pair lowered in the board. You're going to have queen X's to flat the small. It's very credible.
Especially given that he's just had 555 back and is willing to check raise over half of that. Not the kind of hand that suggests it's going to go away. But in spite of that, KT makes this call. And obviously that's something to be considered. Now we hit the king. Added outs. But when we get called, Randy, obviously we know that the ace-X's do loom.
Yeah, no, I don't fault him actually checking here in case it just checked through and he doesn't have to pay off his stack to get to the river. But as played, you just have too much board and too few chips. A 125.
Not even asking for the whole thing.
I'd assumed it was all of it.
I kind of would have as well. So then, a king or a club needed for Peng. Looks red from here. And confirmed. Devastating. 4 of hearts with 1.2 plus in the middle and just 130 back.
And you know what? He survived this situation.
KT doesn't think that he's going to get anything to call him that is going to do any worse than a chop. So he shuts down and keeps Peng around. And this isn't a final table, Randy, but one does have to question, as one of the bigger stacks at the table, whether or not keeping Peng around is the kind of thing that even though there's 3 tables left, we do with the sense that we can maybe create pressure.
I know where your head's at, Ollie, but I actually feel that he thinks his opponent was polarized to kind of a queen X situation. He was like, well, I don't have to pay off those last 2 blinds.
So we're not motivated to keep him around. He
No.
would have showered him and gone for the rest if he felt comfortable enough.
Yeah, not at all. But that's a second life for Peng, who usually will be
Really
right
is.
out of there.
Really is. Now then, Lewis, trending in the right direction. Takes it up. 1 1/4.
Not too long ago, he just 3-bet the ace-6 offsuit and folded. Definite candidate for actually 3-betting. Calling flying is fine as well.
But we know that this is hazardous to get after the under-the-gun opener.
Preference-wise, king-queen offsuit does 3-bet here. It has less playability than the suited variety. Ace-queen, what timing is this?
As some of the kit which the king-queen blocks, hence the choice to 3-bet, does actually form. But the good news is that formation is in the more modestly chipped Peng's hands from the button. For Lewis, the black nines have lost their luster.
It's never nice to get 3-bet when you're holding this stack, when you're under the gun.
Well, then the 4-bet from the button
Big laydown.
behind, and yeah, the 2 nines do go away. And Peng now suddenly goes from being behind 2 nines to being dominating up against the king-queen.
A phenomenal outcome for this hand.
GL exchanged. And top pair against the Broadway Gutty now. And you see KT. He knows the 10 will do it. Oh, and a 9. Lewis would have made a set.
Oh, he sees it.
And instead, Peng now can double up and then some to 1.2. Plus, if he avoids the 10, which arrives from outside the solar system, extraterrestrial. And that is a really brutal way to check out of this main event for Yizhan Peng. KT. White hot, Randy.
A little speechless. You'll have to give me a minute.
4 outer just slides on in there.
19 remaining. Out of 910 runners.
That 20th place finish, by the way, will collect 21,000 pounds. Next pay jump, once we get to 15th, will be 2,250 pounds. Ward. Raise and take. Feels look sharp on the day. Randy, the pots that we've observed him play.
Been playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't kind of been playing some out of line pots.
No.
Which is what you should be doing in these large fields.
$161,000 plus in career live earnings for Phil. 70K, his largest ever cash. Actually came not long ago in an 1,800-pound buy-in event where he finished second. Just last April.
Got a 10-4 suited here on the button. Stack to attack.
Mormon. Queen 9.
More than capable of calling this hand and defending. Understands the wide button open. Queen 9 performs decent. 60% favorite.
So both players with straight draws here. 7-6-5 board. 8 would be delightful for Mormon. 2 overs in the gutter. It's the card that would leave Miranda in trouble.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with kind of the bottom end of the straight draw is that sometimes you hit and your opponent hits. But it's actually Mormon that's trying to leverage the big blind situation that smashes this board texture, expecting a lot of checkbacks from 2 overs. Very interesting card, as that gives Miranda the showdown value, but also brings a 4-liner, which improves the big blind leading range. I wonder if he bets once more. It seems he will, trying to represent that 8x.
So note the way Mormon has navigated this pot and how it could very well impact Miranda's desire to proceed past this street in spite of the fact that he has the best hand. Really not a spot where it feels like that's the case, nor that we've got a future. So one can sympathize with the 10-4 hitting the muck as Mormon takes that one down. Every little bit counts here as we jockey and jostle our way toward the FT.
Yeah, it's been really fun watching Mormon play these pots lately. It's just been... Nothing's changed since back then. He's just always as known to be one of the most aggressive players and really still making deep runs. Really like that Queen 9 offsuit lead. Mandatory lead on the turn with the 4-liner with range advantage. Just great awareness.
Lewis getting after the blinds with Queen 6 suited.
King 7 definitely one that can put some fight in here, as he does bring in the calling chips.
340 in the middle. And Lewis, top pair, outperforming the King 7.
I'm curious to see if he actually c-bets this. Certainly fine and probably standard, but if you do check back, you do use your weaker queens. It's a type of board texture where you often have like weak pieces, say 10 or 8x. Going to maintain control. Doesn't really want to lose the pot given how important it is relative to his stack. Looks like this one's over. Toby's been grinding that short stack rather well, kind of hanging in that 20 big blind territory.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to keep calling it a short stack if this keeps up. He's just fine with quietly cobbling it together under the radar. Doesn't want to draw too much attention to it. Christian Rudolph at last check, second overall in chips. David Yan, fourth overall.
So many heavy hitters still in this main event here in London. It's rather impressive given the large field size of, what, 9-10?
That's right. 32 of whom began the day as participants in 2 days of online play.
Look at
Chris
that.
Moorman among them, by the way, and his deuces on the button. Went into the bin and might be relieved given that KT just rips. Not sure if he still rips if we get an open from Moorman. 103 players began the day from the live side, and yes, the 9-8 probably wouldn't have done that, though we never know. It's KT. And so a total of 135 began the day, and we currently sit with 19. KT currently 10th overall in chips by our count. Another name that was playing some high roller stuff across these preceding 2 weeks during which the Triton Super High Roller Series took place. Also in this conversation right now, 7th in chips overall. How about Tobias Schwecht? Randy.
Another guy who's been playing the high rollers not too long ago. Yeah. It's just a star-studded cast remaining.
The cream has risen, so to speak.
To the top.
660 for Windsor. and he's just going to open jam here. This is risky business. Oh, and he's run into 2 black kings.
The worst hand he can run into,
Ugh.
12% equity.
But for those that are observing this jam from Windsor and having that kind of reflexive sense of what are you doing, Randy, the jam with queen 4 out of the small is appropriate.
It's appropriate because the big blind has his whole range. He has so many folds, and he picks up the big blind ante in the small blind. But he has a chance here with top pair, looking for the queen.
Obviously, the presence of a pair on board is disappointing because the 4 is no longer an out. So it's going to take a queen, and a queen alone for Ben Windsor to escape elimination, and he's unable to do so. And you see some sympathies for his plight as Ward takes down some inheritance as Windsor will be taking off the mic and will be taking down 19th place money, 21,000 pounds. You see just 18 remain now. Shortest stack by our count belongs to David MISCIKOWSKI, just 10K shy of Toby Lewis at last check. Although Lewis sitting with 1.4 there, more than what the updates are reflecting. So MISCIKOWSKI should be all alone on that short stack. Unless, of course, he found a double that we haven't caught up to yet. Mormon's King Jack can exhale as KT is released. It's the man that kept coming over the top.
Suited double downs in.
Surprised to see the defense with that level of ambition?
If it's suited, it's never really wrong against a min-raise. Just some people more willing to embrace.
Well, not wrong, but not in the lead either. On an ace-king-9 board, bottom pair against second pair. Jack of diamonds working for Mormon, along with position in the betting lead.
Type of texture, actually, King Jack checks back at a high frequency. Mixes it in with weaker aces. Depends on how he wants to engage. Seems like he wants to maintain the betting lead. As played against a small bet, you got bottom pair, you got backdoor clubs. Very reasonable for him to still continue. Can't really just be calling this pre to just fold these flops.
Well, diamondless. Miranda knuckles once more. Mormon picking up the flush draw. Could play pot control check back here.
A lot of pot control of King Jack on the turn. You rarely get better to fold. The only reason you bet this turn is to try and muscle on ace by the river.
So, Mormon will let the 10 of spades roll off for free. Card that doesn't help Miranda.
Should be pretty happy to check down this King Jack. Don't think he expects to get paid off by worse.
So then, uneventful beyond the flop, but meaningful in terms of further acquisition of chips for Mormon. Looks like we've got a new player sliding into the 9 hole. efforting intel here. Over to Fabio. He was here earlier, by the way, as I've just been informed. Ravi Sheth?
He was.
Behind the shades?
I was just trying to see if you recognize them or not. I knew.
Showing him as 5th overall right now in chips, so obviously his arrival is going to be bothersome for Ward. We see Miranda. Little raise and take it. You know, Ward hasn't been behaving here like one of those big stacks that's looking to put the pedal to the metal, so to speak. He's been just staying the course, if you will.
The thing is, at this feature, we've got a lot of big stacks. And when you're playing against big stacks, they have room to kind of still play with you and flat call and put 3-bets in. So he can't be as relentless as, say, you're at a table of 15 in lower blinds where they just have to kind of play their cards.
But not all big stacks are created equal. As we see, not all hands created equal either. Ace-King here for the overall chip leader. Right. And sometimes I wonder whether or not we don't just test the waters, increase the VPIP, see if we can't get a little greedy. If nobody seems like they want to stand up to us, then okay.
I agree. I definitely can get behind that and just, you know, invest some of these chips to see if they can yield more. And maybe just him taking this pot right here, seeing quick folds all around, kind of gives him that green light to kind of attack a little bit more.
Possibly.
I don't know. When you have KT at your table, you kind of think, maybe let's not get too out of line.
You gave Yu Fang love earlier for the LV cardigan. How about this little LV hybrid hoodie?
I didn't
denim
notice
number.
That. I see it
understated, embossed, monogram vibes, I believe.
I do see it now. You
nice
got me.
detail.
I spy one, you spy one.
There it is. Now Ward. Jack 10 suited.
I feel like he heard you.
I'm not saying Jack 10 suited is worthy of the raise, but it did feel like all of a sudden, okay, let's dial up the frequency a little bit. We see Chef doesn't want to dig in with the 7-5. And this is what I mean is like, it's not as though he doesn't know that there's other big stacks out there. It's not as though he doesn't recognize that the opposition is quite competent. But if they're in a passive gear, if it seems like they're willing to just try to coast into, you know, top 10, top 15, and then maybe see what's what, seize the day. Carpe diem. Open, increase the VPIP. A lot of times you're able to do it. We've seen it at tables, Randy, you know, 2 tables left. A guy just starts raising every hand. When they look around and realize nobody wants to stand up to them, and when they do, it's going to take a lot of hand, and they can just let go. Open and then fold.
I totally agree, and it's definitely very valuable with the anti-structure. A7, thinking about it, but
that would have been the hand that would have informed us in terms of a gear shift, wouldn't it?
It would have, for sure. But 3 in a row, sometimes you're like,
somebody's bound to come back at me. No, but I think also the fact that it's 3 in a row, if nobody stands up to you at that point, you start to question if this isn't indicative of people saying, okay, go ahead, do your thing, big man. You know? And we would be well served and all too happy to do so.
Yeah, and that fold's going to let Toby Lewis attack here with the queen 10, but KT in the big king jack. Going to make the call.
Broadway combos square off for 340. This board is well removed from both players' kit.
Yeah, and actually favorable to the pre-flop raiser despite having the worst hand. You see a lot of just check folds even with just king jack. Depends on how out of line KT wants to get, if at all. And notice that Toby's actually betting 2/3 pot here with his hand. It's just, I know this guy can put a little bit of stick in there, and if I size up, I can just make him outright fold rather than find an opportunity to steal this pot from me.
So Lewis able to shed KT. And in doing so, he works his way up to about 24 bigs, 1.4 million and change by our count. Still the short stack in a six-way affair here at the featured table with 3 tables remaining in the 2023 World Series of Poker Circuit main event. A 3,300-pound buy-in where 480,000 pounds and a circuit ring will look for a home. Brought to you by Lux on Pay and GG Poker is today's coverage, which is seeking a final table. Unclear whether or not the 12 levels of play that we are slotted for, 10 levels being streamed, will get us there. You feel like you have a guess on whether or not that'll be the case? We need half the field to go away from here.
I don't think so, just given how deep we are and the way they've been playing. Of course, anything could happen, but it's a lot on the line, you know. They survived, what, 900 or so runners so far. They're just going to start to get reckless.
120? 100?
Nothing reckless about opening with pocket nines. 30-60, the blind level. Oh, KT with KQ.
Definitely a hand he could actually play a mixed strategy.
Raise 400,000. Oh.
Keep in mind, didn't Mormon 4-bet jammed into KT earlier with the king jack of hearts? He might do a similar play of 2 nines. It's a little different in the sense that he's got position now, which gives it more reason to flat call.
Yeah, I mean, because the 3-bet from the small blind reads more meaningfully than the one from the button.
Correct. It's definitely crossing his mind, though, to 4-bet ship, but call is certainly fine. I don't think he's ever folding this against this opponent with the history that's been going on.
Do we randomize to decide between flat and 4-bet?
We can, but I think he's more contemplating what's a better decision on how his opponent's going to maneuver, what frequency his opponent is 3-betting.
But it's in the cuspy spots that we tend to do these things, right?
It is something that players do, is they randomize when they feel it's close between an either-or situation. I mean, he did look around just a second, and sometimes people look at the clock for randomizing, but I don't think that's what he's intending. Does smash it in.
Yep. Now, account requested. This is a chunky jam. Preserves, although that's what we used to call it when they would keep some chips back. But
no
you know
preserves
what I mean.
here.
This is
all in.
Another 2 million. If you want to play with king queen suited. Oh, wow. This is big, Randy, by KT. Using the blocker effects of king queen, safely escapes being up against ace king or ace queen, far lesser extent that we would see that. And you see Mormon a little bit surprised that this is what he's going to have to C5 against. 2 overs threatening the 2 nines, and now the threat of a counterfeit card as well on an ace-jack-jack board, the Broadway Gutty.
No, it's not. There's no king or queen.
What do you say? What do you say? It's a good flop for you.
Any 10, queen, king, or ace. And there is the ace. The nines now need to hit a 2-outer.
Or jack, or jack.
Ace or a jack would be a chop as well.
I'll take a chop.
5 million out there. Mormon asking for the chop, and the upside down 9 hits the river, and that is a nasty way to go. Once again, you see the incredible amount of sportsmanship on KT. Truth be told, I'd be happy to go shake people's hands if I kept showering them at the clip that KT's been able to do so. Just a collapsing star in terms of gravitational pull of chips.
Nice answer.
A vacuum.
Do you feel the disappointment in Mormon as well? Like he was a bit surprised that he got looked up by the king queen suited, got showered.
And the call happened pretty quick too. I mean, that wasn't a meaningless 4-bet jam there. 2 million was a real chunk.
A lot of people would be laying down that king queen suited, but KT just didn't want to pass up a kind of a slight EV situation. He's willing to embrace the variance. That's a man who's got a little bit of gamble.
Fair.
Yeah, simple way to say it.
I mean, and that's not so as to suggest that he doesn't have sound fundamentals. He's willing to just maybe part ways and deviate with them to a greater extent in spots than others might be.
And actually, his call is actually fine. It just embraces a lot of variance because the truth is he is so often up against jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s. Maybe even some worse paint from time to time due to the little bit of the history going on. And look at KT, he's just relentless. Does he not just slow down ever? This is a man playing for the W.
You know what? That 9 million he's got puts him far and away into the chip lead now, Randy, and it's not taken him long. Granted, with ace-10, he 3-bets, but to exert pressure. And players don't see that ace-10, not yet at least. It's going to take the delay before they can start to gather intelligence on exactly what is afoot in terms of any shift in KT's VPIP. So in the meantime, there could be some presumptions that he's speeding. Big bully on the playground, hunting lunch money. Oh, ace-jack suited. Kind of hand that can do some bullying of its own.
Raise 125.
$125, the number. $7-5 off for Lewis.
Not the best hand. It is something you can barely defend just given the connectivity. Looks like he will try and take one off as he flops a pair of 5s, but unfortunate for him is top pair, top kicker over for Chef. It's one of those spots where ace-jack is going to bet the flop at a high frequency, so he's going to just have to lose a little bit more chips with the 7-5.
Sure. But these are obviously the breaks, things that we're prepared for. Hoping for something modest in size.
That's not modest at all, so maybe 7-5 can lay down. He's betting large to try to get his opponent in kind of one of those jam or fold situations if he's holding a decent piece. Try to get all of it before some bad turns come in. Lovely.
Yeah, they were playing 1.1 million effective for Lewis, but surprising sizing there for me, Randy. I think you would agree.
I do agree. You know, yes, there is some plus size if your opponent's holding a jack that normally would check call, would just get stacked now because he has to check raise all in off of that. The downside, though, is he let that 7-5 offsuit, which had not so much equity, get away. But when you see a big c-bet like that and you're Toby Lewis, the truth is next time you're thinking, maybe I don't defend these type of holdings because my opponent bets larger. I get worse pot odds on my hand to follow through of making a bottom pair or whatnot. Really, what's important on choosing which hands to defend in the big blind off of a shallow stack oftentimes comes to what kind of bet sizes your opponent chooses post-flop.
Miranda, ace-9 suited. All standard. See if Sheth wants to take the baby suited one gapper. Worthwhile investments with unintrusive cards. And now a double gutter on the ace-7-4 board for Sheth up against top pair.
Yeah, lots of interaction here. Ace-9 can certainly bet this flop or check. Just kind of depends on what he does with the air parts of his range. For him to bet must mean that he'll be say betting all of his air. Needs to balance. Occasionally you see the 3-5 just kind of say, hey, I've got a double gutter. I know you're c-betting high frequency. Maybe I just take it down now. Nothing wrong with check calling as well. And we've grabbed some extra blues.
Yeah, sure looks that way, doesn't it? So the check raise and, you know, bar ace-x, bar spade draws. I think we presume the check raise can get through. Maybe some 7x with some backdoor straight prospects stays in there. The kind of hand that could be a part of the button opening kit for the relatively deep stacked Miranda, but another 185 isn't going to find the muck for ace-9.
So all of the hands you're trying to fold out obviously would be gone, but when you get called when you check raise, you're going to put it very ace-x heavy, and top two looking good.
Wow, it looks like an innocent 9, doesn't it? And yet it just smashes Miranda. These are the uncomfortable streets for me, Randy. We took our shot with the double gutter at folding out the nonsense. Now we've been called 930 out there. And if we want to retain the ability to bluff the river, are we obligated to fire the turn? Or can we check, maybe occasionally get a check back and then get after it, depending on texture?
Because of how little showdown value 5-high has, obviously, you tend to not want to kind of check call this hand, but it's, you know, it's double gutter. It's got clean outs to a straight that can win a big pot. You often see them just still fire. It's tricky, though, because when your opponent bet calls the flop, they have an ace so often that you're going to expect this turn call so much that you almost have to follow through on like a spade river that can kind of blow these hands out of the water. Top two, slow place.
Oh,
Binky.
Wow.
Binky, binky, binky.
6-ball, corner pocket, a card that certainly doesn't look like it's going to create alarm for Miranda. And now look, Chef is like, wait, hang on, time out.
Let's count
Did
it.
I really do it?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a straight.
Credit to him for not holding up one hand and going through the fingers. Obviously, that would be a bit of a tell.
Bit of a tell box.
2.2 million out there. Time bank utilized. And look at Miranda. The aces and nines are under-repped here heavily, courtesy of the flat. No spade, no overcard to the 9. Shayth with the covering stack. And he asks for 1.6 of the remaining 2.3. I think the decision has already been made here for Miranda. Is never going to try to jam. But a devastating blow.
That's nice. Nice one.
Brutal. Thought about showing that one, but just straight down.
No. I actually got to be honest. In Miranda's spot, I might deliver multiple nice hands as well. Not genuinely. But the cards really got a little less torture than I might have delivered. There could have been some bowing and bending if I found myself in that spot. Had I been showered, maybe a crumple and ingest. Walk away.
Yeah, let's keep you away from the tables, my friend. You just stay in the booth where you can't cause mayhem.
We see...
Although I've seen you do some things to some microphone headsets with liquid. It's not... You're a dangerous man.
I showered myself, of course. That was courtesy of one of the most insane hands that we saw while we were here.
You're just...
in London. Emotional regulation, not my strong suit, Randy. We all have our kryptonite.
Do they have
even
to
Superman?
buy insurance whenever you're around?
Take it out of my paycheck. I think this is the same headset I was wearing when I doused myself in sparkling water at the desk on camera.
Was it sparkling as well?
It was sparkling, which comes with the added benefit of being a stain remover, Randy, so...
Oh, okay.
You know?
Silver lining. Nice to know.
Yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, 2 red 8s have opened this one from the hijack for the boss stack. Once upon a time. Dethroned, of course.
I promise you, Ollie, he is contemplating putting a 3-bet with this ace-5 offsuit.
Yeah, he's 450,000.
He's just got that aggressive gear. Isn't willing to step out of it right now. 2 8s is a lovely hand to take a flop here. Look how deep they are. More than 100 big blinds apiece. It's never nice that someone 3-bets you with more chips, but you really know where you're at post-flop.
And here's the thing. You really know that there's a decent amount of frequency with which KT has demonstrated a willingness to be a bit of a bully, so the 8s could be good. But you can't really do anything but call responsibly. Take a flop in position, one that is monotone in spades and presents 2 overcards and the lack of a flush draw to us with the 2 8s. Just the 5s for KT, but control.
The lack of the flush draw is a pretty big problem for 2 8s. For now, though, is KT going to follow through on monotone? Looks like he will.
And just consider the latitude that KT has to be relentless, Randy. Sizing isn't savage, but the hand isn't all that great. Nevertheless.
Good call so far.
Another 550. Will find the middle. Oh, and another 5 will find the turn. Confirmed sun runs for KT now, Randy?
The Thailand sun is strong, my friend.
UV rays currently zapping 2 red 8s.
Trap.
Oh, this is nasty. I don't think Ward is looking to do anything other than check back, right?
There is merit to actually betting, say, quarter pot, check back river.
And what is the thought behind the 575? Don't allow a cheap spade?
Don't allow a cheap spade. Your opponent has more offsuit variety than you, so it's very reasonable, like ace, queen, ace, kings. It's got a shot taking you out, even like an ace-10 offsuit.
Well, let's flip it back to KT's perspective now, though. In the face of a man that called our 3-bet, called the C-bet on the flop, and is now barreling 575 at this turn, are we proceeding with caution in the form of this check, or are we baiting the opposition as a terrific river card comes off for the ace-5? And for that matter, the 2 8s if they were good.
8 should be checking this back.
So KT was wary of flush plus, obviously, if he's willing to check call check.
Yes, he is. And I think the main thing is that they're super deep, so he's not expecting to be getting in all the cheaps way ahead if they happen to on the turn. But, you know, you also kind of induce bluffs from really weak holdings like a king, queen of hearts. Look at that. What's the move over in Thailand? Tiger uppercut?
Well,
maybe that's more for a KO. This is just what a...
It was...
That's a fireball. Tiger.
Sagat spec, for sure. Of course, referring to Street Fighter 2 way back in the day. Randy and I are dating ourselves a bit there. Not dating, just
Not
dating
yet.
ourselves.
Yes, please.
Two very
Correct
different
them.
things. This KT shows that ace-5, man, and that's pretty demoralizing when you had the 2 8s.
Yeah.
Far and away the chip leader. And when we take chips away from Phil Ward, we put tarmac between us and the second place stack. Ward, by the way, went to the bottle back there after that one. I'm not
wash it
sure
down.
if that
felt dirty
was NA or if it was something to help kind of keep calm under those circumstances, as calm will not be required of the buttons king queen.
So Chef has accidentally limped.
What's that?
He wanted to raise and he threw in 2 green chips, I believe. So limpy. Free
That
flop.
allows Ward to see the free flop, which gives him the best hand now.
And Ward is actually going to reach out for chips himself. Very, very interesting in this non-kosher pot. Does lay down a king-queen rather quickly.
Obviously, range advantage was Ward's there. And things are a bit awkward once we misclick, too, in terms of the meta. You know, you've nuked it in some spots where all of a sudden you're outthinking and leveling and wondering, and you're like, you know what?
I'm not going down in these spots. You can have any little bit of EV. Go
made
for
a
it.
mess of it and just step away from the fire.
Raise 160,000.
Slight size up because the big blind is short. Miranda. Ace-5 offsuit. I think this is a good spot to just 3-bet jam. You know KT's opening wide. You got a hand that doesn't play that well for a flat call. Just take the value of the ace. Plus, when your opponent sizes up pre-flop, you can have less than value in just calling.
Oh, look at Miranda. Was force-fed that 3-5. And he had aces and 9s. Left with just 535 here, sub 10 bigs. Yeah. Ripcord. JT reaching for calling chips, perhaps.
If he could see the hands, he's getting the right price. Does have 2 overs to that 5.
Okay, that's 525.
I think he's just going to assume best case 2 overs
25,000.
against 2 unders.
You know what? I've got a little bit of gamble. Let's go.
Yeah. He's got a working roulette wheel in his watch, Randy. You think this man lacks spins? Let's go.
Spin that ball.
Almost 1.3 million in the middle. And of course, the fate of Fabio Miranda, the bigger focal point.
All in, go.
Page on the next one anyway. It's not this one.
Oh, it's not. Okay,
It's
I thought
no,
it was
yeah.
16.
Yeah, no, it's the next one.
It's when there's full
Because we
table.
closed tables right on 16.
Exactly.
I thought it was on that one. No, it's on the next one.
The next one, because then it's 8 and 8, so it's
Okay.
like fair for the pay jumps.
So then, Fabio being advised that the pay jump not presently available, although the lead very much is available on an ace-10 deuce board that is clubless. And now the 6-7 draws dead. So, breathe easy, sir. You've just doubled.
I'll say this. When you see KT kind of pay off some of these pre-flop jams,
The tables are balanced.
you got to be wary of reshoving some hands against him.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, but I didn't want to. Not my place.
Well, it was good that I
Just because
Right. all of them.
he's going to put you to the variance that you may not seek?
Let me just give you a quick example. Let's
Okay.
just feel like you got, I don't know, 10-jack, which is a nice reshuffling hand, but he might just look you up with, say, queen-jack in spots where some other players might fold. So you might kind of throw out some of these...
Or 6-7.
Yes, 6-7. It's hard to say, whereas if we're in a situation, you know, final table bubble where pay jumps even getting bigger, or even the final table itself, this could definitely come into play, assuming he doesn't adjust his play accordingly. If it's like, you know, 10 or so players remaining, it's just something to consider in perhaps rather close spots.
Ace-King offsuit here for Ward.
Raise 155,000.
17 remaining.
Now Miranda's got pocket threes and small versus big stack button open. A lot of times this just rips it in. Lots of fold equity. A pure flip against Ace-King.
He just doubled up to this 1.2.
Hold on.
Oh. And we know that he's going to get a customer in Ward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not well.
Yeah, the snap obviously contains the overpairs.
Yeah, not the pair. Yeah.
And look at Ward.
I just didn't want to
Taking a little swig. Looks like an adult beverage from here.
I think so.
I don't think it's root beer.
Let's see.
So, let's see if back-to-back doubles are in the future for Miranda. Queen 10-7 got to fade not just the ace and king, but now the jack as well.
No, club, right?
No, sir.
Turn is a king. So top pair for Ward.
That was 8. 8-5 for me.
And a 3
Good.
will be the only escape for Fabio Miranda. Is it there? No.
Okay. Good luck, guys.
GG's. As Miranda is showered by Ward. And that pickup, obviously very deflating for Miranda. He just finally got himself up and over $1 million again. Maybe a stack that he could work with a bit. 30 plus, or rather 20 bigs.
Yeah, I thought Miranda played really well. He almost was in contention to get back after losing that big cooler ace-9 against the 5-3 of hearts. Someone's got to go down.
So then, with the departure of Fabian Miranda in 17th, collecting 21,000 pounds. We have 16 remaining and a pay jump of 2,250 pounds for those that can work their way to the top 15 here in the WSOP circuit main event. Looks like we're going to be redrawing at 16 to 8 and 8 then. And on that note, Randy and I will step aside. Stay close, though. Continuing coverage after these messages.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy.
It's a dude.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
And this fold also, hello.
2 sixes
Man,
was
with the sixes,
straight in
let's go.
there.
He's in.
Didn't even think about it.
Jack spinning the wheel. The sixes, the blind's going to get out of there. So we got ourselves a classic flip. On the flip side of dinner break, £15,000 locked up. Seen a couple of Cameron couches out dead. 5-7-5 in the middle. As it comes ace 5-4 and advantage Jack with the sixes. Only player with the diamond in hand. No Broadway options.
3 of diamonds.
For Cameron as Jack calls the 3 of diamonds. I don't know how I feel about calling for cards when you're ahead.
Unlucky.
As it is paint, but not the paint that Cameron needed. Gonna go home with £15,000 and E3 coverage. The plan today is to play all the way down to the final table, where the final 9 will come back tomorrow and battle it out for the top prize of £480,000 in a 3K event in the middle of summer. Love to see this kind of turnout, these kind of prize pools. As Siddle, 22 bigs, +1, numero uno.
Praying for action. Couple 4s might give him some in the cutoff. Definitely do see people from time to time try to set mine a bit, but feels a little bit too shallow. And look at the ace-king right behind suited, and you're sitting on 15 blinds. This is a slam dunk all in.
What a disgusting setup here. 40 odd players left in the 3K with 480 up top. I mean, not to say that the bust out is predetermined, still 5 cards to come, but looking very rough for Leon Campbell, who's going to get shown the worst news.
Yeah, only 11%.
It's brutal as it gets.
450.
Wow, Siddle with the prepay. I mean, dude.
Is he not ahead?
Really poking the poker gods. 1 club, some hope for Campbell, but drawing to runner to stay alive. Jack 10, king or a club needed as he finds the 10 of clubs.
Both.
And all of a sudden, he's got 12 outs once.
Jack of clubs. Can't be sad if you lose to a royal.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. As Campbell bows out in 40th. Siddle not earning the chips easily, Randy. The bust out.
Baby pocket pair here from MISCIKOWSKI. Trying to grind his way back up. And earlier, Hussain was giving MISCIKOWSKI a lot of action. Nothing's changed as he continues with the king-queens offsuit, and Toby, very reshuffleable hand. Just took down the last pot of ace-5, even better. He just saw Hussain like kind of flat and folded. You kind of think that's a little bit more dead chips in there.
Perhaps 195 out there, and again, if it gets through, just increases his stack by 40%. Does take the spot, Randy. That's the big blind.
Okay, he had me.
Okay,
I thought
Blue.
he had a close
Blue
spot.
making us sweat.
Yeah, he's got me. He's bluffed me. I'm in the booth, and I can see the whole cards. Couple fives is out.
520.
How uncomfortable is that? You see this guy jam on you twice as you flat call in the middle. Every time you fold, he chips up more, the price is more. Does he want to just take a shot at him? Just king-queen? Well, he's going to use time cards on this one.
Yeah, I just had to fold the 9-7. It's a lot pricier now, though.
The nice thing about king-queen, though, he does flip with all of the pocket pairs lower than queen. In this spot specifically, not doing too bad against ace-jack. Just depends on how wide he feels Lewis would reshove in this spot. Would it ever be like suited broadways worse than king-queen? If so, then it makes a call more enticing.
Chance to eliminate a world-class player as well. And at this point, oh, okay.
They can't do it on me twice in a row.
Cards on their backs, and Toby Lewis 5 cards away from getting up to 40 bigs, and we know what that man can do with a deep stack.
Yeah.
Happy to see the 2 live cards. As well as 1 live flush draw as it comes. 10-9-6 and Randy. Few more outs now for Hussain.
Art gallery.
Yeah.
Paint needed to eliminate Toby Lewis. The board pairs arguably the sweatiest river card of the day. Coming to this river. Ace of diamonds, corner pocket, unnecessarily needed. But a big sigh of relief for Toby as he doubles up to 40 bigs now. Hussain down to 20.
Yeah, he took a shot of taking out this main event final table list.
You know,
Hey,
I'm not
we'll
about to
see
call
if
on the
you're
floor and be like,
right.
yo, 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 yo.
I don't know, but
let's just divert our attention to the 1,600 people watching.
Thanks. Yeah.
Over on the World Series of Poker official channel on YouTube. For those of you getting involved in the conversation, Randy and I appreciate you keeping us company. And for those of you that haven't already, click that like button. Please do, as we look to continue growing the game. putting on events such as this series. Would love to see more and more people show up, support turnouts such as this. And
Bloom's
also
got ace king.
Just roughly.
We could see Hussain out. Back-to-back all-ins.
800.
Just lost 600K,
Less than 800.
roughly.
Tiny, less than 800. 775.
all in.
Slide him.
I like the way Bloom moves all in.
Yeah, he uses his fingertips.
Oh,
ace king.
Hello.
Three-way.
There's two cards that will warrant a call. Two.
He's got a king.
Hey, a year. Cool.
Cool. There we go. You said there's two cards that will make it a call. He found one of them.
Ace king as well. Come on, keep it, man. You go what?
Oh, Hussain, perhaps slight frustration from ASSAF after losing the all-in against Toby. Just open jamming the ace-7.
Yeah, call that ace queen you fold, obviously.
Hussain, 26%. Now a lot of chop outs. Neither Bloom nor Germain can win this one outright. Looking to just shower ASSAF and chop up his 605k. One card to come. ASSAF looking for a deuce jack or a 7. Doesn't find it, and with that, we're going to lose ASSAF Hussain in around 37th place or so. Going to be going home with £16,500 for his efforts. Maybe a long night. We'll work our way down to the FT. £480,000 up top in this one. Love to see what the WSOP and GG Poker are doing here. A prize pool such as this, kind of, unheard of in recent years. A couple of exceptions, of course, as Cyril is the shortest stack. Did he say all in?
No. I'm going to throw in a time card. Does have, what, 13 blinds?
I could have sworn I heard him say all in.
He might.
7's under the gun. 60-minute clock, 8-handed. I mean, it would be tight. I guess if there's ever a tournament to be tight in with this structure. But he does.
There's a slide.
Push all of his chips bar 125k chip forward. Oh, Windsor. Just a couple of seats over. Going to spin the wheel, and what do you know?
Ace king once again, and 7's a heavy favorite in this position.
Unbelievable setup, and Paul Siddell.
Oh, 2 8s, but I mean, with this action in front of him, can't do anything.
Paul in great shape. Oh, we see another ace folded.
It's not exceptional.
So only one ace left in the deck.
That was the time to find the...
You're going to see the tank due to the fact that we are on a pay jump, 2,250 pound pay jump between 32nd and 31st. So Paul likely going to utilize all of his time extension chips here, but little does he know, Randy, 3 ways, a huge favorite with one ace dead.
Yeah, he wins at 64% of the time. And he deems that it's worth spending these time cards to try to get that pay jump rather than potentially use them if he remains in the tournament in a tough spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, given the action behind him, he probably assumes that he's behind, right?
Yeah.
One off a pay jump. If you can use your time banks to ladder £2,250, then I guess.
Yeah, I understand where he's coming. It's also tough because, what, there's 30 some odd players, so that's, what, 4 tables. So there's not that many other hands being dealt where someone might just bust. I mean, he's allowed to use his time banks as he pleases.
It's in fantastic shape here.
Someone else. It's £2.5 grand nearly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Almost a buy-in.
Watch your hand's not dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't misclick.
Yeah. That would be tragic.
Very tragic.
Must happen to someone. Like, it must have happened to like a few folk.
Probably.
Yeah, you think you got time back?
Like I reckon it's happened and people have just been like,
Yeah.
You get away with it, don't you?
Right.
Just in case I throw it and it goes there or something, you know? Might slip out my hands.
Yeah.
Let's see if Windsor.
Yeah, let's see if he does the same or not.
Oh, I don't think he's got time bank chips left. Well, there we go.
Oh.
3-way all in.
Maybe it's good.
Yeah.
Good spot. Good spot.
Beautiful spot.
You can't get any better spot than that.
100%.
Ace already dead. So 3 outs as well as straight draws, and counterfeit options, but still.
We were ace, king, ace 7, wasn't it? Yeah, we had a better spot.
Best spot that Paul can find himself in.
this is as good as
you're going to get.
This is as good as it could have been, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the case ace. What do you know? Finding its way to the flop, and now Paul drawing to 2 outs once. Needs a black 7 to triple up. Doesn't find it. And that is brutal. Windsor and Dean gonna chop up Paul Siddle's money. He's gonna go home with £16,500 for his.
You're angry at him for jamming.
No.
You're angry at the lead.
I'm angry at the lead. Windsor played it, you know, to perfection. The guy won the hand. Open on the button. But why are we leading?
Are you also mad at Hutchinson for not continuing to force the clubs to go in as well?
A little bit, but I also understand it. It's an hour-long clock. I just, like, we're leading to then fold, so we don't get to realize our equity, rather than check calling. I'm this close to retiring from commentary, Randy. If something happens like that again, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, okay? At least we got this hand.
Yeah, it's a hand that could easily get fun. It's a small 3-bet here in position against the 110 open, which is rather large from UTG. He's got the clubs. You want to see if a clubs is going to come. Maybe a second chance.
Call the
redemption.
action. I can't watch.
3, 5, 1 million.
Flop the flush.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Turn around.
I can't.
Turn around.
I'm taking a timeout.
We have a collision hand potentially.
It's under the gun V +1.
Just a pretty hand to see a flop, even out of position.
You know, if we weren't playing for 400.
And then there were 2. And by that, we mean 2 tables of 16 players all jockeying for a £480,000 first place prize here on a £3,300 buy-in. That is the 2023 World Series of Poker Circuit main event here at this Super Circuit 2 weeks worth of poker from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. Ali Najad now, alongside Henry Kilbane, taking you through 2 levels which will close out the day, and super high roller Kanapong Thanaratakul showing that he is on top form as he becomes the first 8-figure stack, knocking on the door of 11 million at present.
I mean, what on earth have I missed in that last frame? That is an overwhelming chip lead.
Well,
the average stack is 45 bigs.
You may have missed. KT definitely didn't. I'll tell you that, en route to that almost 11 million, Henry. As we carry you through the final 2 levels of play here on the evening. And we'll see just how close to a final table we get. I suspect that you share my sentiments. We're not quite going to get there, though you never know.
You never know. This, for me personally, has always been and always will be my favorite stage of any tournament.
Why is that?
You really separate the elite from the average, in my opinion, because this is the stage of the tournament where fatigue is kicking in. You've been grinding for 3 days, and mistakes here can potentially cost you high 5 figures, 6 figures in equity. And I really want to see who is going to put themselves in a prime position to go on and win this tournament. And I think looking at this lineup, we have a perfect cast of characters that, wow, I mean...
And a perfect flop.
And a perfect flop that can, yeah, really bring that. So it wouldn't surprise me with this final 16 if we do reach the final table, because I think there's a lot of big names in the mix that are going to go for it.
David MISCIKOWSKI, under the stars and stripes, steely, came into the day as one of the big stacks for the bulk of the onset of our coverage. And here at the 30-60 level, he sits with north of 20 bigs. Following through for 90,000 on the pre-flop open. KT calls with the 9, spadeless is his kit, as the Jack of Spades now works for a redraw in the hands of MISCIKOWSKI. $500,000 chip pot.
Yeah, an annoying, not to state the obvious, but annoying turn card for David. The spades getting there. And as I say that, KT trying to leverage the fact that he should have more flushes here out of the big than the hijack.
And also leveraging that massive stack. ICM pressures that he knows are not lost on the likes of MISCIKOWSKI. 16th place. Pays 21,000, 23,250, goes to 15th. David calls in. Now suddenly, what you think is hello could be goodbye to more chips, as KT's 9s and 3s.
It feels like an incredibly thin jam for value, and we're not really holding any of the key cards, such as a spade, such as a 10 or a jack.
Good
so
points.
I wonder if we... it looks like he's reaching to, like, block.
Yeah, that it does.
Block fold.
Definitive block in terms of sizing. 75,000. This is timid.
It is, and I wonder if this block is going to end up leveling KT, because he's gone for a really small block. Like, we're talking 7.5%, 7% pot. I would have preferred seeing something like 20, 25, 30% block that just isn't going to get punished as much, in my opinion. David's a very good player, and he could very easily turn a hand like King 10 with a spade, Ace 10 with a spade, King Jack with a spade into a bluff.
And therein lies some of the peril of downsizing to this extent, Henry, is we begin to wonder if the raise is attached to strength, or if it's just somebody playing back at what they seem to be or perceive to be an opportunity to pounce. You do see the snap call as MISCIKOWSKI does what few have been able to over the course of the last frame or two, Henry, and that's pick up KT bucks.
Yeah, David with a very crucial pickup there. Kind of moving up to middle of the pack, but the chip lead of Kanapong is so overwhelming that I wonder if this turns into an ICM cage already here with 16, because there are 9 sub 2 million chip stacks out there, which would mean that there's 9 sub 30 big blind stacks. And when you ask yourself, okay, I'm in the middle of the pack with 30 bigs, and there's 7 players with less than me, a lot of those rejam spots become a lot less inviting, creates a lot more caginess. This could be fun. This could, you know, it's very top heavy. You look at the payouts. We're going to be playing a £175,000 heads-up match in a 3K, which is almost 60 buy-ins. A lot of these guys have played for 6 figures before. A lot of these guys have 6, 7 figures in live earnings, and I do wonder if with 16 left, some of these guys say, you know what? I want to give myself the best chance to just win this tournament. I don't care about laddering to the final table. It's only a 9K ladder between now and 9th. Let's just go for the win and put myself in the best spot to close this out.
Well, mercifully, KT not going for the win with this ace-jack suited as he's got himself up against Ravi Shaith's aces. A little over 500,000 in the middle. Just the Broadway gutter on the 2-spade, 2-queen, and king board. Ace of spades is a nice card for Shaith to have. See KT checking. And a check back.
Big fan of the check with the ace of spades. Not scared of any overcards. We're never folding to a turn probe. And we also just get a ton of hands to kind of hang themselves. What the pronunciation you're going with, Ali? Could you hit me with it once more? Because Randy and I were going with chef, because he's the chef.
I mean,
just been cooking all day.
It has been a nice outing for him. A nice spot as well, 20% bet, retains the ace-jack, which is drawing to the 10 alone. And instead, the spade shows up.
Don't do it. Like, I already know the demon that's sat on your shoulder, and it's telling you to do it.
But these are not the cards with which to do that.
I mean, you block Queen, Jack of Hearts. Jack of Hearts is relevant. You block Ace, Queen. But it feels like you're stretching a bit, given the way the hand's played out. You've checked flop, check called turn. Chef really cooking here. It's like a smallish temperature, 20%. I just struggle to find hands that we beat. Like, you'd have to assume that Chef's just getting incredibly creative with like an ace-5, ace-10, and I think Chef's just induced this to perfection.
Yeah, he sure has. Snap calls, and you see KT now with back-to-back missteps, Henry.
Yeah, 20 big blinds or so lost in the last couple of hands with said missteps. It's very easy to get into this spot where you have an overwhelming chip lead with 2 tables left, and to then suddenly try and sprint to the finish line.
Sure.
And he really needs to keep in mind that this is an hour-long clock.
Yeah, keep your wits about you.
Yeah, with pretty flat payouts until like the top 6, top 5, and then it gets really steep. So I don't think he's going to get to push people around as much as he... At least, look, this is a small sample, but it feels like he believes he can push people around more than he can. And given how top-heavy it is and the flat payouts up until like 6th and 5th, a lot of these guys are looking to just win pots and put themselves in a position to win the tournament, which don't mean to state the obvious, but it means that he's not as able to push them around.
Now the first opportunity that we have had to observe Sergiu Sirgi, believe under the Romanian banner there.
Certainly looks that way.
Pocket jacks now for Tobias Schwecht. This one could be looking for a third floor. Off of 3.5 million. Recovering stack. And yet, a flat.
Yeah, I think we want to be rolling some flats with 10s and jacks. Don't forget, just to reiterate, there are 8 sub-30 big blind stacks, and he's sat here with a very healthy 45 or so at the start of the hand, so he's actually under more pressure than most as things stand.
And that pressure has just been ratcheted up, courtesy of an ace-high flop, which puts Sirgi in front. Now 175K c-bet. And these are chips that one could rationalize putting forward in the form of a call here as those which could have been dedicated to a 3-bet pre and thus invested.
Yeah, I think that's played.
What.
Mandatory pill.
And not a troublesome turn.
Ace-60 in the middle, certainly value to be had from Sergei. Some ace-10, ace-jack, some ace-queens as well. He's obviously chopping with, as well as some equity to deny. Unblocking spades. Nice fold. Never easy. It's always easy to just think that the early position guy is blasting off with broadways and whatnot. Schwecht, by the way, young German pro, calls Vienna home. Someone that I'm very interested in watching over the next 12 to 18 months. I think he's got that potential. Saw him at Triton, obviously. Cash the main.
Relative newcomer to the super high roller circuit, and I think that's in part why it is that you want to just see in what direction he heads. As we flip it back over to pocket sixes and an ace kings, looking like Jack Germain is on the wrong end of this exchange here. And indeed, on his feet is Jack Germain. And it would seem Han would be the recipient. Is that right? Who was that hauled that one in?
I didn't.
Out there. Was
yeah.
It, I think it was Ludwig Han. Indeed, it was. So, showers and a pay jump realized. Courtesy of it.
As the fans in the chat have been calling him a Hannibal.
Ah, Hannibal Lecter.
I like it. Play on words. But yeah, pay jump, and again, difference between 15th and 9th
is that stat?
Is just 6.5K.
2.5 is that.
I say just. You know, 6.5K is 6.5K. It's a decent chunk of change, but a lot of these short stacks are incentivized to try and just go for it. Come into the FT with a healthy stack. The average seems to have been hovering around 35, 40 bigs pretty consistently throughout the day.
King, Queen, Deuce board here is a couple of ace-X's. Entangle. Chef defending. Up and over 8 million. After peeling off a chunk from KT. David Yan. Another fixture. Super high roller scene. Coming out to consecutive Tritons.
I think there's a argument that Jan is currently one of the best No Limit Hold'em tournament players in the world. There's some recency bias for sure. But 2023, since he first joined us back in Vietnam at the start of the year at the Triton Super High Roller Series, he was already playing, 5Ks, 3Ks, 10Ks live and had a bit of a name, I want to say, over the last 10 years or so. But has certainly shown that he belongs at the top.
Tend to agree.
Very consistent. And also, he's a bit of a freestyler as well, from what I've seen. Like, there's some stuff that I've seen him do that really just kind of goes 2 or 3 or 4 standard deviations in creativity wide, and it seems to work. And it seems to be what makes him so tough to play against. And also just showing up here in a 3K on the back end of playing a bunch of high rollers. Showing that for a lot of these guys, it's not just about the money, but it's about the competition as well.
Obviously, that competitive spirit certainly can be very valuable in terms of showing fight. Fight that has not gone KT's way for successive pots. Doesn't rate to be doing so in this instance either. One queen busy into the muck. Schweck dominating as a flat caller from the cutoff. Having position. We'll play for 550. The all diamond ace high board connecting with Schweck. Certainly far better than with the pre-flop razor.
See if KT just puts the seatbelt on, prepares for the bumpy ride ahead, opening from the hijack. Ace 9-7 mono. Obviously depends on the run out, but KT is shown already. Doesn't mind emptying the shell.
Well, wait a minute. Now a good shot straight draw. Shows up for both players as the pot has grown to 800,000. I think KT would be well served to recognize the dynamic shifts, both in terms of table image, in terms of just how big his stack is relative to the others at the table, and some of that steamrolling with impunity that we kind of saw earlier on to great effect, which vaulted him up and over an 8-figure stack, is no longer something that he can enjoy, as we do see him putting a foot on the brake pedal. Tobias checking back, pot control, dry river.
A big fan of the check back as well from Schweck. I think it just really allows him to have some top pairs and keep his check back range balanced as well. He's going to be able to defend at a higher frequency, given that he's kept the pot small, and also he just achieves this as well, where he just gets that 4-7-5. KT really needs to start taking a little bit of time, in my book. Just making very important decisions within a few split seconds, and more often than not, that's a recipe for a downward spiral.
As played, Schweck feels compelled to do nothing other than call, as KT once again is on the wrong end of one.
He's lost around 3 million chips in the last orbit or so, and the current average stack is around 3.4 if I'm not mistaken. It's a rough couple of orbits. It's always a lot easier from in here to point out the obvious, what needs to be done. A couple of deep breaths. Just remember that this is a 4-day event. You can't win it tonight, as we're down to 14. It's like I've had an elimination.
Supposed to be a gift.
Out of tables, I believe it's Dean Hutchison. Jack Germain out in 16th. Dean out in 15th.
That's a big name to be hitting the rail. And perhaps relieving to the remainder of the field to see his talents dispatched.
We've got another all-in situation here as well.
Certainly looks that way. King Queen against King 10.
It's the King 10 that's all in as well. He needs to catch up. And just like that.
William Blaze in 14th, right on the heels of Hutchinson. So then, both Blaze and Hutchinson collecting 15th and 14th place payouts of £23,250.
Timothy Chung.
Who was the beneficiary on that one? Who had the King Queen? Do we know?
It's like seat 2. Perhaps doesn't help you narrow it down much. I don't recognize seat 2, but it looks like it was Toby Lewis actually. I do stand corrected. Believe it was Toby, Ali.
You might feel good about losing Hutchinson, but you're never going to feel good about putting chips in Toby Lewis's lap if you're trying to work your way to the top of this mountain. Now then, three-way affair back at the feature. All diamond, ace high. Only flush draw belongs to David Yan, who defended from the big blind. Party starter was Sheth, and he is following through with second pair for 100K into 320.
I'm sorry, was it a limped pot? Because
it does look that way.
Yeah,
otherwise, the King Deuce wouldn't have been in there, and the pot would have been bigger.
And Chef really mixing it up here. Just like a good chef should. Arnie, you know. Keep bringing different flavors to the table. It's going to be a popular kitchen.
Well, his isn't a mild curry.
That's guaranteed. So
Have you gotten out and sampled some of the curry yet while we're out here?
do you know the amount of invites? And I believe it started off with you inviting us to that chain Indian place that begins with D.
Dishoom.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
I've heard amazing things, and then throughout the series, I was also invited on a couple of occasions. Could never make it happen due to commentary duties and whatnot. But
so, are you saying that you've gone 2 weeks without any curry in London?
I do also live in Southeast Asia and do frequent the local curry houses, which more often than not are just wooden shacks with metal roofs, and you just have some lovely old lady whipping up pad kapraus.
Well, right, but now we're talking about Thai curries in that instance.
Yeah.
Indian curries a little bit different.
True.
Henry, I'll have you know.
I might
But
go tomorrow.
You might be all curried out, is what you're saying. Christian Rudolph. He's not out. Very much in with King 10. 2 1/4 if you do from the hijack now, Sheth. Mulling it over. He wants in. 2 8s.
Believe Chef has now taken the chip lead, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps there's a couple of blinds in it.
Yeah, certainly seems like that would be the case after the unraveling of KT, who had A lead of over 3.5 million over Sheth at one point in time.
Oh my.
Top pair against bottom set here. This is potentially dangerous for the covered stack of Rudolph. I'm not sure that all 3.3 gets in there. The 10 of diamonds, relevant. But note the line being taken. Deferential in consideration of Sheth, both in terms of player profile and also stack depth. Current situation in terms of this stage of the tournament, as you put it, all coming together.
That is a big bet. It's more than half pot. It's being checked to, and all of a sudden, you're just referencing the size of the pot and the money back for Rudolph. But this 350k bet from Chef really makes it awkward. SPR going to the turn is going to be just north of 2, and wow, what? How does he fold that? That is insane. That is the sickest fold I've seen this year. That is ridiculously good. And you can see on his face, Ali, like...
On his face?
That is
take a look
sick.
at ours.
I don't know.
You'll see it.
Yeah?
You'll see it.
And immediately getting confirmation.
Maybe not.
You nearly put your chips in the pot, then you pull them out. It's 3
Wow.
Then you change his mind.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care where Rudolph finishes. That is the fold of the tournament. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Thus far, certainly. And one that suggests for me, Henry, don't know whether or not you agree, but you heard Sheth say he had his chips nearly in there and then changed his mind. And when we see things like that, with some frequency, it is associated with just that spider sense.
Yeah.
You look over and it doesn't feel right.
It doesn't, and I'm really curious to know whether it had something to do with the sizing. Like, he has the 10 of diamonds in hand, so he's blocking hands like ace 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds that would perhaps want to size up. So with that in mind, does he just put Chef on like eights or king queen? I mean, that's just a world-class fold, and I think that really speaks volumes about Christian Rudolph's caliber as a tournament professional. Fantastic. That is world-class.
I have to believe that
wow.
Rudolph caught wind of something. And once Sheth sees that, Henry, he would be well served to take stock of whether or not there isn't something that he's doing that is tipping his hand strength. Because how else do we explain a check fold there? Meanwhile, do need to move forward. Sheth here, opening Queen Jack. Has picked up flats from 5s and 7s for MISCIKOWSKI in the cutoff, and the button of David Jan will be out of position against both of his opponents in this three-way affair with a pot of 725 in the middle and a gut shot and 2 overs is the current development for Sheth. The underpairs vulnerable.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is just a world-class fold.
I mean, barring some sort of something that escaped our attention, it's actually an inexplicable fold. Because one doesn't open the pot and then simply check muck top pair with the 10 of diamonds, no less, in that spot. It just doesn't add up.
I think the 10 of diamonds is what makes it, quote-unquote, and I use air quotes very lightly here, easier. Because, as mentioned, the hands that you could potentially put your opponent on that use that sizing are hands like ace-jack, ace-10, jack-10 of diamonds. So when you have that 10 of diamonds, you get to remove those 2 combos, and all of a sudden, you're putting your opponent on a very narrow range of like king-queen, including both the offsuit and suited combos and pocket eights. Back to the action, interesting hand playing out here. David stabbing, once check 2. Jan overcalling. Or calling, rather. And now Chef really mixing it up in that kitchen. Comes to the check raise and just puts both Davids in the absolute blender. Gotta give Chef credit. I mean, finds this multi-way check raise. Bravo.
He's going to feel a little cheated on the square by that fold.
I think
not
he
to,
already
not to
knows.
keep harping on it, but
Yeah, I think he already knows. I mean, we saw that Rudolph was literally about to put chips in the middle and then just grabbed one card and just mucked it. And Chef
I don't think it was an angle.
No, not at all.
Let's get that established right
100%.
away.
I agree. And not even close in my book. But there was something, whether it be energy, live reads, whatever it is, that he picked up on. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to protect these 3.3 million chips. I'm going to fight another day. I'm going to take my stand on a different hill.
Well, he currently runs 5th behind his countryman Tobias Schwecht. As you get a look at the chip counts, brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker. Chef up at the top, knocking on the door of 10 million, as it has been a very fruitful frame for him, and on the opposite end of things experientially, an unraveling for KT.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, just looking at the chip counts, we do have the 3 largest stacks at this feature. The average is actually around what Christian Rudolph is playing, which is around 43 bigs at the moment. So definitely some shorter stacks on the other table. Once again, you can head over to WSOP.com for all the information on payouts and chip counts, as well as Poker.org, who are here in the building, doing an amazing job putting stuff out on socials and keeping everyone updated with what's going on.
It does take a village to cover one of these events, let alone 2 weeks worth, as we're coming upon the winding down here in London. Not to be overshadowed, by the way, by this main event, of course. There is a 5K pound high roller also taking place with a £500,000 guarantee. Several of the high rollers that were here playing Triton did stick around with an eye on that event.
Yeah,
Henry?
I believe Espen.
Yeah.
Most bagged chip lead. His queens got beat by the ace-jack of Sam Greenwood, and I basically just hit Espen with the old Crimea River Pow. You know, you cannot tell me a bad beat for the rest of your life.
After winning the World Series of Poker Main.
Right. Which I believe someone did the math, and to reach heads up of the World Series of Poker Main is the same odds as getting struck by lightning 3 times in a row in the same spot. I don't know who decided to do the math on that, but that's just to reach heads up.
I'm going to weigh in on that, but first, let's observe Rudolph with 2 10s as round 2 between these guys.
I mean, how comfortable do you feel playing against the guy that literally just read into your soul? Like, you're sat here with ace-queen, no heart, under the gun, and this guy's just read you like a book just a few hands ago. I don't know, man.
Are you not barreling on account of that as Chef here?
I'm not, no. I feel like ace-queen has too much showdown, and you really open the door. Look at the size. This guy just... Massive sizes. Ollie, 375.
Into 475, is it? 470?
Yeah. This guy just seems to understand pain thresholds. Especially the thresholds that these middling stacks are under, where it's just like, look, the other table has 6 below average stacks. Like, do you really want to go home in 13th? And Rudolph's just like, you know what, pal?
875.
Have some of that.
Okay.
And that's why I'm not a fan. So why I'm not a fan of the big C-bet, or the C-bet in general on that board, because ace-queen more often than not is the best hand, but you do allow hands like 6-4, 8-6, 9-8, all of these gut shots, all of these flush draws to really put you in a tough spot.
Second data point, by the way, in terms of flawless navigation by Rudolph against Sheth in particular, Henry, as we flip it back over to the only other table in play right now. What do we find? Plusev.
My man's
like
taking a
participant.
phone call. So yeah, no big deal. I got fourth in chips, 480k up top. Start looking at houses. Perhaps we'll put a deposit down.
I don't know about houses.
Not in London.
At current payout. Not in London. Not in any first world country that I can think of at current prices.
Spanish market's
Henry.
been dropping.
Yeah,
considerably.
£23,000 flats available out there yet?
I mean, there are, but I'm not jumping into it.
Are they sand castles?
No, they're the bank buyback ones.
Oh, really? Have you been down in those websites,
I have,
Henry?
Yeah.
Wow.
Down in like
You homewrecker.
Alicante and Almeria and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's plenty of good energy associated with taking over a small
No,
family's
no.
displaced
Hang on.
home as the bank comes in. And
They've already been reclaimed. This is on
Right.
the back of, unpaid mortgages. Is this mortgage perhaps about to get paid in full?
Philip Ward, Queen 10, 160. Chris Rudolph, 3 scoops to 710, and now Sheth with 2 black 10s, having fallen on successive occasions to Rudolph, deems this too rich.
Bravo.
Out of the big as the big stack. Obviously mindful of the fact that that which is transpiring in front of him in this manner should be attached to very legitimate kit.
Yeah, there's definitely that. Also, flatting with the player behind. There's a decent percentage of the time where you invest 7-10 and don't even get to realize your equity. And also, the Christian Rudolph effect, perhaps. What a fantastic wind down. Later hours of the evening here, day 3 of this main. Typically expect the action to be all guns blazing straight out of the gate, but Rudolph just putting on a clinic when it matters most. This is the time where you can lean into people's fatigue, make sure that your B game is infinitely better than their D game, that kind of thing.
Yeah, this has been his orbit for sure, and thus far his frame. No doubt about that. Pocket kings for Schwecht. Terrific spot for him. Off of 4 million. The 3-bet sizing to 540. Now ace queen for Chris Rudolph. Might have been interested at 160, but under the gun +1. Big stack played back upon by Schwecht, and the ace queen loses luster.
Honestly, like this guy, bro. I know I meant to stay impartial, but I want to see him do well in this tournament. I mean, I don't like using the deserved word in poker, but Rudolph is really showing just how elite he is. I've seen it online. I haven't seen it live yet.
Obviously.
Oh. It's got the beautiful hand to do it with as well.
What makes the king 10 suited specifically a beautiful hand with which to 4-bet?
Blocking kings, ace-king. Unblocking some of the 3-bet bluffs. Like ace-4, ace-5. Unblocking hands like ace-jack offsuit, ace-queen offsuit as well. This seems to be like king-10 suited, ace-10 offsuit seem to be the kind of 4-bet bluff kit, as well as the ace-4s, ace-5s. Specifically ace-5 suited. Opponent dependent, of course.
For Schwecht.
All in.
Jam was the only response as Ward ran into top of range. Tried to leverage the landscape.
Yeah, props to Ward for finding the 4-bet there as well in a spot like this.
Nice infusion of chips there for Tobias Schwecht. $1.3 million in career tournament earnings. $250,000 roughly his biggest career cash.
Raise 160,000.
Making it 160 here with the newly acquired chips. Not just a 2-card player either, by the way, is Schwecht. Henry is a glimpse at his Hendon mob. Shows an 18th place finish this summer in the No Limit Deuce to 7 10K.
Okay. He's mixing it up. Has he got a seat in your game?
Based on what I've seen here today, the answer would be no.
Understandable.
Doesn't seem
no.
Like aquatic competition, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
MISCIKOWSKI doesn't seem like
1.9.
he's got himself in a good way here. Rips it in. Now, this isn't a stack that has been out of line.
It's not. Ace, queen, I don't know. It's annoying, you know. This is an incredibly solid structure. 24 bigs, 23 and a half.
Is that to say that we can be patient and not necessarily take the variance associated with ace queen? For maybe a smaller price, it's attractive, but he finds the call, and we're going to play a big one here. Almost $4 million in the middle.
Jack in the window was the last one.
MISCIKOWSKI with a rare look of emotion on his face. No further decisions, and things looking grim for the time being. 23% equity, but suddenly the jack on this board leaves him in front and Schwecht in need. 8 outs to fade for now. Turn is clean. Can MISCIKOWSKI avoid a disastrous queen or 10? Yes, he can. And it is oft stated we would rather be lucky than good, and generally speaking, nobody gets their way to a final table or a ring or a bracelet without finding themselves on the wrong end pre and on the right end once the last card rolls off with some frequency. And on this occasion, we can count David MISCIKOWSKI among those. Now, hang on a minute.
What's going on over here? Timothy Chung showered
table
to the hands of the Hannibal.
Wow.
Down to
claiming
12.
By Hannibal out there, very much looking like a man who's got a taste for human flesh out there.
Yeah, what's he sat on now? I mean, seen him eliminate a few people.
3 in total or just 2?
Yeah, Ludwig, I believe. Now we're down to 12. No justice in poker, by the way. The ace-queen of Schwecht, who's played so solid.
2,250-pound pay jump from 12th to 11th. 11th paying 25,500. Still stuck on 23,250 for now.
Yeah, Chef was thinking of whipping something up there, but thought better.
Raise 160,000. Fold.
Sorry.
Fold.
Raise and take it for MISCIKOWSKI's ace-7, and Konopong is going to be relocated here. Still plenty of bigs, Henry, and maybe good timing in terms of compromised table image in a sense that maybe this isn't the lineup that I'm going to be able to do my bidding against fruitfully any longer.
100%. There's definitely that element of like, oh, everyone has my number. Time to move over to the other table and just go back to square one. Step one, back to the drawing board. No longer worried about the players living in your mind rent-free. Like, does this guy just have a read on me? Is there any timing tells that they've picked up on? Like, all of these things. But just to reiterate some of the bust-outs, Ali.
Sure.
Obviously, we saw Jack Germain bust with his sixes against the ace-king of hearts held by Ludwig Hahn. As
what place was that?
That was in 16th.
Got it.
Dean Hutchinson bust in 15th. His king-10 coming up short against Lewis's king-queen as Ward gets busy.
3-betting to 810,000 over the Sheth Open with the 2 sixes.
Yeah, this is like 5x. Sorry, math is really hard at this stage. And I like 4.5x. You do have to start asking yourself, like, okay, this is, I believe, the third 3-bet I'm about to fold to. I folded the 10s. There was another spot that he folded. And now we're folding 6s. Like, do these guys just think I'm the spot to go after pre-flop?
Well, I mean, I don't think we've seen anybody behaving in a manner that would have been abusive to the point of their hand not warranting a 3-bet. So in that sense, we know that doesn't appear to be the perception anywhere in the field with respect to a Sheth Open. So taking us further down the bust-out recap lane, we saw Jermaine.
That's
16th,
right.
Dean Hutchinson.
15th.
And then it was William Blaze, the Canadian.
That's correct. Han's now playing 3.4, and that was before that elimination of Tim Chung. So we'll wait for updates. But it looks like he was playing around 1.5, 1.6 at the start of the hand. So I think it's safe to assume that Ludwig is now playing around 4.5, perhaps 5.
Now look at this, Henry. The storyline of we open and we get 3-bet continues as Sheth cannot catch a break. Pocket 4s this time.
Yeah, everyone trying to take a piece.
How much you start the hand with?
2.145, I think.
But even ace-2 suited, which I think is the worst of the hands that we've seen 3-bet him, is an understandable combo to do so with.
It is.
And now he's had enough.
Jan's just like, really?
I'm the guy that you end up going all in against. You've been folding away gift wrap opens to everybody else.
Honestly, I was about to say, like, perhaps Jan has found the guy to do it against, but doesn't have the stack depth to do it with because he's been 3-bet 3-4 times now, and Chef just has to make a stand. And if he's going to make a stand, it's going to be against the guy with 20 bigs back.
Yeah.
Or it's just like, look, I've got 4s, I'm all in. If you have ace-king, ace-queen, we're flipping. You know, and if you catch me, with a bigger pair, then it's only 25 bigs.
Godspeed. We say only 25 bigs, but there's a number of stacks. 25 bigs is all of it out there.
I want to see what Ward can do. I mean, that little spicy 4-bet with the King 10 suited. I mean, this guy's got moves.
Didn't work out for him, but nevertheless.
161,000 in live earnings. Doesn't seem to play live that much. Perhaps more of an online or cash game player, but he's had some decent results this year in other events, other venues. A couple of final tables. 70k cash. As Rudolph seems keen to play pots against Chef, who's got to punish him. I mean, 3.75x. I really hope these two are sat next to each other if they both make the final table, because it could lead to some very fun, like, button v small blind v big blind kind of setups.
I don't doubt it.
Just getting an update. Timothy Chung eliminated in 13th. His King Queen O coming up short against Han's 7s, and it looks like Han was actually short at the time, so perhaps a couple of pots not going his way. He's now playing 2 million.
Short but covering.
Short but covering, that's correct.
Raised 175,000.
Just reading the updates on Poker Rock. It's reminding me of that fold of Rudolph, man. That's just like unworldly.
Queen 7 offsuit in the small blind for Sheth.
Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're just really leaning into the, with 3 off the final table bubble, you have average stack. How do you feel your entire stack being leveraged pre-flop? I don't hate the hand selection. It's incredibly out of line, but having a queen is nice. Not sure Schwecht is the guy I'd be going after, though, personally.
5 seconds.
This is spicy. There's 480k up top, Harley. This is a 3k. And we've got Chef 3-betting out the small with Queen 7-0. I mean,
And he's flopped himself second pair on an ace-high board, which favors Schwecht, as we can see. Top pair and the lead with 1.1 million plus in the middle. Playing 2.7 effective. To his credit, Sheth not coming out swinging on this texture. As it would appear his intentions were more so to just 3-bet and take it. You can understand why Schwecht would proceed in the manner that he does, despite having this ace-jack and having it checked to him. As the deuce of hearts is safe from both viewpoints.
it's such a peculiar board texture to check, flop, and turn on. And I wonder if the check on the flop was kind of suspicious to Schwecht, because this does feel like in a 3-bet pot that we want to be c-betting at a pretty high frequency, even with our hands like King Jack O, King 10 that have equity and do well just folding out some hands. That, I don't know. I mean, we've got middle pair.
But maybe the plan was always, unless we hit some sort of really strong flop, and that didn't qualify as one in his mind, to just be trying to take it away pre. And when we get the 3-bet called, we sort of credit Schwecht with better than the Queen 7 frequently enough.
Chef's like, top set, eh? He's like, I've got queen 7, so you must just have aces. Like, you just flat pre.
I mean, that might be a bit of a rich assignment.
Oh, man. I love this guy.
He's cheeky.
Yeah, he can stay and cook all day, man. Like, if he wins the tournament, he needs to change his profile picture to the meme of Woody from Toy Story. Hold up, let him cook. Chef's in the kitchen.
225,000.
What is this?
Rudolph with the ace-7.
Yeah, I mean, Rudolph, like, this open alone, was it like 2.7x? Just goes to show how much attention to detail Rudolph is paying here with the size up, with Jan in the big sub 20.
These are the subtle things that are indicative and emblematic of somebody who's out there approaching the affair in a more professional fashion, Henry?
It's the equivalent of just watching a world-class surgeon dissect a difficult operation, because that's exactly what ICM is. That's exactly what final table bubbles are. You know, they're difficult waters to navigate, and I think Rudolph has shown. I don't want to keep, you know, badgering on about him, but I've been very impressed.
Well, he's earned the praise.
Now he's I mean, this guy is now mixing it up.
Ace-10 suited, electing to limp, and look at this development. Sheth might very well be thinking this limp is something we can pounce upon. Finally, a window of opportunity. The ace-4, reasonable kit with which to make this move. But flatting, Henry, I thought for sure he was going to come with a raise, didn't you?
It certainly felt like the dynamics leading up to this limp would have called for precisely that.
I mean, certainly based on that which we've observed thus far, but maybe it's that Rudolph effect.
I believe it's his first limp. I'm always very suspicious of people limping for the first time. Note the ace-deuce fold, by the way, from Jan out the small. Something to keep an eye on.
Well, no choice but to see the flop for Philip Ward, as he does have the gut shot straight draw on the 10-8-6 board. Rudolph, top pair, top kicker, checks it over to Chef, who has dust. Checking back, showing some discipline. Now the 8 on the turn.
Fun turn card for Ward to potentially probe here. Seems like he's just going to wave the white flag. Wouldn't have hated a lead, especially on this board texture against the 100% range of the big.
Right, 225.
Uh-oh. Perhaps this is why he checked. Perhaps he felt like probing would keep in all the ace highs and it would make the pot more difficult to win, but a check raise.
Well, you see some
Oi.
sus vibes there.
I tell you what, man, we need to keep an eye on this Philip Ward guy. This guy has definitely got some moves.
He's got it in him for sure.
Yeah. That wasn't posturing. That was like, hang on. I'm in the big. Okay. It's a limped pot. You check flop and now you're leading on this board pairing 8. What are you saying, buddy?
Well, not sure whether or not word has come down to any of the guys at this table in terms of that fold from Rudolph. But if it has, Henry, it certainly informs us in a way that we're dealing with upper crust. And maybe when we know that that's what we're staring down the barrel of in a spot such as that one, we don't come with that level of ambition that we might otherwise. As it's not going to require ambition for MISCIKOWSKI to open this one. Rather the ace-queen, understandably leading to the min-raise.
It must be catching up with them any minute now, that hand. That was about, what, 30, 45 minutes ago?
Yeah. Stream delay, I believe, is 45 minutes at present.
But that's where I think it's at, yeah.
It's not a given, by the way, Henry, that everybody is keeping up with hands courtesy of the stream. You and I working elsewhere on the Triton Super High Roller Series. That's just something that's a given virtually for all the players there. But here, not so much. As we see Schwecht, big blind, 7-8 offsuit.
I would be very surprised if there's someone left in the field that hasn't got a person watching the stream. I mean, we're playing for £480,000 in a 3K buy-in. This is a type of tournament buy-in where a lot of people are going to have a lot of action in themselves. Compare it to, say, a 50K, where perhaps you're selling, you know, 60, 70%. A 3K is a more affordable price point. And with this kind of money up top, I think it'd be foolish to not have that information.
Gut shot straight draw for Tobias on the Jack 9-4 rainbow board, facing the follow-through of 175K. And to that end, Henry, as you talk about people having maybe most, if not all of themselves, those that have all of themselves, also difficult maybe to get somebody at this hour to pop open a stream and send you updates when they don't have a taste. You know what I mean?
I do know exactly what you mean.
Also tough to sell a piece at this point. Meanwhile, well, actually very easy to sell a piece, I should say, but not a piece that you would want to give away. As we see the 6 now morphing things into a two-way straight draw for Tobias. Again, he checks over to MISCIKOWSKI. Just the 2 over still, 790 in the middle. Check back. No pair. Backdoor spades show up, unblocked by Schwecht and MISCIKOWSKI for that matter, both spadeless.
It's such an annoying river. Like, we get to this river with 8 high, yada, yada, yada. Theory says that, you know, our bottom of range, etc. But is this the bluff card? I mean, backdoor spades, no queen, no spade in hand. Do we just go small and really target those ace highs like ace 10, ace queen? We're blocking 7s, we're blocking 8s. It feels incredibly ambitious, but I think maybe small to try and target ace highs. But I also wouldn't fault him for just waving the white flag here. It's a criminal bluff. Really getting away with one. And look how small he's gone, Ali.
Well, there's a few different things that happen when we go this small. We look like we're begging for a call, and that's what we want it to look like in terms of dissuasive aspects. But we lay a big price, and we do open the door to somebody maybe rising up. Not sure this is the hand that MISCIKOWSKI would rate to do something like that with, and it does work.
Beautiful poker from Schwecht. That's all that bet was designed to do, is just fold out the ace highs. That's all we're trying to achieve with that. We're not trying to get a king to fold. We're not trying to get a pair to fold. That's some beautiful poker from Schwecht there.
All business, and that tends to be the case from the German delegation. Running 3-4 right now here at this featured table in this third day of our main event, which will conclude tomorrow on day 4, working our way toward the final 9. And of course, the £480,000 first place payout. You see the chip counts brought to you by Luxempe and GG Poker. Sheth still resting up at the top in spite of having been nibbled on.
Couple of occasions.
Multiple occasions.
Philip Ward, second, getting information from the viewers, specifically Scott Shelley saying Ward plays live PLO games mainly. Makes sense. I mean, story checks out. This man hitting him with the 4-bet with the king 10 and then making us sweat in the booth with the 9-5. I knew I recognized some talent.
I also recognized the beverage that Ward was turning to as not being kombucha or a juice. That was a beer, if I'm not mistaken. And every now and again when the sauce
beer level
is flowing, so too do the chips in turn. So we see MISCIKOWSKI flowing 2 jacks. Out the spigot comes 200,000.
Don't do it, Jan. Bravo.
Temptation resisted there. As you'll recall, Ace Deuce suited up against Sheth was a 3-betting candidate.
Ward's just trying to piece everyone up.
Yeah, he's the doctor that shows up during the physical exam.
Late.
And also just really doesn't make a meal out of cupping your nether regions and asking you to cough. I think that's what we're observing here.
This is very classic live PLO player playing No Limit Hold'em tournaments. He does the exact same nonsense that I do, and I love it. And by the way, the King 10 3-bet is absolutely fine, especially with ICM and final table implications, just bad timing.
Yep, as he's run into the jacks and the kings on both occasions that he brought the 3-bet.
I get some requests for the full payouts. Everyone guaranteed 23,250 for their efforts so far. Timothy Chung was the last elimination in 13th. The next ladder, if I'm not mistaken, comes at 11th. 10th and 11th will walk away with 25,500. And you make the final table, you locked up £30,000. First will walk away with £480,000. And of course, we'll get the full final table payouts in the chat tomorrow during the FT. But if you are looking for all of the info, head over to poker.org or WSOP.com. It's getting to that stage for Jan where, you know, 6-handed. It's going to need to make a move sooner rather than later. I think Rudolph just wants to play hands. He did get punished last time he limped. But we obviously know he's balanced enough to also have traps here, so...
Yeah, these two next to one another has been the real delight thus far at this feature. Chemical reaction. King, Queen, 5, and a lack of reaction from Sheth with the 9-8. Bottom pair, backdoor hearts for Rudolph. Check over. Questions asked.
Yeah, seems fine. 9 high, pick up equity on a lot of turn cards. Jack 10, 6, 7. Can turn a pair against a 5.
So then, another 125 a man, courtesy of Sheth's ambitions. Deposited, gut shot acquired.
Yeah, we don't really have any showdown value with 9 high, and our equity isn't insane. I mean, against this hand, we have 23%, but I don't hate just going big here and bombing. Like somewhere close to pot, if not bigger. It looks like he's reaching for around 80%. I'm actually a really big fan of this.
Looks like you're aligned in terms of sentiments about how to approach this turn once check 2 once more, as we do size up to 475. And
goes for the old double peak. So, yeah.
Rudolph not finding anything superhuman on that occasion. And I think that's a little bit important psychologically for Sheth to just kind of get through against Rudolph for once. Nemesis of sorts.
Yeah, that hand hasn't seemed to phase him too much. I don't know if he's found out. I haven't heard him say or mention it. What we got going on over here? Looks like
hands on their backs. It is ace-queen against 2 kings. The kings are looking snug. Staying that way on the turn.
Is that hard again?
On the river, it does appear that once more it is Hannibal who is sending players to their demise. And on this occasion, Romania's Sergiu Sirge.
Yeah,
as the payout is the last of the 23 250s and another 2250 secured as we're up to 25-5 and down to just 11 players, Henry.
Yeah, that looked like 5.5, maybe 6 million in Han's stack now, which is an incredibly healthy stack, not to state the obvious. 60 bigs, 55 bigs or so. Going to be one of the chip leaders over there.
Now then, ace-king for Schwecht has opened to 225, and Rudolph with a potential misstep as third scoop comes in from the ace-deuce dominated.
Yeah, just some ill timing from Rudolph, similarly to Philip Ward's 3-bet with the king 10. I think it's theoretically sound.
Yeah, when we say misstep, we don't mean to suggest that the decision to
Right.
3-bet is the issue, but rather the timing, as you stated.
Yeah, performs a lot better as a 3-bet. He fold out some hands that you have dominated, like ace-10 offsuit, ace-jack offsuit some of the time.
And you know exactly where your hand's headed in the face of further resistance.
Precisely. Man, this has been insane how quickly we've got down to 11.
Agreed. And still got a little bit of play left on the evening.
Yeah, I'd say there's about 50 minutes or so left on the clock. Plan is to play until the end of this level, level 28, or until we reach the final table, whichever comes first. I feel like we're flipping at the moment.
In terms of which comes first?
Yeah, honestly, like the way these guys have been playing, there's been a lot of pre-flop action. There's some really interesting dynamics between multiple duos, and it wouldn't surprise me if some 40 big blind stack just steps out of line a few pips too wide and ends up running into it. Been really fun. I really do enjoy this buy-in level. Really do appreciate all of the kind words in the chat as well. Everyone getting involved in the conversation. Smoked Salmon, you're too kind. As is Gareth Hughes. Shout out to Randy Liu as well, part of the trio here. $190 hands, is that all it's taken today? To get us down from 113.
Yeah, that feels like a road paved with a great deal of carnage in dense fashion.
Yeah, 20, let's say 22 hands an hour, a level. It's taking us like, what, 10, yeah, 10 levels? Yeah. No, 12 levels.
Yeah, we didn't pick up the first 2 levels
Right,
of play
right,
on the day.
right.
135 started the day, 32 coming from the on-live side, 103 from the live side as the 2 fields merged. 1 stack didn't show up from the on-live side. Min cash issued there. blinded down. First two levels, as I mentioned, were not covered here today, but we want for nothing. And part of that is due to that man there, Sheth, who has made it very interesting. Of course, Rudolph as well.
Yeah, we have a great cast of characters here. Nobody is really striking me as the quote-unquote scared money, which is very rare in these kind of large field, low buy-in, heaps of money up top kind of situations. Like there's normally like 2 or 3 people that you're like, okay, this is the guy people... These guys are just not having any of it. Like all of them are fighting for every pot.
That's actually a very keen observation because the dynamic is far more combative.
Incredibly.
In a wonderful way, of course, for those of us with the front row seat.
I honestly don't think... There are times, right, where we get to come in, we do commentary from the final 3 tables down to the winner. And every now and then you just have this guy that just hits the deck and just sun runs their way to victory. It happens all the time. It's happened before, it will happen again. I don't think whoever goes on to win this is going to look back and just be like, yeah, I just hit the deck. Because from what I've seen, nobody has. And every pot won has really had to be earned. Like, nobody is giving up anything.
Yeah, if you were to scrape underneath the fingernails of all these guys, you'd find a healthy variety of DNA, I'd say. One another's.
Few scratches.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention, by the way, with that departure, I don't know if you touched on it, perhaps I wasn't listening. 11 left, 25,500 guaranteed now, so another small ladder.
And that payout does stay static for 11th and 10th. And then once we get to the final 9, that is where individual payouts and the larger jumps in a very top-heavy pay structure here in the main will take shape.
Again, look, 3-betting chips in David's hand. It feels like these guys are just rolling aggressive numbers, assuming that they are randomizing, which I believe that a lot of these guys are, but it's incredible. I would love to see the statistics of how many 3-bets.
But listen, if we did look at those stats, Henry, I think you'd be remiss not to agree with the idea that a disproportionate number of them appear to be mounted onto the back of Sheth Opens.
That's very true. That is very true. And I think the information that we have from what I found, and I mean, Chef has, what, 39, 40,000 in live earnings. With that information being accessible to everyone, I'm not surprised to see that he's the guy they're going to lean into, not to take anything away from the style that Chef's brought to this main event, because he's been cooking at his own pace with his own style. But it has been pretty relentless. I want to say this is the 5th 3-bet in the last, like, 4 orbits or so.
Oh, look at this 4-bet.
This guy, what is going on, man? Too many chefs in the kitchen is what he's saying.
Well, this isn't Chat, this is Tali. Of course, referring to the...
Don't you dare, David. He's thinking about it.
Oh, no.
He's picked up on something.
Yeah, that's a man who feels like some sniff is in the air.
Oh, it's going back for the peak. It's weird because I don't think we get to 5-bet jam here too much. The question is, with a hand like A7, do we really want to flat and try and outplay? Oh, you're so sick, David. Bravo.
Now, this is starting to feel disrespectful. I mean, what is Sheth got to do to get one through? He is kicking, scratching, clawing, fighting with all his might and picking spots that maybe one would have expected would work out. And yet, the relentlessness, the lack of mercy coming from multiple camps, he is just surrounded out here at this feature, Henry.
That's rough. That it really is one of those hands that you watch back and you're like, okay, this guy just put me in the bin. And it's definitely low morale. It's very easy to get in your own head. Start second guessing everything you're doing. The snap fold, of course. I mean, that was what, a 45, 46 big blind jam from David. And you do have to start questioning, like, okay, what are these professional players picking up on? I'm an untrained eye in the booth. I'm not in that spot, and I can't say I've found those spots in my career. But there's clearly something that Rudolph, that David
I want to see it anyway.
have picked up on.
Listen, it doesn't have to be like a physical tell necessarily, Henry. I think it's important to point that out.
100%. No, I think it's more of a dynamic. Like, this guy has been waiting to 4-bet. Do you know what I mean? Like, that kind of like, he's been pushed around a bit. He's getting sick and tired of it.
It's psychology a little bit. Now,
mental warfare.
Ace King, well equipped to give this 5-6 suited the business.
Ace King O, 47 bigs. A lot of options on the table. Small blind V button, I'm leaning more towards something like 900k.
875?
Sure. Make me look bad on TV, Shrek.
Listen, these guys are making everybody look bad out there.
Just shortchanging me by 25k. It's like, sit down, Henry. You stay in the booth.
If every time we came into a booth we were treated to this sort of action, Henry, I would be very happy to stay in said booth. Much more so than to be tasked with navigating these waters, which feel quite sharky.
I'm telling you, there's a 40 big blind misstep that feels inevitable. The dynamic at this table right now is there's 5 seconds left on the clock of just the biggest time bomb.
You know what it is? You know what we're watching? Somebody gleefully gabbing away on their cell phone whilst smoking a fag at a petrol station. Walking around in a puddle of said petrol and just flicking some ash down. And you know that disaster is imminent. Something explosive is in the air.
It really does feel that way. Feels like any minute now, one of these guys is just going to come back over the top and run straight into it. I mean, we saw David with the ace-jack, 22 bigs. Not to take anything away from him, that seems like a fine spot. Run into the ace-queen. The deck had other plans for him. That ace-7 jam was so pure.
There are some gangsters out there right now. This has been proven.
Couple of annoying hands for Ward. Was playing a healthy 6.5 or so. Ill-timed 4-bet, ill-timed 3-bet. Finds himself with average, but still hour-long levels. 45 bigs. Jack-10 getting to work from late position. Can't be afraid of the monsters under the bed. Just because a couple of ill-timed 3-bets, 4-bets haven't gone our way. Back to work.
Jack, Jack, 4, all Ward.
This hand might not be over with.
Don't say it.
The 5-3, 1 spade, wrapped around the 4. This, I don't know whether it's just getting to that stage of the night. He's gone pretty big.
And the bigger he's gone, the less likely I think we are to see this turn. 350 into 550.
Why has 5 high not hit the mark yet? Okay, there we go. Chef's really making me sweat out here.
You think he's making you sweat?
Yeah, I mean, been seeing some unorthodox C-bet sizes, at least in my books. And please don't, use my sizing theory as an authority, but typically see smaller-ish bets on those paired boards. And had we seen something in the form of like 125, 150, Chef may have gotten to work with that 5-3, but against the bigger bet, it's too much.
Don't you think, though, at this point, bruised and battered, bloodied in fact, as a result of multiple altercations, that Chef wouldn't be better served to just kind of go into recuperative mode, restorative, dial back?
He certainly has a stack that can guarantee him a 6-figure payout tomorrow. But ego is the enemy in poker at times. Do I want to be the guy that recognizes that perhaps I'm outmatched against some of these elite poker players?
But do you attribute what we've borne witness to in terms of Chef's plight over the course of the last few orbits predominantly to ego?
No, not at all. But I'm saying the ability to realize within oneself that you are perhaps against opponents that seem to be getting the better of you takes a lot of self-awareness, and it's a difficult pill to swallow, right? Like at the end of the day, your chip leader or one of the chip leaders with 11 left, there's a lot of recent confirmation bias and recency bias that is telling you that you are out here able to win this. And just because you've been 3-bet a couple of times doesn't mean that you're getting outclassed. They've just had it, And
I think that's where keeping an eye on that stream, on the delay, would be comforting on some occasions, because you're able to reinforce the idea that this isn't personal. This was just proper procedure with proper kit that you ran into on multiple occasions.
He's got to see it back, and perhaps to the drawing board tonight, just taking notes, putting names in the diary. Canio Otis making a great point, saying they're all like 40, 50 big blinds deep, so can use bigger sizings. The Jack-Jack 4 definitely not the board 2, though. Yeah, I agree. That's a great point, actually. Something I didn't really take into consideration. $31 bigs for Rudolph.
2 8s in the cutoff. 3.1.
This has been thrilling. We haven't even seen many flops. It's just been thrilling pre-flop poker.
Where did he get the hat, though, is what I'm really trying to figure out. Like, it's that his poker has been so top class, and yet the hat imputes far worse poker.
You're thinking like 70-year-old OMC.
100%.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're at.
I'm thinking Tunica, Mississippi, right? Good old Stanley shows up every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. for the weekly stud daily. 20-pound, $20 buy-in. As we see a potential 3-bet candidate, and no longer a candidate, but an elected official, is MISCIKOWSKI.
Feel bad for Jan. It was like, oh, I'm going to get to defend and potentially go for a stop and go. Now this guy's just ruined my plans. It gets really interesting for Rudolph. 30 bigs, 32 bigs at the start of the hand. Below average. Average is around 40. Guess we just asked the dealer for the triangle. Looks like it's gonna...
I'm not sure. This is geometry. This is just a summoning. Ms. Rudolph flatting the 850, bringing the pot to 1.9. Little north of 1 SPR. And only one overcard. On a very poor board texture for MISCIKOWSKI. And how is he going to navigate up against Rudolph, the in-position flat caller with 2.3 behind?
I'm sorry, Cardigan's saying, how could you have a weekly, daily tournament, Ali?
Is that what I said?
Dude, we've all been there. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know that chat are going to point it out. It's still funny, though. The weekly, daily, £30 7-card stud that Rudolph frequents. Perhaps this is why we flat. Get to win 550k more.
Well, hang on. Let us not forget that this is a man that simply check-folded top pair once upon a time. Granted, against Sheth, and he was up against bottom set. But we know the big fold is in his arsenal. It's just that it happens when it's the correct fold and not so much when it's the incorrect one. As we see another 1 million plus moving toward the center, and deep discomfort for MISCIKOWSKI, by the way. Could this be that 40 blind affair that you spoke of? This turn card leaves him without equity outside an ace.
Yeah, that's if the ace is good. I mean, could just be drawing dead here. Two-tone board. The backdoor hearts now rolling off if he was up against the hand like ace-x of hearts, king-queen, queen-jack. Just really recognizing that. And it's another sign of a world-class player, by the way, for David. Just not being emotionally attached to the amount of money in the pot. Went for it pre-flop, fired out c-bet, didn't work. Dropped down to 41 bigs and back to the drawing board. As Rudolph really, you know, this guy finds the 15%.
This is so gross.
It's really giving the chips kind of like the German Shepherd head tilt, you know? Before
whistle at the dog.
Yeah, just like 480? Question mark?
Yeah.
4.7 million. Well navigated, even at that stack depth.
Do you think that perhaps I could take a page out of MISCIKOWSKI's book in terms of dating and just have less emotional attachment, Henry? Perhaps channel my inner sociopath? Start showering prospects with higher frequency? Is that not what everyone's here to talk about, by the way? Are they here to watch poker? Feels like perhaps that's the case. But it is late. And I know it's good to call upon one's friends for these sorts of inputs.
The night shift, officially, 2:38. No, I mean, look. Being able to remove one's emotions from situations such as that, Ali.
Well, the need to remove 2 players is what we've got on our hands here en route to a final table. You got to look at those chip counts brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker here. Late day 3 World Series of Poker Super Circuit main event from JW Grosvenor House in London. A very quiet room, thinned out thoroughly. Well past 2 a.m. now. Pocket 5s.
225.
And who will 3-bet Sheth this time? We know someone will, Henry. That much is a given.
Jan down to just 12 bigs.
Here we are. 6-3 offsuit. Certain. Oh, what? Did he raise and take a pot? Take a picture. Check the cameras.
I love how, for Rudolph, the shades stay off until he either raises or defends or flats, and then it's post-flop.
I think to complete the look, those shades should either be bifocals or they should have the flip mechanism where you can go up to remove the actual tint layer and then
JNT glasses.
the flip down. Does JNT rock those?
No, he doesn't, but he has the OMC glasses for sure. You know, if Rudolph pulled out like a book of Sudoku puzzles, I wouldn't even question it.
Crosswords. Or how about a newspaper? That also, you know, would really
Financial Times. I mean,
fit
let's
the bill.
go. Washington Post as Jan. Just more than happy to financially invest 95% of his chips here.
Yeah, posting up the bulk of his stack with Big Slick.
What an absolute treat this event has been. You know, I will admit, was kind of dreading what I presumed was going to be a long, grindy day in the booth, which, you know, we've all been privy to in the past, but this really hasn't disappointed. I mean, it's 3 a.m. and I feel like I could go and run a 20K after this.
Well, perhaps you need to dial back the caffeine, Henry, if that's the case.
Be that. That's a good point.
Maybe your 9th bottle of 5-hour energy was unnecessary.
Honestly, it's just been the pre-flop action. I mean,
you ever had a 5-hour energy, Henry?
I have no idea what you're talking about. No.
Oh, is that not an international?
I assume it's like a Red Bull kind of drink.
It's a little bottle of rocket fuel. But it does last the full 5 hours, I'll tell you that. It's like liquid methamphetamine. I'm not sure how it slipped the FDA controlled or banned substances list.
Well, we all know how it slipped that.
Oh, yeah, back channeling, I'm sure. Some envelopes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if the FDA can profit off of said rocket fuel, I mean, let's sign whatever treaties need to be signed.
So is there anyone short over there? Is anyone short over there?
Well, I've certainly benefited from whatever these arrangements were on multiple occasions when the day and the night drew long.
David, can you hear me? That's right. Is there anyone short?
Actually, this summer, as we see the King 6 open from the cutoff from Yen, we'll draw a defense from Rudolph's Queen 4 suited. I was introduced to the delight that is Celsius. Are you familiar with this beverage?
I am. Yes, I've heard of it.
It's like not so bad for you Red Bull is the best way to describe it.
I don't know his name. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I got to tell you, whatever they put in that can
Yeah, that's what I said. David lost it. Yeah,
set me off in wonderful ways. I mean, if you use that stuff as embalming fluid, you would find people come back to life
That's all I know.
at the morgue.
Accurate statement.
Note Henry, by the way, deep in the Celsius homepage streets right now, efforting perhaps a list of ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, based off their landing page, they're promoting this product as
sign of weakness, you know.
it's like super healthy,
David just pounced on it. David just
0 sugar, carbonated drink. I'll check it out.
I'm telling you, somewhere in the list of ingredients is adrenaline.
Yeah, I was about to say it's got the BCAAs, man. That stuff is certainly like rocket fuel. And
What the hell are we talking about?
yeah, I mean,
We're talking about Jack 7 suited, if we're MISCIKOWSKI. And now Ace 9. Now another Ace 9. After the first declines to proceed, this one suited out of the big. Sheth defends and is out flop in a real way. Top 2. This is just not the kind of board that should rate to get him in any trouble.
Like, do you think it's like 10 minutes before we draw numbers of hands?
150.
150,000.
sounds about right. Speculation as to
Yeah.
I don't think there will be a redraw for 10
when the draw of hands will be.
Additional speculations, by the way, taking place here inside the booth is either Captain Kilbane has reached the point of hallucination here in the booth, or, Henry, you appear to have spotted rogue vermin here on the loose.
I want to be careful about putting that kind of business out there because I don't want to get the entire building shut down.
I don't
But
think we're
I've-
going to shut the whole building down just because Fievel's prancing around somewhere potentially. And let's not forget it's a non-zero chance that you're actually seeing things.
There is definitely a non-zero chance that I'm hallucinating. As is being suggested in the chat, by the way.
Oh, and
Eric, we're high on life. And that is pretty much it.
Ward, by the way, might be thinking pinch me, as this is no hallucination. It is indeed pocket kings in the hijack. Little min raise open. So coming up on the end of play.
Yeah, we are actually. About 15 minutes left on the clock or so. David gonna defend, is covered.
And this board is totally divorced from the Jack 9. Maybe the diamonds brewing. Coverage, of course, for Ward now. 4 to a straight on board after the knuckle back.
Big fan of the check. Just keeps his entire checking range protected, including overpairs, as well as some of his like ace king, ace queen, Broadway cards. And also it's a board texture. Sorry, Ali, that that's certainly gonna smash the big blind more so than his hijack opening range.
Note that
No.
Ward seduced this 450, but now it seems like he has opened himself up to a very uncomfortable prospect, which would be savagery out of MISCIKOWSKI, who has the range advantage perceived in the big, but Jack 9, not the one. That felt a little unnecessary to me, Henry.
This Ward, I'm telling you, from what we've seen, so fun to have Philip Ward. There's a lot of tricks up his sleeves, as we saw KT come over and observe the itineraries of the players over here. Perhaps that's why ace queen on ace king.
Oof. Collisions out the outer table here.
Is rough. It looks like it's... I'm struggling to figure out. Plusev all in. Oh!
And just when you thought it was time to send the text saying, sorry guys, gave it all I had, couldn't make the FT, instead we submit our tokens for duplication.
That looks like...
2,015,000.
It's like his hand that just got 3 outed For
And
around 21 bigs.
this is a sight we've not seen, as Hannibal set to dispense from Extract.
Yeah, 45 big blind pot. It's never easy, especially 2 off of a final table.
Hang on. The brewery continues. Has some barley and hops. Back at the feature. Tobias. Raise folding the ace-6 suited. To the 3-bet from the ace-king of Jan.
It wasn't him and Toby, it was the guy, and it was like, they leveled up, like, someone at like 4.8 went down to 3.
Well, we were just 1 card away being on the final table bubble. Pawel
Real quick,
KABUT.
you know the difference between a mouse and a rat, right?
Yeah.
And definitely you think that what you might have seen was a mouse. Because if it's a rat, we got ourselves an issue. But a mouse,
I'd say mouse.
they can be kind of cute and cuddly. I'm not worried about it.
I'm not sure cute and cuddly are the descriptive words I would have chosen.
Now, we are in London. If I'm not mistaken, this was the home of the bubonic plague.
That is true.
And were mice responsible for that? Or was it rats?
Leaning more towards rats.
I like to
as
think.
well as a lack of the NHS. Not around during those times.
Yeah. You probably got faster medical care back then. Shout out NHS. Meanwhile, ace-queen suited here from MISCIKOWSKI as...
Jeez, shots fired, man.
He's going to deliver some medicine. Didn't take him long to do it. Yet again, Sheth just facing these spots. You see the ducklings bend.
Now, I have to ask, Ali, typically I don't feed the trolls, but it's 3 a.m.
Sure.
Sapphire asking, or stating rather, the commentator with the higher pitched voice talks with an upwards inflection, which is uber annoying. Jesus Christ, fire that man. And I'm going to throw the question to you. Who do you think he's referring to out of the two of us?
I hope he's referring to me. And you know why? Because I'll just ban this bitch. I've been waiting to ban somebody.
You have. You've been incredibly patient with it.
I'm actually not an admin. I don't know how to tell you this. You think I could become an admin? That would be a dangerous power to anoint me with. Any power in general is really not something you want to leave me with. Because I will abuse it. That's kind of what I think it's for.
I could see you going out of your way to gain access as an admin.
Yeah.
Just to ban this guy.
Write his screen name down. What was it? Sapphire? What does that even mean? Is he at a strip club?
I mean, if he is.
Yeah, look at him backpedaling a little bit, saying he's joking. Nah, man.
Unless he's actually at the Sapphire, then in which case, enjoy.
Legend.
Bravo.
Yeah, and maybe focus elsewhere
Yeah.
if that's where you are.
Yeah, turn the stream off.
Can you upload pics to the chat? Or? No?
I feel like we should just play one more level. Let's get down to the FT.
I had a cup of Earl Grey
Yeah,
earlier, which is apropos of our venue here.
That'll keep you up for a bit. Strong. It's a stronger kind of tea. Earl Grey. Yeah.
Yeah. Regal, perhaps? This level of caffeine historically was reserved for members of the monarchy, not for mere mortals.
Is that Toby Lewis?
Yeah.
Against Hard by looks of things.
Possible mortality for the King 8 here. Up against what looked to be ace 9 of hearts, nut flush draw, and the best hand. Was it, or is there a 7 on board?
Looks like Toby was incredibly short.
Oh, no. Oh! Now, I thought it was King 7 for a second in a pair. Instead, it was just King High up against ace high in the nut flush draw. How improbable.
4 outs.
was that? And is it Hannibal's biscuits?
That's brutal. That is brutal. Just an orbit ago was like third in chips with 60-ish bigs. Gets 3 outed against Plusev.
How come you do that when there's no redraw?
And then gets 4 out.